We are live. Welcome to the 2023 Surly Draft Party at Park Tavern in St. Louis Park. This is Purple Daily, and thanks to everyone for showing up here, ready for the Vikings to do hell knows what. We're not quite sure yet. My name is Phil Mackey. Declan Goff over here, our executive producer, and Judd Zolgad, who has already mentioned that he thinks we should start the show off tonight in the only way we know how.
There's only one way.
Judd, get the flag!
Wave the damn flag! Wave the flag! That's right. That's right. The flag is making a personal appearance. It's costing a lot of money. It got tied up there. Now it's not.
Is this the actual
This
flag?
is the actual
This
flag.
is the actual flag.
This is the actual. Do not steal the actual flag. The flag must go home with me.
The actual flag.
Because damn it, when they're in a Super Bowl one day, this flag is going to make the trip.
This is Purple Daily, Daily Vikings Entertainment. We just want the Vikings to win a Super Bowl before we die. And you can't win a Super Bowl unless you draft good football players, which is why we are here tonight. So let's shout out our friends here at Park Tavern in St. Louis Park. We've got we also have, by the way, I think we have the outdoor tent cam as well. If Pat Lager in the back could, do we have the outdoor tent cam?
Wow, look at that.
Oh, there's the tent cam.
And there's a flag.
Oh, someone else has the flag. This is great.
Every time someone waves a flag, even outside, I think we're obligated.
That's truly in the spirit of the flag. You know what? Dueling flags. Let's see it. Switch the camera. My flag. There's the outdoor flag. We're covered.
Amazing, amazing. So a huge thanks to Surly Brewing and Park Tavern for hosting us tonight. Before I Die is back. In fact, look at this beautiful new can right here.
That is
that is nice.
Yeah,
Look at that.
Don't touch my beer.
Look at that. Hold on a second. Wait. Watch this.
Get your hands off my can.
What's happening, Judd? What are you doing?
Oh, no. Oh, Judd's got a case. Oh, God, he's going to...
More beer?
Are you going to stone cold Steve Austin?
You know what?
Surly right now, or what's
Forget the Stanley Cup. Check this out.
Get the flag!
I can't get the flag and the beer. Look at this, folks. Huh? 12 packs now? 6 packs? 4 packs? You'll never go thirsty if you're watching a Vikings game from your couch.
No, nor will you be lacking the need for beer when you watch the Vikings, usually from your couch. So drink as much Surly as you can responsibly tonight, and tip your Park Tavern servers and bartenders heavily so that we can send them home happy. Also a shout out, as you guys all know, to our friends at TCL, one of the world's best-selling consumer electronics brands. They have a new lineup of award-winning TVs delivering the most entertainment with stunning resolution, all at an affordable cost. Enjoy more of the things you love with TCL and learn more at TCL.com. You can test drive a 2023 EV tonight. It's right outside the 11th frame area / the tent adjacent to Park Tavern here. And one more plug for now. The entire Score North and Purple Daily merchandise shop is 15% off through draft weekend. ScoreNorth.com/shop. ScoreNorth.com/shop. Use the promo code DRAFT at checkout to get your 15% discount. Uh-oh. Do we have a pick?
Whoa.
Do we have a pick?
A pick is in.
Are you serious?
From all people, Shams reporting. The Carolina Panthers are selecting Alabama quarterback Bryce Young at number 1 overall per sources.
Let's get the predictable out of the way, and now let's start what we like to call chaos time.
Yes.
We now need chaos to ensue.
So, and just a heads up for the room here. So we have Twitter open. We're just going to go with the news. We're going to give you the news as we see it. It might be late on the TVs in the house here. And just for those of you also, by the way, you have ridiculous thousands of people hanging out with us in the YouTube Purple Daily YouTube channel right now. So we're just gonna roll with, if we see a pick come across Twitter, we're gonna give you the news on the show here. So hopefully that doesn't completely derail your watching plans as you're watching at home. But Judd, let's start with the question here. What do you want the Vikings to do tonight? Let me ask the crowd first, actually.
Yeah, well, ask them.
All right. Make some noise if you want the Vikings to trade up for a quarterback. I didn't know there were so many Kirk Cousins haters in the house.
Yeah,
here.
how can you guys not like Cousins
Kirk
more? You don't
haters.
understand Kirk.
Okay. All right. Make some noise if you want to eat your vegetables and do the responsible thing and trade back from 23 to get extra draft picks.
Oh, they don't like that one. They don't like that one.
Okay, so let's say they stay at 23. Do you want a wide receiver at 23? How about the always exciting cornerback at 23? Mike Zimmer would be happy.
Come on.
Oh, wow.
Corner?
Wow, the shade, the Emmanuel Forbes shade in this room right now.
I love these people. I love them more than I did when I got here.
Okay, if they draft a quarterback, do you want it to be Will Levis?
Oh, that doesn't sound good.
No Will Levis? Okay. Do you want it to be Anthony Richardson? Okay, let's try another one. What about if CJ Stroud falls in the draft?
Oh, wow. Okay. All right.
All right.
Any Hendon Hooker fans? Hendon Hooker? No, we're on Hooker. No Hendon Hooker. Okay.
What about Kirk Cousins? Okay, there's still Kirk Cousins fans here. All right.
That's the definition right there of tepid.
Yeah. Yeah.
That right there is you got enough cheers, but I don't know.
It is kind of funny. So Kirk is doing, he's part of another like a national live stream tonight. It's possible Kirk could be reacting. It's like Bleacher Report or something.
Yeah.
That he could be reacting to the Vikings drafting his replacement at some point tonight.
Or just drop off.
He just slinks out.
Kirk, you appear to have frozen. Your connection's frozen. I can't do this.
I can't afford good internet. I don't know what's happening until I get a new contract extension. So, all right, so that's pretty. I mean, let's just to set the scene here for those watching at home on the YouTube channel, for those of you in the house here at Park Tavern. The biggest storyline heading into tonight is there is a ton of steam that the Minnesota Vikings could draft a quarterback in the first round, and a guy that could eventually replace Kirk Cousins either in 2023 or in 2024. In fact, Ian Rappaport from NFL Network just 2 hours ago says, keep an eye on the Minnesota Vikings as a team that could trade up for Anthony Richardson if he begins to fall past the first few picks. And so we were collecting earlier today the latest round of mock drafts from the Mount Rushmore of mockers, the Mel Kipers, the Todd McShays, the Peter Schragers. And so I'll just give you a quick summary of where the mockosphere has the Vikings pointed as we go into this draft. And by the way, we are officially, we're started with the TV coverage here, but Shams already tipped the first pick. So the Houston Texans are on the clock.
Where did Shams come from? He's a basketball guy.
Isn't there a game on right now that he should be?
Yeah, it's the playoffs, dude. Just go to the playoffs and leave us alone with our football.
So I want to survey the audience here. Peter Schrager. There's Patrick Mahomes, by the way, pulling out the Vince Lombardi trophy.
Shocking. Travis Kelce's right behind him.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. So Peter Schrager has the Vikings taking Bijan Robinson at 23 and then trading back into the first round to take Hendon Hooker with the 28th pick. Mel Kiper has the Vikings taking Joey Porter Jr., the cornerback from Penn State, at 23. Todd McShay has the Vikings taking Jordan Addison, wide receiver from USC. And Daniel Jeremiah has the Vikings taking Jordan Addison at 23. So up until today, the mock world had the Vikings taking quarterbacks. Some of these guys have backed off of that take. What are your thoughts, Judd? You've been covering the NFL. You were a former lead beat writer for the Star Tribune.
Don't forget the word lead.
Respect.
What do your senses tell you?
Put some damn respect on my name as I wave the flag. So I think the most realistic, if they're going to trade for a quarterback, I think Richardson, short of something just off the charts, which I would love happening, I think the most realistic thing is that Richardson starts to fall and gets to about 10.
Yeah.
The Philadelphia trade, to me, seems to be a very real possibility. Just going off of what probably would transpire. So, like, if Richardson does fall, as some expect, I think they could move up 13 spots. I think the biggest long shot is that they draft 23. And I think that if they can't get the quarterback, and they have 2 years to do this, okay? That's the thing. There's no pressure. You don't have to get him in this draft.
Yeah.
I think if they're at 23, I think they trade back with a KC. Again, to go back to what we've discussed for weeks now, I don't know that I buy the Hendon Hooker thing. It's just, in fact, I think the Vikings, if I'm not mistaken, put out some type of thing on their website with Hendon Hooker as like the player on it. It's just over the
Really?
top.
Like today?
No, like a couple days ago.
Okay, kind of propaganda.
But I saw like a Twitter thing, and I think it was from the Vikings. But anyway, I think if they move back, they probably go receiver there. But, just keep in mind, like Kirk Cousins, we think, and I think it's safe to say, is going to be here in 2023. So, yes, it'd be nice to grab a quarterback and develop him behind Kirk if you possibly could.
Yeah.
But I don't think that this is the old administration where they start to hyperventilate and panic and take Christian Ponder.
Oh, man. I think we need to talk about our Christian Ponder post-traumatic stress syndrome, which I know a lot of people feel.
It's time for Minnesota Sports Therapy with Phil Mackey.
It's palpable.
Pay the doctor.
I've talked to, I feel like half the room asking, what do you think's going to happen tonight? And I can just feel the quarterback drafting anxiety in the room, right? Tavares Jackson, what if it's another T-Jack, another Ponder? Teddy was okay, and then his leg kind of blew up, And I think we just need to put that angst aside. If this regime, led by, I still believe, a really smart general manager, an offensive-minded, new age head coach in Kevin O'Connell, a fantastic leader who was able to squeeze a lot of extra juice out of that roster that Mike Zimmer couldn't. If those guys say tonight, yep, Anthony Richardson's the guy, and he's worth giving up, let's say, 2 future first-round picks to move up to like the 10th pick or whatever it is, I would just have trust that Kevin O'Connell knows what he's looking at and that Anthony Richardson's going to be developed in the right way. What I don't want, I agree with you on this, I don't want the Vikings to feel pressure like they did in the Ponder draft.
Right.
Oh my God, Kirk Cousins' contract is coming up. We have to draft a quarterback this year.
Right.
That's how you wind up desperately reaching for like the 4th or 5th quarterback off the board. That's my worry a little bit with Hendon Hooker. I'm not necessarily out on Hendon Hooker, but they have 1 pick in the first 86 picks. If the only thing they do is just stand pat at 23 and draft Hendon Hooker, ACL injury, tricked up offense, 25 years old, I need more value than that. If you trade back, get an extra 3rd-round pick, and now you're sort of hedging, and it's Hendon Hooker, and he's sitting behind Kirk for a year, all right, I can buy into that. But at some point, you have to take a shot at your franchise quarterback. For way too long, we've been going year to year or whiffing on the Ponders, whiffing on the Tavares Jacksons. The Vikings aren't bad enough to draft 2nd overall. So they either have to get lucky and have someone fall to them or get aggressive and make it happen. Is that right quarterback in this draft? I don't know, but I would trust Kevin O'Connell to make that decision.
Now, may I suggest this, because there is a bit of reckless speculation that I have been withholding.
Hold on.
I don't have that one.
Declan's got a remote. Oh, we don't have that one?
That's okay.
We don't have the explosive sounders on
That's
our remote.
okay. But I have been holding, just for you people, a bit of reckless speculation of where the Vikings might be going here at the quarterback position.
You've been holding out on us?
I've been holding out on you because these people deserved it.
Is this like when Jay Glazer waits till Sunday to like break news
Listen,
on Fox NFL Sunday?
This crowd all shows up. God bless them. Look at how far back this goes. They deserve the best reckless speculation that can be possibly made, okay?
Is this going to be like a report, or is it going to be...
No, this is reckless speculation. Thank you. All right.
Speculation.
So here's where I think this could be going, because I don't think that these guys are going to be forced into panicking. Let's call a spade. Rick Spielman was at times. Where I think this might be going is if the quarterback board begins to dissolve, all right?
Yeah.
And you get to a place where you're like, okay, we're going to have to trade back from 23. Maybe we could get Hooker, but again, to your point, that sort of feels a little bit forced.
Yeah.
Then I think what you start doing in this draft is planning for the 2024 first round.
Oh, wow, okay.
Because you're with Kirk Cousins, you're not going to be bad enough. Like this team in 2023, I don't think it's going to win 4 games. I think they're going to win 9 or 10 games.
Yeah.
So I think the one thing that these guys have an eye on, or definitely will, is if the quarterback board doesn't go exactly like they want, or they can't trade up. What about this? What about you find a way, you use Danielle Hunter on a conditional, like let's say he's traded for a 2nd that's a conditional 1st if he gets double-digit sacks. And now all of a sudden you've got your own 2023 first-round pick. You have a conditional one that is pretty, I think if you attach conditions to Danielle, you're in pretty good shape. He's still a damn good player.
Okay.
And now you have that possibility to get into the top 5 at a prime quarterback in 2024 to replace Kirk.
So that's okay. All right, I see you there. I see you with that reckless speculation.
What do we
there.
think?
Okay.
Reckless speculation.
Who wants to trade Danielle Hunter for a first-round pick?
I'm just telling you.
Wow, you guys just want to ship everybody out, huh? You want to get rid of Kirk and Danielle Hunter?
Haters.
Bunch of haters.
Haters.
Got to find that quarterback, ladies and gentlemen. Got to find it.
Click.
Well, the Hunter thing is interesting because the Vikings have spent the entire offseason to this point essentially replacing 30, 31, 32-year-olds with 25, 26, maybe 27-year-olds.
Mm-hmm.
He's 28, going to be 29. He's coming off his first full season in 3 years. He's getting to the age where an edge rusher would kind of go over the cliff a little. You can still play at a high level as an edge rusher, but he's probably past his peak at this point. The Vikings have 5 draft picks this year, and I think they have 5 next year, right? And they really only have two guys that you would consider trading right now or in the next couple months, right, that could get you a first or second round pick. And those guys are Danielle Hunter and Kirk Cousins. And I'll give you my own reckless speculation.
All right.
My own reckless speculation.
It's like a game of tennis. It's like tennis reckless speculation.
All right.
Return serve.
I don't think that we are through the Kirk Cousins trade woods quite yet.
Ooh, okay.
Lamar Jackson off the board for the 49ers. Aaron Rodgers off the board for the 49ers, right? They were probably waiting to see what came about with those two situations.
Yep.
The 49ers, who are a ready-made Super Bowl roster, everything is ready to rock and roll. Just like the Vikings in 2009. They just need a reliable, healthy, professional quarterback to drive that car. And right now their options are the last pick in last year's draft with UCL surgery and might not even be ready to play, by week 10.
Yep.
Trey Lance, who's a complete unknown. He's basically started like 15 games in the last 4 years, right? And Sam Darnold. So it wouldn't shock me if the Niners circled back on, all right, let's come to our senses here. Maybe even this weekend, but I think it's more likely to happen later on. Mm-hmm. So Cousins, Hunter, both definitely guys that you could trade for capital this weekend or for capital in 2024. If the Vikings draft a quarterback tonight, depending on which one it is, it might still make sense to move Kirk Cousins and figure out, okay, maybe there's another veteran. Maybe Nick Mullins needs to start for 5 games if it's Hendon Hooker or somebody. But there's just so many things up in the air in the next 72 hours. And I just don't think we're out of the woods with either Danielle Hunter or Kirk Cousins trade speculation. So I'll just leave that there for now.
I just think that this franchise is at a point now where they need to and they will position themselves for 2024 and that draft too.
Yeah.
Like I think that's the one thing. Spielman loved to accumulate picks, but I don't know that there was ever really an end game to those picks.
Yeah.
He just basically was trying to take guys in the 7th round because, darn it, they were going to be undrafted free agents that I could squat on. But I think if you do it with a first-round option in mind, I think it becomes very intriguing.
All right, let's obligatory boo Roger Goodell. We're going to boo Roger Goodell.
Why not?
All right, we've already given you this pick,
Yeah,
but
it's
officially happening now that Bryce Young is so the draft is underway. Bryce Young.
All right, here we go.
Is the number 1 overall pick. And now chaos.
Chaos, baby.
Because
Houston's on the clock.
The Houston Texans are that weirdo in your fantasy league that you don't really know. Like, they might be throwing out players from 6 years ago. Is Larry Fitzgerald still available?
Steve Breston's going to be, going to pop off here. Lance Moore, you never know.
You don't know what they're going to do. And they kind of hold the keys to everything else. They could go quarterback. They could go C.J. Stroud. They could go Will Levis. They could go Anthony Richardson. Will Anderson. There's about 6 different players they could draft.
And don't forget, they're at 12 as well. Like, they've got a very intriguing hammer here because I think we're assuming that they're probably going to do something stupid because they're the Texans.
Yeah.
Right.
But if they don't, it's actually, 2 and 12, you're in great position.
Yeah.
And if you think Richardson's going to fall, do you try to grab Anderson here? And then
you could also move back up. So that's what one of the mocks we saw was the Texans taking Will Anderson, or the Texans took one of the quarterbacks. It might have been Anthony Richardson or whoever it was, and then trade up back into the 3rd spot, and they drafted 2nd and 3rd. But by the way, there's a ton of reports out there that the Cardinals have spent the entire afternoon collecting trade offers for the number 3 pick. Let me just ask you this, because we're sitting here, we're only going to be able to talk about this for like 10 more minutes, and then it's gone. Would you consider trading up to the number 3 overall pick if you're the Vikings? And you love Anthony Richardson. Whoa, feedback.
Hello.
You love Anthony Richardson. You think he's the second coming of Dante Culpepper, but maybe better.
Right.
He's got the biggest upside of any quarterback in the NFL.
Yep.
But it would cost you the 23rd pick, your 2024 and 2025 first-round picks.
Yep.
And probably like something else mixed in there.
Only if Kevin O'Connell told me that I am a quarterback whisperer, which he sort of is, and this is the guy. I don't know, though. So here's my question. Is another team that's higher than 23 going to come to the Cardinals with a first-round swap? Because 23 is not really that attractive of pick if you can get Tennessee's first round.
But the load of picks is for the Cardinals, and you could even leverage to go back up. You could go take the Vikings haul, go down to 23, and then use a part of that to go back up to 13 or something.
If I'm convinced that he's the guy, it does become intriguing because you could actually keep Cousins, then start Cousins, sit Richardson while O'Connell and the offensive staff work with him for a year and have him primed to go. Here's my thing. Whatever was going to get this franchise a franchise quarterback, I'm not going to dismiss. As long as this regime is as certain, and it can't be 100%, but as long as this regime is as certain as you can possibly be.
Is there a quarterback? Is there a move quarterback related in the first round that you would rip the Vikings for?
Only if they went up at all to get Hendon Hooker, probably.
Yeah.
If they went up to get Hooker.
Yeah,
okay.
that would feel very forced. But among the four top guys, and now three that are left, I don't think so.
Yeah.
No.
So a couple things on Richardson, because again, he might go second for all we know. Oh, we have a pick. Oh, the pick is in.
There we go.
Pick is in. All right, let's just
pace
go
the
ahead,
first
Dex.
round.
Throw it out there.
With the number 2 overall pick, the Houston Texans select Ohio State quarterback C.J. Stroud.
So they went against chaos.
So
I lost to write that down point, too.
Chalk might be happening here.
I'm really upset about that.
All right.
Okay.
That was an audible groan from the audience right there. So that's an option
Score
off
North
the
was
board.
hoping for more.
Yeah.
Score North and the Purple Daily family was hoping for a lot more than
How
that.
often do we get in the NBA?
Shams is reporting all these.
So Shams has an agency that has logged him into the
Yeah.
database or something, right?
I guarantee you.
Yeah.
Creative Arts.
How big of a flex
Agency.
is it that Shams,
Well, you know why he's
the
doing
top
it?
NBA insider, is saying, I got these.
He's doing it because the football Twitter world has been told they can't.
Okay.
Because
So Schefter.
Schefter was told
You
4
can't do
years
this.
ago, you can't.
Yeah. Well, he does this to.
Where you at, Woj?
He does this to Woj too, because
Yeah.
so Woj is told he can't do it. So Woj tweets things like, "The Knicks are expected to draft this player. The Timberwolves are sniffing around this player."
So are the Cardinals on the phone still right now? That becomes the question.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Well, no. I mean they've been
phone all day.
according to reports they literally have a bag of offers for the number 3 pick. So here's the reality right now. There are 3 first-round quarterbacks, if you count Hendon Hooker, left here. If the Vikings want Anthony Richardson,
Yep.
they might have to trade up to this pick right here.
Correct.
Because they'd want to. Do you want to risk the Colts? The Colts are going to draft a quarterback at 4. The Raiders at 7. I mean, there's just the Seahawks could draft a quarterback at either 5 or 20. So if you want Anthony Richardson,
Yep.
you probably have to move up 20 spots or cross your fingers through the next handful of picks.
And if you're the Cardinals, and we're talking about a franchise that for the most part is like the Texans, they're dysfunctional as hell. But if you're the Cardinals, are you really going to make this pick at 3? You're not taking a quarterback. You've never had. I mean, this is like a piece of gold.
Yeah.
And you're just going to use it on a player. I would accumulate as much as I possibly can.
That's also a sneaky dumb franchise too, right?
Oh,
they're
yeah.
just firing everyone.
Oh, they're not sneaky. They're stupid.
They're dumb. Yeah. Didn't that players poll came out and
Yes.
they rated the Arizona Cardinals? They had the worst cafeteria, the worst weight room,
Yes.
the worst facilities, pretty much everything.
So Goodell's announcing the pick right now.
They're
I'm
moving pretty
guessing
fast
that's,
here. All right.
That's probably C.J.
Pace
Stroud.
of the draft picked up
There he is.
3 years
There he
ago.
is, yep.
So that cognitive score that was reported, 18 out of 20, either was untrue or didn't stop the Houston Texans from taking C.J.
I'm
Stroud.
telling you, that was leaked by a team that wanted Stroud to drop, and it didn't work.
Yeah. So where this kind of throws things off, the markets, the betting world, the insiders all thought the Texans were going to either trade out or take Will Anderson Jr.
Yep.
And they wind up taking C.J. Stroud. And so this kind of, in a roundabout way, this might actually create some chaos. Teams might panic now and say, oh, crap, 2 quarterbacks are off the board. The Cardinals are kind of in a great spot because if there's teams that are desperate for quarterbacks, there's 2 off the board. Supply and demand is in the favor of the Cardinals. I think the board playing out this way through 2 picks, again, it's 2 picks, but I think this makes it more likely that the Vikings have to just sort of take their medicine and let things come to them. Again, unless they want to trade up to the 3rd pick. I think that this makes it less likely they're going to get one of those top 4 quarterbacks.
Well,
so we'll see.
I think if the Cardinals make this pick, though, Phil, there's one thing that becomes intriguing. If the Cardinals make this pick, because clearly they're not going to take a quarterback, Levis then goes to the Colts at 4. I think 5 is the first pick where if the Vikings want to get up, it's not going to want to make you throw up when you see the return. It's going to be a lot, but those top 3 to 4 are just so much. So I do think it's a very interesting. If Anthony Richardson is still there after the Colts pick, we get into a zone where I think the Vikings start to aggressively work the phones.
Yeah. No. All right, Declan, you're done setting up our technical stuff here for now. So what are you? Any hot takes after the first 2
Come on, Dex.
picks are off the board here?
All right,
Anything you're hoping that the Vikings do here?
I mean, if the Vikings really want Anthony Richardson, right, it's probably going to cost like 3 first-round picks.
And an arm.
And an arm and maybe a couple toes.
We got an arm to give.
If it's not my dominant arm, I'm okay with that. And I can give up a couple toes as well. I would give up a couple first-round picks. I don't think I can move up 3 future firsts, plus probably additional, secondary ammo, like a couple more second rounds to make that happen. We'll see what happens at 5 with Seattle, right? Because if Indy's also potentially going to take a QB, or Tennessee's been the rumored team that also could move up here. I saw the report that they could offer DeAndre Hopkins and they could do a whole bunch of different things here to move up.
Yeah.
This is going to be organized chaos, basically.
Yeah. By the way, real quick, a shout out. We have raffle tickets over here. So if you haven't, so we're giving away some prizes tonight: a Surly flannel, a $50 Surly Beer Hall gift card, Before I Die T-shirts, Twins tickets, United tickets,
nice.
Purple Daily Echo Dot. So if you haven't come up and gotten your raffle tickets yet, you can see there's the Purple Daily signage here. You'll see Ross Brendel. Come on up. And
Roscoe.
Ross, also from the Before We Die podcast fame.
That's right.
As a producer.
Yes, very talented.
Minnesota Sports Chat.
Multi-talented.
Yeah.
Look at that.
Minnesota
very nice.
Sports Chat podcast.
Good job.
Yes.
Hashtag plugs.
Also from the Krabby Coffee Shop podcast. Yes.
The Score North Gophers show once upon a time. I mean, there's a lot of iterations of Ross.
Oh, should we shout out Mark? Is that where? Hi, Mark.
Hi, Mark.
Hey,
Mark.
Here we go. Hey, Mark.
Mark.
There we go.
Mark, you son of a gun.
There you go.
You guy.
We miss you, Mark. What are the Cardinals are gonna make this pick?
Or what if they missed their pick like the Vikings did 20 years ago?
That's also.
This would be the franchise that oh my God.
Bah.
No.
I just don't get this. I don't get why you wouldn't move back and get, because I mean the Cardinals, I wouldn't recognize them as being that close unless they absolutely think they've identified a franchise-changing player, and that's not a quarterback. In this day and age, if I have the 3 and I have a quarterback, I ain't standing pat.
Yeah. So they're taking it down to the wire here because there's only 2 minutes left. They're on the clock with 2 minutes left, and Shams has not broken the pick yet. So
no.
We'll see here.
This is wild here.
But this pick essentially lays the groundwork for everything else, right? I mean, this is the 2 and the 3 are just wild unknowns. I feel like the Colts have been linked to Will Levis for weeks and weeks.
Yeah.
Yes, they have.
And today, all the mock drafts had Will Levis. You can't trust a guy that eats bananas whole with the peel, though, okay? I'm not drafting a sociopath, but apparently Will Levis is going to go to the Colts at some point.
Boys, we have a trade.
Uh-oh.
Here it is.
Oh, we have a trade.
We have a trade.
All right, Dex.
At number 3, the Arizona Cardinals are trading with the Texans. At number 3 overall.
Oh, they're going to
Someone nailed this. Who nailed this? Oh.
So they're going to get their guy.
Yeah, who nailed this?
And their quarterback.
Was
Okay.
Wasn't this a write that down prediction?
No, Daniel Jeremiah nailed this. Daniel Jeremiah.
Yeah, he said write
had
that
this.
down, guys.
All right. Daniel Jeremiah had Bryce Young, CJ Stroud, Texans trading up to 3 to take Will Anderson Jr.
Okay.
So Daniel Jeremiah clearly knows what's happening this morning, and he has the Vikings taking Jordan Addison at 23 with 5 quarterbacks coming off the board before it gets to 23. Nick Saban looks thrilled to be there tonight, by the way.
Why is Nick Saban even there?
Look
I
at
mean,
him.
the guy's had so many first-round draft picks, dude.
He
Just
has
stay
no
at home
idea.
and kick back in the Barca Lounger. So this is going to cause, I would not say that this causes full-blown chaos, but this is very intriguing now because now we're going to have a non-quarterback go. We're going to have a quarterback go, and I'm guessing you're right. It's Will Levis. And then the Anthony Richardson watch is on.
Looks like Will Levis will be going to the Texans.
Wait, no.
Will Anderson. Sorry.
Will Anderson.
Will Anderson.
Good.
No,
Wait.
wouldn't that be
I'm
hilarious?
sorry,
though?
folks.
Whoops, we drafted 2
had too many
quarterbacks.
Surleys.
Yeah.
Although, you know
Whoops.
what? If there was one franchise that would just draft 2 quarterbacks in the top 5, it would totally be the Texans.
Well,
right?
we're live.
Can you imagine that backfield?
They're just both under. They're just both back there.
Taking the snap is Stroud. No, Levis. No, Stroud. Look at that form.
Oh man, yeah. This is a guy. This is the form of a guy that quit football in 8th grade because there was too much running involved.
Here's a guy.
That's right.
I went to one captain's practice at Benilde, and that was it for me. Too much. Yeah, way too hard.
Okay, so now this is interesting now. So now it's a little wacky here now. So the Cardinals are out of the way. The Colts, if it stays chalk, the Colts likely to take Will Anderson Jr. I'm sorry, Will Levis. I did the same thing Declan just did.
There we go.
Will Levis.
Will Levis, yep.
Get the Wills out of the way.
Yep.
And then the Seahawks, another total fork in the road. The Seahawks could go Jalen Carter.
Yep.
The Seahawks could go Anthony Richardson. There's about Pete Carroll, by the way, I think would be great with a young quarterback molding, but they just signed Geno Smith for a pretty ironclad 2-year deal. Yeah, we'll take a picture here.
Here you go.
There we go.
Hey.
I don't know that is Seattle going to, after re-signing Geno, and the thing with Pete Carroll is, I don't disagree with your point, but he's no spring chicken either. Like, you could get a player that can help you immediately.
Oh, we're going to boo Goodell again.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, boo his ass.
Yeah, go right ahead.
Boo his ass.
Go right ahead. Goodell and Bettman both deserve it.
By the way, the trade parameters, number 3 and 105 to the Texans. Number 12, 33, a 2024 first, and a 2024 third to move up to go get them.
Wow.
Well, 12, though. The exchange of 12 helps.
12.
So hold on, keep that open for a second. So
Sure.
the Vikings, so the price tag, so that was the price to go from 12 to 3.
Correct.
Right.
The price to go from basically double that, right? To go from 23 to 3.
Yes.
So they're giving up a future first, a future third, a current second, and their current first-round pick. So you could have tacked on an extra first, an extra second. Super interesting.
But the Vikings, so the price for the Vikings would have
been-
been
oh my God.
way more than
It would
that
have
because
been-
you have to give more a first. So.
Yep. So all right. Here's my next question. Let's stay on the Anthony Richardson thing here until he gets drafted,
Yep, absolutely.
because there's a lot of rumblings that's who the Vikings are most interested in. Our guy Doogie from the Scoop Sessions on Mackey and Judd has said the Vikings have put in more work with Anthony Richardson in terms of prep work, communication, than all but like 2 teams. So what is the path to Anthony Richardson here now? The Colts would have to take Will Levis.
Yep, which I think they will do.
And then he would have to get past Seattle, which may kind of be a sneaky spot. Detroit's kind of a sneaky quarterback spot.
Well, but what I'm telling you is I think now the Vikings were probably very smart not to give up to the Cardinals what they wanted, because I think if we get Will Levis to the Colts, I think we get into the spot where a phone call from 23 to 5 and down is a lot more palatable.
Okay.
And the one to watch, if the Seahawks do execute their pick and it's not him, the one to watch is Detroit. which has been a very friendly trade partner for Kwesi.
Yeah.
And Holmes and Kwesi are buddies.
I love it. They just, hey, you guys want to do another trade? You
Right.
guys want to do another blockbuster?
But it sounds
move 20 picks in the first round.
But from what we've heard, Phil, it sounds like Detroit is okay going with Jared Goff for one more year, and then is going to try to get into the quarterback sweepstakes after that.
But that's how Seattle probably is too, based on the Geno Smith contract. I think Seattle and Detroit are in a very similar spot. They've got decent, passable quarterbacks who can do some damage that are making like $30 million.
Yep.
But you can get out from their contracts after this year. So you're kind of running a gauntlet. Again, if Anthony Richardson is the guy that you want, you need the Colts to draft Levis. You need the Seahawks and Lions to say no thanks.
Yep.
But then, to your point about the Raiders, like you almost certainly have to trade up to 6 or get lucky that the Raiders, for the first time in franchise history, don't draft the toolsy athletic guy with upside, right? Bye, John.
Yes. I just think Detroit's a really intriguing one now because in the first round of last year's draft, and then certainly in the T.J. Hawkinson trade, they have become a trade partner for a team in their division, proving very much so that those two GMs don't care about that.
Yeah. Do you still like that Hawkinson trade?
I love that Hawkinson trade. Oh, the Hawkinson trade.
You guys like
Great.
that Hawkinson trade?
Yeah, how about that Hawkinson trade, huh?
How about Hawkinson?
You need a little flag for the Hawkinson trade, don't you?
Hey, the Hawkinson trade!
Hawkinson trade! Extension forthcoming.
Oh, Dex. Oh, the Dexter.
The Indianapolis Colts are taking Florida quarterback Anthony Richardson.
Oh! Wow. Okay.
Ooh.
Everything we just said after the Texans' second pick, just erase it from the tape.
That one stings.
Ooh.
That one stings. That's the guy that I wanted the Vikings to draft tonight. I wanted the Vikings to draft Anthony Richardson. Yeah.
Now there was
second coming of Dante Culpepper, just sitting right there.
There was early steam that the Vikings actually liked Levis a lot, but it feels, Phil, like that died down quite a bit. So I'm not even sure that they would target him.
You know, Albert Breer reported yesterday that there's a bunch of teams concerned about Will Levis's personality.
Yep.
And if you kind of watch, I don't know, I'm a big like read into press conferences guy, which probably gets me in trouble, but his press conference at the Combine was kind of weird. He was like really defiant and
yeah, he's got a big chip
he's just
on the old shoulder. He's got a little, like personality-wise, feels like he's got a little Baker Mayfield to him.
yeah, like a little Jay Cutler, Baker Mayfield kind of a thing. Yeah.
And where I got really, I guess where I changed a little bit when it came to what you're talking about, from being a factor that weighs in my mind on draft picks, and especially QBs, was Josh Rosen.
Yeah.
Because I thought Josh Rosen was going to be a damn good player. And, I mean, he just flamed out. And the Cardinals took 1 year, watched him, and said, we're going to draft his replacement.
Yeah.
So I think you're sort of right. I don't think you can dismiss the personality traits, and especially at that position.
Yeah. Yeah. So that's interesting, man. So I think, Anthony Richardson, if you lined up all the quarterbacks in this draft and said they're all going to hit their 95th percentile, they're all going to be as good as they possibly can be.
Yep.
He's the one that I wanted.
Yep.
Look at him smiling. He knows. Yeah. He knows. So Anthony Richardson gone. So now this is crazy. There's 2 quarterbacks left, like 2 first-round graded quarterbacks left. Mm-hmm. Will Levis and Hendon Hooker.
Yep.
Are we kind of to the point where the Vikings should be thinking now? Because I'm kind of out on Levis. Here's my thought on Levis. All right, and I think he's good now. At this point, he's probably going to go. He'll probably go to the Raiders or some other team.
Yep.
This is going to get kind of wonky on you, but the majority of his completions were middle of the field and short last year. And our guy Thor Nystrom, who will be here at some point after 8 o'clock, once he's done with his Fantasy Pros stream, that he just doesn't have a great sense for pressure. Like, it's something that you can't really coach.
Correct.
Anthony Richardson senses pressure well, absorbs pressure kind of like a Ben Roethlisberger, where they'll just bounce off him.
Yep.
It's the footwork that causes inaccuracy. So that's a big reason why I was more in on Richardson. I'm kind of out on Levis, unless he tumbles all the way to 23 or something. So I think at this point, if you're the Vikings, you're probably looking at either a trade back, get Hendon Hooker and some other picks, or moving on to non-quarterback positions. I think that's how the first 4 picks have kind of altered things for the Vikings. What do you think?
Which I'm absolutely fine with. I think it's very important to point out the last thing that you want is you do not want to draft a quarterback because, oh my God, what happens post Kirk Cousins? So, yes, I think allowing the board to just sort of fall. I think they trade back. What do we got?
The phones are ringing in Seattle per Ian Rappaport.
Okay.
The phones are ringing.
Like a bunch of them?
The phones
Landlines?
are ringing.
Cell
Landlines,
phones?
cell phones, the whole nine
what are you
yards, man.
Payphones?
Why are they using?
Give me another quarter.
They're using like landline phones in those rooms, aren't they?
Yeah.
Pretty
Yeah,
sure?
because they're more. Because I think they're afraid of cell phones being hacked into still.
Well, they should.
And I mean, they could possibly be. But anyway, I think right now the Vikings most likely trade back, try and get more draft capital.
Yeah.
And, my guess is going to be at this point in time, wide receiver.
Yeah.
I'll pivot.
Okay. Oh, Judd's on to wide receiver now.
Well, I've never bought the hooker thing. I think it was, and I might be totally wrong, but I've just never bought that they are going to take a guy who's going to almost certainly have to sit out because of injury.
Yeah.
He's 20, so he's essentially going to be 30 by the time his rookie contract expires. And there's real questions about the offense he ran. It just doesn't feel like a first-round pick to me for the Vikings.
Well, there's a chance that you could still navigate the draft in a way that you get him later in the first round. I think if you're this is my thing. If he's good enough to draft in the second round, you should draft him in the first round.
Right.
You get especially a guy with an ACL, you should get that fifth-year option.
Agreed.
He's going to sit. But here's the other thing. Everyone keeps talking about, and let me back up. There's a report today that he is cleared to be ready. He's like on track to be ready for opening day for week 1.
Right.
Which is that if you're his agency, of course you're going to put that out today,
Right,
right? Hey,
yeah.
He's ready right
Yep.
now. He can play right now.
He's looking great.
He's got a knee brace still, but I guess I hear so many people say, well, you want a guy to sit behind Kirk Cousins for a year. Even Kevin O'Connell said it would be great if our next quarterback could sit behind Kirk Cousins, a professional, a guy that goes above. He's not going to sabotage the new quarterback, right? Like Kirk's a nice guy.
Yeah.
But here's the problem. If Kirk plays out the final year of his contract and then goes and signs as a free agent, you get nothing for him. If there's a chance that the 49ers would trade you a second round, well, they don't have a second round this year, but like a third round pick or a future first round pick,
Right.
you should explore that. You should explore getting something for Kirk before he walks in free agency in a year. So I guess I don't know if I love just draft a quarterback and let him sit behind Kirk Cousins and then get nothing for Cousins,
Well,
a guy that's one of the 15 best quarterbacks in the NFL.
Yeah, but I think the question is, what's the Vikings' philosophy on allowing themselves to be bad? And we know that the Wilfs absolutely, positively love to win like 9 to 10 games, if not more. And if you trade Cousins, which I am not adverse to, but if you make that trade and you don't have a quarterback that you totally trust,
Yeah.
now there could be we've made this argument before that being bad for a year can get you a hell of a draft pick and then you just spike right back up.
Yeah.
But I think that's the question that Kwesi and Kevin O'Connell have probably explored quite a bit, which is what are the alternatives? And here's the thing, too. You got to be very careful. If you draft Hendon Hooker, and let's say he can play day one, you got to be very careful about him playing because that is a valued commodity for the future. And we have certainly seen young quarterbacks get ruined by bad coaching, which I don't think you're going to get here anymore, but also by being put into the fire too quickly.
Yeah.
So, I think that there's a dance here. I've always thought, and it's not because of contracts now and the acceleration, it's probably not realistic across the board unless you're the Green Bay Packers. But I've always thought that at least a year, if you're a young quarterback, is a huge help just to get to know the league and all of the stuff. I mean, this game is so much more complex than anything that they do in college. So I do think it would be ideal to learn behind Kirk. I also think that it'd be very nice to get a second receiver as a complement to Jefferson, who could answer that question for a long time as well.
Yeah, and just to be clear, I'm not advocating for, if you draft Hendon Hooker, for him to start week 1. I think ideally he sits for a year.
Yep.
And I also think ideally you should get draft capital for Kirk Cousins. Okay, so then what do you do, Mackey? I guess I start Nick Mullins. I don't know.
But they don't. That's not how.
I'm less concerned with winning a bunch of games in 2020. In fact, I think it might even be better if you don't, to get whether you draft a quarterback this year or next year, just to keep loading up your roster to open a 2024 window.
And ownership has never gone, like they've never purposely gone down that path. They've accidentally done it.
Yeah.
But like your point is, can you just sort of coach up and trick up a quarterback for a year? And I think that Kevin O'Connell and certainly Kwesi might say, hell yeah, let's do that.
Yeah.
I just don't think that the Wilves, they're so protective of let's just be competitive.
Yeah.
And Nick Mullins, I'm not saying he can't win games. I'm saying if they trade Kirk and start Nick Mullins in 23, I'm taking you from 9 to 10 wins to 6 to 7 maybe.
Yep.
So the last minute of the Seahawks picks, Ian Rappaport reporting that the Seahawks are going to make this pick, but I mean, they have less than a minute to physically get it in here. We'll see what the heck is going on, but they clearly mulled some trade offers, and looks like the
pick is in.
The
Seahawks pick is in.
I do not know.
Where's Shams? Shams been
There you go.
Oh.
Albert Breer saying the first cornerback off the board. The Seahawks are taking Illinois cornerback Devin Witherspoon.
That's the guy that Thor loved.
That's a Pete Carroll special right there, right?
Yep.
Get the
good pick.
Old Dex Tweets is going to use the bathroom here in the first time of probably many here, because otherwise he's going to go in front of everyone. And I don't think anyone wants to see that yet.
You're 30 years old. You're the youngest guy by far on this set.
And I have the biggest bathroom problem.
And you have the biggest bathroom problem.
It's not even close. Scoops.
All right, well, wish Declan luck as he navigates to the men's room here. If you could just
high five Declan.
Just crowd
as Declan
surf,
comes through.
We crowd surf Declan back to the bathroom.
High five him, folks.
Yeah. And I don't know what.
Come on, Dex.
I guess.
Okay,
I guess maybe I can start hitting buttons over here now.
We are without the captain of the ship right now.
There's no one flying the plane right now.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're coming to you.
You're about to experience some turbulence, folks.
Choppy air, we call it.
That's right. So just to reset this, by the way, we're 45 minutes in here to the Surly Park Tavern Draft Party, Purple Daily, streaming live on the Purple Daily YouTube channel. God, we're almost up. We have almost 5,000 people watching us right now on the Purple Daily YouTube channel.
Thank you.
So thank you to all of you who are hanging out with us at home or wherever you may be. Later on in the show, for people here who are live at Park Tavern and for people who are just kind of watching on YouTube, we will open up the Vikings vent lines at some point, and we'll get fan reaction and feedback. You got some steam?
I've got some breaking Surly news.
Uh-oh.
More important than anything going on in Kansas City right now. And that is that.
Oh, we have breaking Surly news.
Thank you very much. This from the headquarters of Surly. Furious Lemonade and Logic Bomb will be $5 on tap when Before I Die is gone.
Okay.
So Furious, I might have a few of those myself. Lemonade.
I might need one right now, actually.
And the delicious Logic Bomb, very underrated, very good. $5 on tap when Before I Die is gone.
Awesome, man. Yeah, so drink your Surly tonight responsibly. Tip your servers and bartenders heavily here at Park Tavern. And a reminder, too, to those of you watching on the Purple Daily YouTube channel, the entire Score North merchandise shop is 15% off through Sunday, all the way through draft weekend. Just use the promo code DRAFT at checkout. ScoreNorth.com/shop. That's ScoreNorth.com/shop. Promo code DRAFT at checkout to get your 15% discount. And don't forget, you can test drive a 2023 EV tonight here at Park Tavern, or if you're in the area and you want to swing by a little bit later on. So Devin Witherspoon goes to the Seahawks with the number 5 pick. So we have the first 5 picks are in. We're pretty snappy here. We're kind of moving at a
like 3 years ago.
Crisp pace.
Picked up the pace, and now baseball has.
That's great.
Sports are way improved.
Pace of picks.
With pace of picks.
Pace of picks.
Amen.
So the Lions are on the clock, but here's how the first 5 picks have shaken out. Bryce Young to the Panthers, C.J. Stroud to the Texans, Will Anderson Jr. to the Texans, who traded up from 12 to 3, Anthony Richardson to the Colts at 4, Devin Witherspoon, the first cornerback off the board, to the Seahawks at 5. So actually, now that the cornerback run has started, I got to be honest, I get that they're changing schemes, and that's awesome, and Brian Flores should be a revelation compared to Ed Donatel.
Yep.
Something rubs me the wrong way about the Vikings spending 2 pretty high draft picks on cornerbacks last year, bringing in a 25-year-old starting cornerback in free agency, and then still potentially needing to draft a cornerback in the first round.
Yes, and it's intriguing that the run on cornerbacks just started. because this indicates to me that top handful, top 4 or 5, are going to be gone by 23.
Yeah.
And while I think there can always be fear about forcing a quarterback pick, I don't sense that with corners. My hope now is the wide receiver run. And this is not like a great class.
Wow, that great timing by
takes a
Dex.
while.
He's back. All right.
Look
nice
at
work.
that.
Yeah, look
Way
at
to
that.
go, Dex. Let's
go.
give Dex a round of applause for that.
Let's go.
Go Huskies, okay? I was on my
Attaboy.
first emergency bathroom
Let's
break.
go.
Forget the Huskies. Go for snap.
Roll the boat, Sky, you man.
Yep.
Okay.
Go for hockey.
How's your football team
Hang the
doing?
banner. Yeah.
Yeah, your football team, your
congrats.
extinct football team. But yeah, so I think
Wait, are they arguing in the Seahawks draft room?
probably your best hope now, I think, is for the wide receiver run to take some time, because that's going to present you more options. But again, my guess now, they trade back and they get at least a pick tomorrow, an extra pick, because they got a third rounder right now. My guess is they'd like to walk away with 2 picks tomorrow.
Yeah.
Their own, and then one.
I'm just checking in here. So Daniel Jeremiah, he nailed that the Texans trading up to 3, but then he whiffed. He had the Colts taking Levis. He had the Seahawks taking Jalen Carter. So maybe he just got lucky or something. I don't know.
I wonder if the Richardson thing changed in the past couple days too. It feels like the Richardson thing picked up, and I wonder if that was a borderline call at one point.
Yeah.
And then that changed.
Yeah,
It's hard to say.
Yeah, it's what's your appetite for risk?
Yep.
That's really what it is. Because he could be an epic bust. They can't complete a pass. He actually has one of the lowest completion percentages of any first-round quarterback in NFL history,
Yep.
like in modern NFL history the last 20, 30 years. But, if you can straighten out the footwork, and I don't need him to complete 70% of his passes if he can run for 900 yards and keep plays alive. But that's in the past now. We have to move on. I'm having a hard time mentally moving on.
You
from
got to
Anthony
work through it.
Richardson. I'm not going to lie.
This crowd
all
is looking to you.
I know. I'm sorry. I need to mourn for a little while.
Arizona is trading up to number 6 overall with the Detroit Lions, according to Adam Schefter.
So they went back to 12 from 3 and now back up to 6.
Woo!
Okay. So the Cardinals are back on the clock. And I'll tell you, the player that I think I've seen mocked the most often
Yep.
is it Tyree, what's his name? The edge rusher guy.
Tyree Wilson?
Tyree Wilson.
Okay.
So we'll see. I don't know. We'll see. I'm guessing defense is probably the smart money here, but
So they're going to
Who
have
knows
to
with the
have
Cardinals?
bailed on 12 then, correct? So 12 is going to go to Detroit.
Yep, they moved up from 12 back up, so they've already made 2 trades
Okay.
in the first few picks.
Good for them.
So we'll see what, and I'm sure
They gave up number 12 and 34 to do so, according to Mike Garofalo.
Okay, so good luck. I feel like it's the Always Sunny in Philadelphia meme,
Yeah.
like trying to figure out what the Cardinals are doing. I'm drawing on a board here. Oh, can we break this news?
Can we break it?
Can we break this news? Let's break
This
this
is
news.
not football related. I don't know if only Mackie and I care about this. Maybe only a few of us care about this.
Pat Kessler.
According to Pat Kessler, Minneapolis is a finalist city for WrestleMania in 2025.
Let's go.
There you go. Look at Pat Kessler out of nowhere.
Yes,
On
RKO,
draft night?
RKO out of nowhere.
On draft night?
Oh, Pat Kessler.
Goodbye, boys. If that's the case, I'm
Let's
out of here.
Get it.
Oh, by the way, the Cardinals are selecting Ohio State tackle Paris Johnson, offensive tackle, with the 6th overall pick.
Bonkers.
All right, so they get a little bit of protection then
Harris
for
Johnson Jr., 6'6", 315-pound behemoth tackle from Ohio State, 21 years old. So Kyler Murray gets a little protection. So it's funny. It's like it's been chaos in that we've already had multiple big trades in the first 6 picks, but at the same time, 4 quarterbacks coming off the board in the first, or 3 quarterbacks in the first 4 picks is kind of in line with what the chalk would say. And so now another team that you never know what they're going to do every year. They like half the time they wind up overdrafting, a Darius Hayward Bay or somebody with a good 40 time. The Las Vegas Raiders are on the clock with the 7th overall pick. Let me ask you this, Judd. Is there any reason for the Vikings at this point to consider trading up?
No, I personally don't think so. and this also gets into the conversation about if they traded up because they think Hooker's going to go earlier than 23, and I would not like that.
Yeah.
Levis, I think, is going to go here, or I'm sorry, here to
Can we drink those?
the Raiders.
Or no,
I don't know.
I don't think we can.
No, I mean, it's just a nice
Sorry,
little board for me. Don't get distracted.
Sorry.
So, no, if I'm the Vikings, I think I am focused on either taking my pick at 23 or trading down.
Yeah.
I don't think there's anything they would trade up for right now, short of they absolutely think that they have found a receiver to complement Jefferson.
Yeah.
And I don't see them giving up enough to trade up for that.
Yep. So one of the most commonly mocked players to the Raiders here is Christian Gonzalez, the Oregon cornerback.
Yep.
That wouldn't be shocking. We're also on Bijan Robinson watch here with the Falcons. I think we might, the Falcons kind of need a quarterback too, but they haven't frequently had a quarterback mocked to them. So we might be on Will Levis watch with the Falcons.
The next 2 picks.
Yep.
If the Raiders don't take him, the Falcons will.
Yep. So here's another question. In terms of a slide, I'm not trading up for Will Levis.
Cheers. Yep.
But if Will Levis is somehow there, close, I'm not trading up 10 picks for Will Levis.
Right.
But if he starts to fall, a guy that was rumored to maybe be the number 2 overall pick, if you get past the next 2, and Goodell's reading the Cardinals pick right now, but old Dex Tweets is already 5 minutes ahead of Roger Goodell.
And by the way,
his own news.
boo,
Dex is in the database.
Boo, Goodell.
Dude, Paris Johnson is
That's massive human
Look
being.
at this massive man.
Yeah.
He's happy too.
He would be able to palm Declan's head.
I would not want to be near that man.
He's just massive.
I swear I don't know if I did see this, and if someone hears me saying it, I thought I saw an Anthony Herrera Vikings jersey on my way back from the bathroom.
What?
And if that's the case,
Is there a 64?
that guy deserves a shirt. Because who would have an Anthony Herrera jersey?
There's been some great jerseys here. We've got multiple
Cunninghams?
Randall Cunningham jerseys we've
Yeah.
seen. There's our
Darisaw.
Cunningham guys right here. Yeah.
I saw
Christian Darisaw.
Darisaw 71.
There's the other Cunningham jersey
Yeah.
right here. Yeah.
If somebody has a
Everson
Herrera,
Griffin?
though, that's out of
Everson
nowhere.
Griffin? Okay.
No, that's good too.
Yeah. So, okay, but here's my question about Will Levis sliding potentially.
Sure.
If you get past the next 2 picks,
Yep.
I guess the Titans at 11 are going to – the Titans are probably the team that they're very quarterback desperate.
Yep.
There's been some thoughts that they might trade up for Will Levis.
Yeah.
They're probably sitting in a pretty good spot right now. I think, the way this is playing out, it's either going to be a wide receiver, maybe a cornerback, or a trade back, and maybe you take Hendon Hooker. Like, this is kind of playing out that way.
The only possibility left on Levis, potentially, if he gets by 7 and 8, which I doubt, would be what we discussed earlier, which is would the Vikings go up to 10 with Philadelphia
Yeah.
and jump the Titans.
Yeah. Yeah.
And if I'm the Titans, you know what? If I like him, I might just go up to 10 and flip-flop the picks with the Eagles. But anyway, I think right now I would be more inclined to get more picks, move back, and still get the 5th-year option in near the end of the first round. And the thing about it, too, that I find to be more palatable probably than a year ago was, if I'm not mistaken, you had 12 last year, and you dropped back to 32.
Yeah.
23 to 31 doesn't seem nearly as harsh to me as that did.
All right, we have almost 5,000 people watching us on YouTube right now. It's pretty awesome this early. We're like 2 hours away from the Vikings making a pick. So thanks to all of you. If you could click the subscribe button and the like button on the Purple Daily YouTube channel, it would help spread the word about the show.
That's right.
Help spread the word about this awesome community of Vikings fans that you guys are helping us build here. And we're going to make a in-house here at Park Tavern. We're going to do a raffle ticket drawing soon. So if you haven't gotten your raffle tickets and you're interested, we're giving away some prizes tonight. Just come up to the Purple Daily sign up here and talk to Artis or Ross or Manny, and they'll direct you to the right place. So I love it. They just showed the Cardinals war room, a bunch of dudes in suits, the GM and the assistant GM. And they make their pick, and they're all just like hugging and high-fiving and stuff.
You know what?
No one ever revisits look how dumb you guys looked. Oh, you drafted Johnny Manziel, and you were hugging each other in the war room that one day.
In 2023, if I was an executive, I would not wear a suit.
What would you wear?
Sweats,
Well, I
hoodie.
think you would just wear that regardless if you're an executive.
No, I know,
or
but I'm
not,
just
though,
saying,
Judd.
why are you wearing a suit in the draft room? It's the draft room.
It is a little formal.
I want to be as
agree.
comfortable as possible.
I agree.
Maybe
I
some
mean,
joggers?
you're going to be in there for like.
How about some joggers?
Okay,
Some
whatever.
joggers,
My
you
point
know?
is, you don't need to have a suit.
How
I don't
about a
know
quarter
about
zip
sweats.
or a sleeveless jacket?
A sleeveless
Yeah.
jacket, those are
Yeah,
nice.
that'd be great.
I'm just saying, I would not be
Okay,
wearing.
Larry.
I would not be wearing a suit in a draft room. There's no purpose to it. People see me every day. Okay, comfort's king. Thought we knew that.
I think you look good in a suit, but I'm with you on the not wanting to sit there for like 12 hours on draft day. Kevin Costner looked good in a suit.
I want my
draft
picks
day.
back.
I want
I want my picks back.
I want my picks back.
Until he made that worst trade in the history. Or no. He then took what?
Vontae Mack.
It was a fleece.
A running back and a linebacker?
Vontae Mack,
yeah, running back,
always.
Vontae Mack, no matter what.
No matter what.
That's a film that did not have a good consultant.
Every sports movie does need a good consultant. So the Raiders are on the clock. There's 3 minutes left. The Vikings are now 16 picks away. We're kind of moving at a pretty good pace here.
This is a decent pace. 8 picks through an hour.
Vikings
7
are
picks.
16 picks away. Let me ask you guys this, just to deviate for a second here. We'll get back to the draft action. What is your favorite move the Vikings have made so far this offseason?
Ooh, that's a good one. As far as player personnel goes, so just to confine it to that. Well, personally,
I'll let you say Brian Flores if you want to say Brian
no,
Flores.
no. You know what? Byron Murphy Jr. Shannon Sullivan was so bad.
Yeah.
And now that you've got a guy that can play inside and outside, a guy that was identified as a good fit, which I think he definitely is going to be, I would rather actually have made that move than felt forced to draft a guy first round.
Okay.
That's my favorite. Declan?
I know this might get me roasted. I like bringing back Garrett Bradbury at a reasonable deal. Okay, I think that was
What?
a completely fine deal. It was a
I'm just going to take my headset off
it
and
was
go home
$5
right now.
million.
Your favorite
I just
move
live
of
up
the
the street.
offseason?
yeah.
Okay, bye, guys.
It's
Bye,
been-
everybody.
It's
You a
been
hip- you a
it's been
hipster?
lame. Give me the normal center. Hey, by the way, the Raiders are drafting defensive end Tyree Wilson with
There he
the
is.
7th overall pick.
So they don't take. So if the Falcons don't take Levis with the next pick at 8, it gets really interesting again.
I don't think the Vikings, unless they've just been hiding this.
No, I'm
for-
just saying it gets interesting.
They did make him hold a football in their 15-minute combine meeting.
Well,
Judd, how do you hold a beer? I think that would be my thing for you.
you hold it like that,
Yeah.
and you're like, but you have the second hand set to go.
No, I feel like
in
you're,
case it starts to
this
fall.
is wrong. It's gonna be too warm.
Yeah, it's gonna be too warm.
You're holding,
Here.
it's too much hand around the.
Oh
cup.
no!
St. Stick.
No,
Go
you
on,
guys
make
can
it
do
do
what you
how
want.
you hold the
You ask
beer.
me how I
You're
hold
making
it.
the beer
If you
warm.
don't want to
Look
draft
at the
me, that's
crowd.
fine. But this is how I hold it.
Pat, show the crowd. That's how you hold a beer,
Yeah.
okay?
I hold a beer like
That's
this.
how
Well,
you
you got
hold a
some
beer.
finger separation
I,
here.
Okay.
Some finger
I hold a beer.
separation.
You know what? That's fine. To each his own. I am. You know what? It works for me. When you
Yeah.
can drink a beer like George Brett could hit, you ain't gonna change it now. I'm
You like-
53.
Oh,
I-
you're
like-
the George Brett of holding beers. Is that what you're saying?
yeah, I said I can. I'm an effective
Put
beer drinker.
pine tar on your glass or what?
Yeah, exactly.
Are we drawing a winner here? Oh, we're drawing for a surly.
All right.
Oh, this is badass.
I like this.
What's
man.
that?
A
Why do I
surly.
have one of those?
Judd, this is not for you.
Why do I
This
have
is
one of those?
a nice.
Where's my guy Dave?
A nice surly fleece here. What am I? Am I just reading the number? This is my first raffle.
Start an auction.
More of a meat raffle.
All right, what we
guy
have here is
myself.
Sully.
Yeah.
Sully plate's got a door
So,
here.
hi there.
75,
Hold
45,
on,
45,
all
45.
right. All right,
Hi.
here's our first raffle winner here. 126-219. 126-219.
Make some noise. Anyone?
126-219.
If you're outside, come on in, too, by the way.
Let's give
if
that a
that's you.
minute.
Yeah, you're gonna have to
Wait a
give it a little time. It's gonna
Okay.
have to get
Yep.
through the crowd.
Okay. I like
Okay.
it.
All right.
Okay.
All right. Okay.
Okay.
That's fine. Yeah,
Okay.
that's fine.
The Atlanta Falcons are on the clock here, gentlemen. So my
Birds.
answer to that question is Brian Flores.
Sure.
I think that's the best. I actually know it's funny.
Boo.
I actually like the Josh Oliver signing too. Josh Oliver, the backup road grading blocking tight end.
I'm fine with that.
I mean, there's a lot of things you can do with him now, but being aggressive, safety blitzes, zero blitzes, like just inject aggressive defense into my.
Do we have the
veins.
football
Wow.
sounder?
No, I don't think
I'll
we
get
do.
there. I'll get
Oh,
there.
I mean, you
Zero
can't.
blitzes.
Zero blitzes. You
Oh, look
can't
at this
say that without
outfit.
the football sounder.
Look at Tyree
Football.
Wilson. Is he wearing an undershirt under that suit? I don't think he.
Oh, that's a good
no
look.
undershirt with a $50,000 bling around his neck. Can we get Judd in an outfit
I should have
like
worn
this,
mine.
or-
Yeah. Right in the closet.
How does he see with those sunglasses? Should I read that again? Okay.
All right.
That works. Cool. Sounds good. Okay.
You mean take our pretty faces off the screen, Roscoe? There it is. Thank you.
We are 1 hour, and we've made it 1 hour without getting anyone fired.
Give yourself
here.
a round
All
of applause.
1 hour in
Way to go.
to the Surly Park Tavern draft party. Tip your servers well. So we're going to get our guy Thor Nystrom in the house here, too, from Fantasy Pros and Betting Pros sometime in the next 30 to 60 minutes.
Okay.
I think he's on his way. Good luck parking, Thor. Good luck.
Godspeed.
Yeah. And
Tyler Fornes. We'll hear from Tyler Fornes eventually,
actually, you know
too.
what? Let's,
Can we get him on?
Let's get. This is probably a good time here in the next few minutes to get Tyler on. We'll get him on from his football werewolf cave and see what's happening there. So, all right, I'm kind of on to wide receivers mentally here. To me, a dream
first
scenario.
of all, who do you think the Falcons take? A quarterback or Bijan?
Well,
I would
so
take Bijan.
the Daniel Jeremiah mock has Bijan Robinson going to the Falcons.
Okay.
Bijan Robinson could go anywhere between now and like the
Late-
Buffalo Bills late in the first
Late
round.
first round. Absolutely.
My guess is he's going to go earlier than later. And actually, you know what's funny? Like, well, I think it sounds like the Vikings and Dalvin Cook, it sounds like there's a trade that might be worked out at this point.
Yep.
But I do wonder if the Bijan Robinson draft pick could trigger a Dalvin Cook waterfall at some point.
Absolutely.
So, yeah, I guess Bijan Robinson makes sense for the Falcons. The Falcons need weapons at
And
this
that
point.
poor kid is guilty of one thing: bad timing of birth.
What, Bijan Robinson?
Yeah, he's a top 5 pick
I know.
in the day.
Yeah, so his comp, there's like 2 or 3 different prominent mock draft websites that do comps. Thor's one of them, is Edgerrin James.
Yeah.
And Edgerrin James was what, the number 2 overall pick, I want
Yep.
to say, back 20
Yep.
years ago.
Hall of Famer, I think.
So I just like, I'm kind of like for the Vikings, I know there was some steam, and hell, Peter Schrager had the Vikings taking Bijan Robinson 23rd. He's a really good player. I just don't think you can justify drafting a running back in the first round if you're the Vikings right now.
Oh, no.
You got Alex
No, I
Madison,
can't
Ty
do that.
Chandler.
No.
Build your car. Build your car.
I can't do that.
Oh, my goodness.
Uh-oh, here we go.
Way to go, Dex.
The Falcons are taking Bijan Robinson.
There it is.
All right. That's good.
Bijan Robinson.
Okay, so they're out of the
I
Dalvin
love him,
Cook
man.
sweepstakes now, if that's a sweepstakes.
Yeah.
They're out of the running for Cook. So
Okay.
that's the impact on the Vikings.
All right, hold on here, though, because the Bears are coming up at 9. If the Bears are coming up at 9 and Philly is up at 10, and Judd, you've been the one that's been saying, watch out for Philly as a trade up.
Yep.
Is this the first situation where you could trade up to go get Will Levis if you're the Vikings?
Very much so. If they like him as much as the initial steam was. See, that's the thing is, and this is what's always confusing. If you guys recall, 2 months ago, he was the first quarterback linked to the Vikings. They met with him at the combine, which is not a big deal, but he held a football, blah blah blah. and then that started to die down, and then after that died down, I feel like the Levis criticism started.
Yeah.
So that's what we don't know. And Phil, I sort of agree with you. I think the fact he's quirky, I don't know you want quirky in a quarterback. I don't know that's really all that great.
Well, let's ask somebody who knows draft picks and prospects a lot better than we do. Let's give it up for our guy, Tyler Fornes, VikingsWire.com. We'll try and get if you click that one, what happens? There we go. All right. Hey. Say hi to Tyler Fornes,
Tyler.
everybody.
I'll wave the flag for you, baby.
I'll wave my hair for you.
Oh, wait.
Hold on.
Can we hear Tyler?
Hold on.
Technical
Hold on.
difficulties.
Hold on. Can
There
we
he
hear Tyler?
is.
There we
Oh,
go.
wow.
Oh, look at that hair.
All right, Tyler, try to say something.
Can you, guys? Can
we
you
hear
hear me?
Tyler?
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Pat's trying. We're getting there. Hold
All
on.
right, Tyler, it's not
Pat,
you.
Pat, it's not you.
It's not you. It's us.
me. Yeah.
All right, let's
Okay.
put Tyler back in the green room.
But the
for
hair
now.
looks really good,
Hair
dude.
looks good.
Great job
I
with
You
the
know, I
hair.
love, like, we pretty much only hire contributors that look like actual Vikings.
That's right. That's the
Thor,
goal.
Tyler.
That's the goal.
Is that how we decide on the?
Yeah.
Do you look like an actual Viking? That's the.
No, but I
pretty
can
much
if I
what
grow
it
my
says.
hair really long.
So, real quick on Will Levis, all right?
Yeah.
He was 89th in average depth of target this year. This is what I brought up earlier in the show. It's a lot of short middle stuff. Can you coach him into wide of the hash marks, accuracy outside that box? But there's one stat
Yep.
that I love about Will Levis. It's my favorite stat of any quarterback in the draft. Will Levis, in his college football career, was 22 of 23 on quarterback sneaks.
Oh, the Tom Brady move.
Getting first downs on quarterback sneaks.
Tom Brady move, yeah.
If you want an elite quarterback sneaker,
yeah,
you should trade up for Will Levis and get your franchise quarterback sneaker.
Okay, so
Yes.
I'll counter you by bringing up what Thor said, which really scares me, and you talked about it briefly beforehand, the lack of ability to navigate the pocket and feel pressure. I feel like we've watched Kirk do that, and I don't know you can coach that out of a person. Like, there's a lot of things, footwork, there's a lot of things that can be coached. And there's a lot of bad habits that can be, but I don't know that not feeling pressure is a bad habit. I think it's just a flaw.
Yeah, it's an internal clock thing.
Yep.
I tend to agree that it's something you either.
And if that's a
either
problem in
have or
college,
you
Phil,
don't.
like, think about that. Like,
Yeah. Well, and I guess like another counter to the, if you want to hang another positive for Will Levis. So some of these other guys like Bryce Young, CJ Stroud, these dudes are playing with NFL players up and down their offense. Paris Johnson is your left tackle. Jackson Smith and Jigba is
Right.
your, you got defensive players that are holding the opposing team to 17 points every game. Will Levis played for Kentucky, and they're not as bad as they were like 15 years ago.
yeah.
But especially last year, he did not have the weapons that some of these other guys have. What does he look like if you put him in that Alabama car or the Ohio State car, right? All right.
Oh, here we go again.
Breaking news.
The Eagles have traded up. They are now on the clock at pick 9. They have traded with the Bears. They are
Really?
now on the clock at pick 9.
Wow, so the Bears,
Really?
so the Bears continue to allow themselves to drop. That's interesting.
Okay, so the Eagles traded up one pick. Interesting.
Correct.
Is it a corner?
That's so fascinating. So the Bears are just wheeling and dealing here the last 2 months.
Yeah,
We'll
Ryan
see
Poles.
if they actually wind up putting together a winning team on the field.
Yeah, your favorite GM, Judd, Ryan Poles.
I like Ryan Poles. Got that team as bad as possible.
Would you fire Kwesi for Ryan Poles right now?
Hey, look, the Vikings' first choice was Poles, okay? They lowballed him.
It was Poles.
They lowballed him. But, so I got to think that this is a corner.
You think it's a corner, maybe?
I think it's a corner.
Daniel Jeremiah, by the way, who's been the most accurate in some of these things so far, had Nolan Smith going to the Eagles, the edge rusher from Georgia.
Okay.
But yeah, there's definitely cornerback steam here. The Eagles are just kind of in a spot where there's like 2 or 3 different things they could just add to one of the best rosters in the NFL. Should we try Tyler again, or are we still?
Yeah,
having some
one
technical
second though. We
difficulties?
do have a pick is in here.
Here we
Look
go.
at Declan. Look at man. He's navigating this thing.
The Eagles are taking Jalen Carter, defensive tackle,
Oh, there
out
it
of
is.
Georgia.
Yeah, that makes sense. What a tumble.
Yeah, seriously.
He was slated to maybe go number 1 or number 2 overall before all of this, like when the Bears were still in the number 1 spot. So Jalen Carter, for off-the-field reasons, falls almost out of the top 10. All right, let's try him again.
Let's Tyler
VikingsWire.com and from the all-new Purple Daily On Draft podcast. Let's go to Tyler Fornes. Tyler, can you hear us?
Oh, hold on, Tyler, you're muted. Unmute your mic on StreamYard.
Here we go.
On StreamYard, unmute your mic.
Here we go.
On the website.
How about now?
The audience can hear him. I know the YouTube audience can hear him because I'm seeing comments on that. We just can't hear Tyler here at Park Tavern, which
Okay.
I'm not too sure.
Tyler, we're
why.
going to put you back in the green room. We're sorry. We are broadcast professionals, by the way.
Dang it. Yeah.
We'll check in with
You know what
Tyler
we
and see
did?
if we can get this straightened
We
out.
vetted every potential glitch except for that one.
Yeah, sorry.
Our crew's done a great job here. Pat and company have done a great job. Everything was vetted except for that one.
Yes. Okay, another thing to watch for here, in addition to Will Levis and where does he go? Because the Vikings are definitely in the mix for, like, wide receiver is probably the most likely thing that they go for, right?
Yep.
We're kind of in wide receiver territory here. Early teens, Titans could either go Will Levis or wide receiver. The Bears, I mean, hell, there's so many things the Bears could do. Tyree Wilson just went. Jalen Carter's off the board. But we're in prime wide receiver territory once we get past the Bears, I guess, is what I'm saying here with the 10th pick.
Absolutely. So I got to think Will Levis now goes to the Titans. Just trying
Probably. This is kind of a dream scenario for the
to
Titans at this point, right?
They didn't have to move up. Absolutely.
Yeah.
By the way, the Eagles got a 2024 4th-round pick to go up 1 spot. Chicago still has offensive line sitting there at 10-2.
Okay. So somebody was trying to move up into that spot and scared the Eagles.
Huh. Yeah.
So somebody was trying
Brilliant play by the Bears.
to get up there. Yeah.
Brilliant play.
Well, now they've gone from the first overall pick to 10, but they've also parlayed it into a ton of extra picks.
Yes. Yep. All right. Before we get to Tyler here. All right. We have a Before I Die draft party gift card to give away here. Another raffle. You're calling your shot. 126-269. 126-269. 126.
Perhaps it's on the patio.
269. Let's go to the patio cam.
In fact, let's go to the patio. Yeah, exactly. Let's look at the patio. Let's give those people
Patio
a
cam.
round of applause to patio cam.
269.
Bueller?
Nice work. Julius Peppers? out there?
It's actually Julius
Yeah,
Peppers.
Julius
Yes,
Peppers
he's
isn't
hanging
doing
Julius
much
Peppers is
anymore.
here?
He's
This is
hanging out at
great.
Park Tavern. It's the whole dang thing.
All right, let's try one more time here. Tyler Fornes from VikingsWire.com.
Hi, Tyler.
Hi, guys.
Why can't we hear Tyler
Can't
locally?
hear Tyler anymore.
Everyone
All
else
right.
can hear him.
All right,
That's-
sorry. We'll put Tyler back in the green room. It's so weird. All right, resetting here. The Eagles pick, we've already gone over. The Bears are going to be on the clock here in a moment. The Titans might draft Will Levis. The good news for the Vikings, aside from quarterback, because we know they wanted Anthony Richardson, is that unless there's a major run on receivers in the teens here, this might be shaking out for the Vikings to get like a Jordan Adison,
Yep.
a Quentin Johnston, maybe a trade back. But this is kind of playing out the way that we thought maybe 2 or 3 weeks ago before all of the could they move up for Anthony Richardson type steam.
Right. So I think what we are looking at now, and I hope that they do stay in the first round. The question is, was the quarterback steam real? Like, was it created by leaks of some sort for a purpose? It's interesting.
Yeah.
I will say it is nice to have a situation, though, where I think that no matter what, you can address a spot where this doesn't feel like a potential gong show.
Yeah.
I mean, and look, the Vikings had some good drafts before, so I'm not trying to say that they didn't. But there have been drafts, there have been times where it felt like, oh my God, this guy's gone now. What's the scenario? What's the solution? I think that there's going to be enough depth of drafted positions of need here that you can either take one at 23 or take one after. And look, I don't know what it would take exactly to get a second round pick by trading your first, but it would be nice. I'd love to have a late first round pick, but also have the option of having 2 picks, a second and third round pick tomorrow. That might be asking too much.
Yeah.
It might be 2/3, but that would be an improvement on just 5 picks for an entire draft.
Well, one thing that Kwesi actually talked about openly last year, he talked about a lot of things openly before the USA Today interview about going full Rams came out.
And Kirk.
And then he shut down the openness.
Had to
after that.
apologize to Kirk.
But he talked about last year how once you got past the first 14 or 15 picks, the player pool kind of flattened out between the middle of the first round and like the third round. And so they wanted as many picks as possible, as many bites at the apple in that range as possible. And that was their justification for trading back from 12 to 30, or whatever it was, 14 or 12 to 32.
Yep.
They wanted more picks in the second and third rounds. I wonder how and he's not going to say anything about this until after the draft, but I wonder if they view this draft the same way. Then it would be an automatic, at this point, now that Richardson's off the board, it would be, if they view that there's value in the second, third rounds, they would almost certainly trade back tonight.
If I'm correct about this, Thor talked about that a couple of weeks ago, and I think he did say that when you get into the 20s, it flattens out.
The Bears are taking Tennessee offensive tackle Darnell Wright.
Okay.
Ooh, okay.
Darnell Wright to the Bears
All right.
at pick 10.
Some meat and potatoes to stand in front of Justin Fields. So we are
And they
10
needed that.
picks in. 10 picks in, and the Tennessee Titans are on the clock. It has to be Will Levis, right? I mean, the Titans have been rumored to trade up to 3 to get Will Levis. He's just falling into their laps at this point. If okay, let's ask this. If Will Levis doesn't go here, the Lions at 12, probably not.
Yep.
Packers at 13,
Hilariously funny.
probably not, but who the hell knows? They're just out on Jordan Love now. The Patriots at 14.
No.
Doubt it. The Jets, no.
Yep.
Commanders are a maybe on Will Levis. Commanders are a maybe.
Steelers are no.
But Steelers, Lions, Buccaneers are a maybe.
Lions again.
Seahawks are definitely a maybe. So there's some maybes in here, but Titans at this point, I would think, are the absolute favorites to grab Will Levis. And then the question becomes, do some of the other teams we mentioned, like Washington, the Buccaneers, other teams in front of the Vikings, even the Seahawks with their second first-round pick,
Yep.
do those teams come into play for Hendon Hooker?
Well,
Does Hendon Hooker go above Will Levis?
right, that's the question now.
That's another question.
That's the question now, and I think the second part of that question too is, does anybody, if the Titans don't take Levis at 11, does anybody go up among the teams we talked about and trade up? But his fall, this is one of those draft night things, Phil.
Yes.
When it starts sometimes, it don't stop. I've never really understood this, okay? Like has this been a long-standing internal thing in the league?
Yeah.
That teams don't like him? Did they see something? Is this recent?
Is there some peer pressure
Like,
those teams don't like him? What's wrong with him?
And if we had held this draft a week after the season came to an end, does Richardson go where he went? Does he fall into the
No.
teens? It's so interesting. And despite the information available and how technology has changed things, it does feel like we get these guys that absolutely free fall. I've always expected that somebody will eventually end that, and it might not be the team with that particular pick, but we are getting into the very interesting area. If we get past the Titans, where I got to think quarterback-wise, somebody goes up and at least gets them.
Judd, get ready. We have crossed the 5,000 mark on YouTube.
Here we go,
have
Clint.
5,000
Thank
people
you. Thank you,
watching
everyone
on
here.
YouTube.
Thank you,
Let's
everyone
go.
here. Thank you, everyone at
Yes.
home. I hope you have your Surleys at home. A little before I die. Look at that, huh? Who says I'm not talented? I can have.
Can you juggle those? The flag?
No,
and the,
no.
Okay.
I don't want to get hurt. I don't want to have to file a workman's comp.
No, that way.
That's a lot of paperwork.
Although, maybe we can get a new sponsorship for Judd. When I suffered a work injury,
Yeah, you know
trying
what?
to
Those
lift
people,
a case of
they're
Surly-
all over
Yeah.
Twins games.
So, thanks to everyone. If you are hanging out with us, and maybe this is your first time stumbling into us knuckleheads here, if you could click the subscribe button and the like button on the Purple Daily YouTube channel, you could help us spread the word about this awesome Vikings fan community. We just want the Vikings to win a Super Bowl before we die here on Purple Daily. Daily Vikings Entertainment. And by the way, we're going to be live, not out and about like we are tonight. We will be live tomorrow night also for rounds 2 and 3. So if you want to hang out with us, you're welcome to on a Friday night. And the Vikings right now have 1 pick. Maybe they have more at some point. But thank you all for hanging out with us on the Score North YouTube channel. 10 picks in to the 2023 NFL Draft. Hanging out here at Park Tavern in St. Louis Park, the Surly Park Tavern Draft Party. The energy here is awesome.
Oh, yeah.
And I just
Fantastic.
I don't think they're going to trade up at this point, but I would just love to feel the energy if the Vikings all of a sudden were on the clock at 14 or something.
Top would blow right off Park Tavern.
Oh my gosh.
The roof would just come right off this place.
It would be a blast. So, all right. Moving off quarterback again for a second here. Is it a wide receiver at this point? Not what you think they will do, but add another piece here. You lost
Right.
Adam Thielen. This is kind of where I'm at. Don't feel pressure to draft a quarterback that you don't love. You got next year if you want to, but keep building a great car. Keep building, whether Kirk Cousins drives it or whether Hendon Hooker or someone in 2024 drives it. Just keep adding key pieces to the offense, and anyone that sits in that chair should be able to drive the Ferrari, if that makes sense.
Okay, so I'll take your question and throw a question right back at you because I've made my view extremely clear. But going back to quarterback for 1 second, how much are you buying if it gets to 23, the Hooker steam?
A lot. I am buying it a lot.
Because, you know what? They very well might say, he's our guy.
Yep. Listen,
He's our guy.
Here's the thing about Hooker. He's a big, athletic, 6'4" guy. I know that
Thor might not show up
I know.
if they
It's gonna
take
be a
Hendon
problem.
Hooker.
Well, he'll be here when they do.
Well, he
by the
might.
way. Yeah.
We might have to guard ourselves against profanities.
So, I know that he's older than half the quarterbacks that are currently starting in the NFL, it seems like.
Yep.
And he's older than He's older than like guys that are going into their third and fourth years and up for contracts here. But he throws an amazing deep ball. He's mobile. He's mobile and stays behind the line of scrimmage and looks to make plays down the field.
Yep.
He's a 6'4" big athletic dude. And a lot of the things that you would hold against him aren't really his fault. It's not like think about this. We're holding against Hendon Hooker. Hey, you played in an offense that was kind of tricked up. And well, it doesn't mean that he wouldn't perform well in an offense that's more pro-style NFL. Probably needs to sit for a year to absorb it. But this is such great infrastructure. If you're going to take a flyer on a quarterback, you've got Justin Jefferson. You've got TJ Hawkinson, franchise left tackle, franchise right tackle. You got pieces, man. Like, this is a great place to develop a quarterback, I guess, is what I'm saying. And so, for that reason, I can't be too mad if they draft Hendon Hooker.
The Titans are taking Northwestern offensive lineman Peter Skoronski.
Skoronski. This guy. Okay, it just got interesting.
Okay. So the Will Levis slide is official
happening
now.
Yeah,
it's official.
Ooh, I like that, man.
Yep. Wow. Here comes Will Levis, everybody.
Yep. Dave's happy.
Wow.
Surly Dave celebrating this one.
Okay. Interesting. So now the hypothetical we just painted is becoming a reality.
Yep.
If you start to look at the board right now, the next three teams, again, the Lions, maybe they look to replace Jared Goff in the future by drafting a guy that sits behind him here, but the Lions unlikely to take Levis.
Yep.
Packers unlikely to take Levis. Patriots unlikely. Jets, no.
Yeah.
The next team that would take Will Levis is the Commanders at 16.
Okay.
If you're the Vikings and you like Will Levis, it's a reasonable jump now.
Oh, yeah.
To trade up above the Commanders.
But what
you like him?
But what does it say? So the draft, the mocks are always great. They're fun. The experts are great. They're fun. But here's my question now. What type of doubt does this create when the Tennessee Titans, who are going to need a replacement for Tannehill?
Red flags.
What's going on here?
Are they worried that he's a sociopath because he eats banana peels?
Well, I'm just saying.
By the way, you did promise.
Yeah,
you promised to eat a whole banana.
You did.
Yep.
Live at Park Tavern if they drafted Will Levis.
Who has a banana?
Yep.
Does anyone have a banana? You have a banana?
Wait.
No, he remembers he does not have a banana.
Remember?
God, I thought
no, but the Park Tavern might have one in their kitchen.
Yeah.
You don't
Is
know.
there a doctor in the house
something?
or a banana? That's where.
Don't forget, bananas, we found out, good for you.
Oh,
the peel?
Breaking news?
Yeah, I read that to you off Google. We looked it up. The peel's got full of nutrients. It just looks gross. We looked it up. I mean, that's the type of work that we do.
We don't have Olivia
For
Reed scheduled for the show here tonight, but if
Not
anyone knows
tonight.
about healthy eating,
LIVEA.com.
Livia.
Yep, 3 months right now, free. Like if you get done tonight and you're like, oh man, I got to go on a diet. It's not a diet, it's a lifestyle change.
Livia.
3 months free, Livia.com.
So here's what it would cost, by the way.
By the way.
I'm on the old draft value chart here. It gives you the points for each draft pick, right? So the 23rd pick is 760. Let's say you wanted to hop Washington for Will Levis.
Okay.
Because Washington's the next quarterback needy team.
Go to the Jets.
You go to the Jets, that pick is worth 1050. So call it, it's about a 300-point difference you'd have to make up in value. Your next pick is the 87. So to move up from 23 to 15,
Yep.
you'd have to either trade like a future second-round pick
Yep.
or your third and like a future third. Or some combination that gets you something similar.
Yep. But
That's a lot more reasonable than moving up to like, 10th or something.
It is, but again, I'm going to go back to my question. What do these teams know that we don't? And is it a mechanical thing? Because, Aaron Rodgers fell because he came from the Jeff Tedford system in Cal.
Yeah.
And teams were really afraid that without a lot of time to work with him, which the Packers obviously took because of Brett Favre being there, that he was going to be a failure. But I don't think there were ever, as weird as Aaron's turned out to be, I don't think there were question marks about that. Mm-hmm. So my question is, what do teams know? What's going on here? Is it a mechanical fall, which could be fixed, or is it a personality fall? And I will say this, as much as I advocate for going to get a quarterback across the league, I will say, are we looking at a Josh Rosen type of, his personality scares me.
Wasn't there a rumor that he puts mayonnaise in his coffee too?
He dispelled that.
Okay.
He said he was joking.
Thank God.
Dispel- yeah,
Okay.
He dispelled that, but
But he didn't dispel the banana
The
peel
banana's
thing.
true, and like I said, it's good for you.
All right, should we try for a fourth time?
Are we gonna try
for
it?
a fourth time from VikingsWire.com?
Tyler
Fornes.
Tyler.
Gentlemen,
Yay!
all right.
Oh, hold on a second. There it is. We got him. We got him.
Let's go.
Look at the hair. He's good to have on just for the hair alone.
Hey, I'm glad I can bring something to the table here, guys.
Welcome in, Tyler. Like we said, we only hire people that look like Vikings at Score North. You can find Tyler, by the way, at VikingsWire.com and as part of the all-new Purple Daily on Draft weekly podcast, a sort of a draft young player angle view at the Vikings. So, all right, Tyler, let's just ask you a question. For people that are unfamiliar, Tyler spends most of his waking hours breaking down film and young football players. Should the Vikings consider moving up for Will Levis?
That's a really tough one because Levis has. So my comp for Will Levis is Kirk Cousins that can make Josh Allen type throws. So what are you really going to get? Like he has these throws where he'll throw like a 20-yard out route from the far hash and just hit it with power, accuracy, great footwork, and then he'll just be able to layer 60-yard bombs just like Anthony Richardson does. But then there are times where he's Kirk and he operates the quick game and he struggles under pressure. There are other times where he's great under pressure. He is just a mixed bag of, I love what this guy can do, and I'm scared to death he'll never be able to do it.
So, okay, to what extent, because like with Anthony Richardson, who I'm still mourning the loss of the Vikings drafting Anthony Richardson here, it felt like the film breaker downers like you and Thor and others in the mockosphere said the things that cause his inaccuracies and some of his deficiencies are very coachable. To what extent are Will Levis's deficiencies coachable?
They're less coachable than Richardson's. You can't teach a feel for the pocket. It's pretty natural. You can grow and develop some of it, but a 26% pressure to stack rate is really, really bad. Now, you can attribute some of that to his poor surroundings, his bad offense, his awful offensive line, and not having good enough weapons. But at a certain point, some of it's on you. Sacks are pretty much a quarterback stat, but you can contextualize some of it with those other outlying variables. I would be comfortable taking him at 23 and taking that risk, but I don't know how comfortable I would be moving up for him because I have so many questions. But I'll say this. I'd rather move up for Will Levis and take Hendon Hooker before round 3.
And hold
we
on,
got a pick
Tyler.
in?
We have a pick in, and it's
All right,
Tyler.
Tyler.
There's some chaos happening here.
The
Some chaos.
Lions are taking Alabama running back Jahmyr Gibbs.
Oh, look at Fornes. Look at Tyler. Look at those eyes. That's a man who is shocked.
All right.
All right,
Okay.
Tyler, what are your thoughts on
come on.
running back central
Okay.
here? 1995 NFL draft.
Here's kind of my thinking on this. They must have thought they had no chance of getting him at 18. And you trade down from 6 to 12, you get him. You have Christian Gonzalez on the board. He's my top cornerback. He's scheme versatile. He can do literally a little bit of everything.
Yeah.
And you take Gibbs in a really, really deep running back class. That feels odd to me, but
It's the Lions, man. It is the Lions. At their core, they are still the Lions, Tyler.
I know. The way this offense is structured, and they lost Jamal Williams. David Montgomery can do a little bit of everything, but he's great at absolutely nothing. Adding a pass catcher like Gibbs, who can be really explosive in the open field, does make football sense. From a draft value perspective, they must have known they had no chance at 18. That's the only reason I can see him going here.
So to go back to the quarterback position, I think it's safe to ask now, Tyler, why is Will Levis falling like this? Because, I mean, this is a precipitous fall. I think we all thought he'd probably be gone somewhere around, the top 10 or so, or certainly by now. Once the Titans passed, it becomes really intriguing. What do you think the fundamental reasons are for why a lot of the league is saying no thanks to a guy who certainly a lot of people had projected as potentially a top 5 pick?
massive inconsistencies. And I kind of laid it out. He struggles a little bit under pressure. He just kind of has bozo plays. He didn't have a ton of production at Kentucky. He will be 24 by the start of the season, which does play into it a little bit. I just don't know what I'm going to get. Am I going to get good Will Levis or bad Will Levis? And that mixed bag and just playing so inconsistent, that I think is scaring off potential teams, because these general managers get tied to a quarterback. And if that guy bombs, like, you want to try and make sure it's as sure of a thing as possible. At the end of the round, I can totally see somebody taking him. But right now, you're kind of in quarterback purgatory. The Lions really believe in Jared Goff. That's why they went a different direction. The Commanders really believe in Sam Howell. The Packers have Jordan Love, who they're going to ride out. The Patriots have Mac Jones, so that's kind of a iffy one. Like, this is reminiscent of Brady Quinn and Aaron Rodgers when they got drafted. It's just become a quarterback abyss in these middle picks, and he's just going to keep sliding, and I don't think anybody's going to want to really jump up and take him.
So right now, as this happens in real time, do you think that there's a fighting chance that Hendon Hooker will be drafted before Will Levis?
There is absolutely a chance. I would not want to be that general manager. I am incredibly low on Hendon Hooker. The guy's 25 and doesn't read a full field yet. That scares me a lot. And even with the short game, he's inaccurate. His ball placement is bad. His receivers bail him out way too often. Yeah, he throws a pretty damn good deep ball, and his stats are good. But his offensive coordinator is a brilliant mastermind. He, like, the NFL equivalent of what Josh Heupel is like Kyle Shanahan and Andy Reid. It's that level of excellence. And when you kind of factor everything in, I'm out on Hooker. I can't do it. I wouldn't take him in round 2. And if he was available at 87, I'd probably say no too, but I'd at least consider it there.
All right, one more thing for now, and Tyler, we might bother you again a little bit later too. Thor's going to be here at some point, so we'll get some people that actually know something about draft picks. We're just the hooligans drinking Surly here at Park Tavern, but give me 3 names. The Vikings have, let's say they stand pat at 23. We got 10 more picks until the Vikings are on the clock. Give me 3 names. 3 names right now that you think the Vikings would be doing themselves a service by drafting at that 23rd pick.
TCU wide receiver Quentin Johnston. I'm incredibly high on him. He's my number 3 player in this class. I love his tools and the ability to stretch the field and get yards after the catch. Perfect compliment for Jefferson. Penn State corner Joey Porter Jr. plays just like his dad, except he's a corner. 34.5-inch arms. He will beat you up in coverage, and he plays exactly the way Brian Flores wants. And then Alabama safety Brian Branch. He's not a true safety. He can do literally everything. He can play all 7 positions on the back end. He can play outside. He can play free. He can play in the slot. He can play in the box. That's the kind of guy Brian Flores would probably stand on the table and pound it for.
Wow. Awesome, man. Tyler Forness from
Shake that hair one more time.
VikingsWire.com. Slow motion.
Look at that. It's like Baywatch or something, man.
Oh, I got to ask Tyler. I got to ask Tyler real quick. Hey, did you see the real important breaking news that just came down?
Yeah, Tyler. From Pat Kessler.
WrestleMania 2025 in Minneapolis.
I hope they didn't jump the gun or Vince will rip it away.
They may have jumped the gun on it.
They may have jumped the gun. Pat
They jumped the gun on in like 2018 too. But we'll see. We'll
Amazing.
see.
Tyler, thanks for coming
Tyler.
on. We'll
talk to you later,
we'll hit you up
boss,
later
when I file my
tomorrow.
column.
All right.
That's Judd for Vikings
Vikings Wire. I do work for Vikings Wire. I'm going to have to react when I get home.
VikingsWire.com. Thor
Packers
Nystrom
are
will
on
be
the
here at
clock.
some point if he can find a parking spot within a mile. And the
If Hendon Hooker
Green Bay
gets
Packers
drafted-
are on the clock.
I almost want Thor not to have to be here for that.
What do you mean?
I don't want a grown man crying at the table.
He might actually.
Did you hear Tyler? He said I wouldn't take him at 87.
I know. Well,
They know more than us.
All right, the Packers pick is in here.
Lucas Van Ness to the Green Bay
Lucas
Packers.
Van Ness.
Lucas
Hawkeye,
Van
right?
Ness.
All right, we have
Per Mike Silver.
Yay or nay? Yay, you're good.
Yay.
Yeah. That is one, to quote the old 1500 ESPN slogan, ballsy human being.
Yeah, ballsy. Pretty ballsy.
Comes in with
Who hates Iowa? We have.
That didn't work.
Who hates Iowa? All right, we'll work on it.
Yeah,
We'll work on it.
try a
Yeah.
Packers
What if
sucks.
it's not a
Packers
Gophers bar?
sucks chant or something like
Guy
that.
out of the
Yeah.
Hang your banner.
I say bump, bump, banana. You say Packers suck. Bump, bump, banana.
There we go. There, see, it worked. Right crowd. You're playing to the right crowd.
That's hilarious. We welcome you to 10 years of quarterback purgatory, sir.
Yep. Yeah, you're finally going to get what you guys deserve. 30 years of quarterback consistency. Terrible.
So the Green Bay Packers just drafted Lucas Van Ness, and now the New England Patriots with the 14th pick are on the clock. And to this point,
Getting closer,
this
baby.
is super interesting. No wide receivers.
0.
Good news.
No wide receivers.
I like that.
And only only one cornerback. So and Will Levis, Hendon Hooker. So if you're the Vikings and you came in and your needs list was wide receiver, franchise quarterback, and cornerback,
Yep.
there's a lot of guys in that pool that are going to be maybe available to you at 23 or within striking distance if you want to trade up. So, like, from one perspective, as a guy that wanted Anthony Richardson potentially to play for the Vikings, thank you for the surly here, Roscoe. If you were standing,
Oh, yeah, I'll have one.
If you were standing for Anthony Richardson, this night has not gone well.
Yeah,
But
that was a long shot.
If you want the Vikings to draft a really good wide receiver, cornerback, or maybe a non-Anthony Richardson quarterback,
Yeah.
the options are plentiful right now.
I will come around a little bit on cornerback and say this. If this continues and like a Joey Porter Jr. is there, I'm not going to complain about that.
Yeah. Yeah, Brian Flores has a voice in that room, right?
Oh, yeah.
That's the thing. You kind of feel like whether it's a defensive player or an offensive player, and again, maybe I'm just being a blind homer with blind faith, I tend to trust Brian Flores' judgment and Kevin O'Connell's judgment to help Kwesi with whoever they wind up picking.
I just don't have a problem with taking a corner who's really a top guy.
Yeah.
When it's forced, I mean, I just think that a complimentary receiver in O'Connell's offense
Yeah.
would be so nice because they don't have that right now. I mean, Jalen Naylor might be, but we have no idea. And I think KJ Osborne's really good as a 3, but if I'm not mistaken, his contract's up after next season.
It is.
And he might get paid elsewhere
Yeah.
to be a 2, and I don't know that he's a 2.
Yeah.
Yeah, boo.
The Packers
Boo.
pick.
It's Goodell and the Packers. It's the perfect storm of booing.
It really is.
And he's from Iowa.
There he is.
Oh, and he's a pretty boy.
Oh, come on, guy. Look at this preppy.
They just drafted Zach Morris.
These are paid stand-ins.
They just
These women aren't from Iowa.
that
Come
dude
on.
should have the big Zach Morris cell phone, the brick phone.
Fontana,
He should, yeah,
Wisconsin.
that's where technology's at, where he's from. Still using the 90s brick phones.
Yeah.
So, all right, Lucas Van Ness to the Packers. By the way, just a quick on-air production meeting.
Yes, sir.
So is this our microphone when we get to the audience here for Van Line?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, that will be the microphone. This will be our camera right here.
Okay, so once the Vikings, and maybe we do this here.
Or should we just take some comments before?
Well, actually, what I'd like to do is, if there's someone brave enough to take on Judd Zulgad in a random Viking of the Week,
Grab this
we'd
mic
love
right
a contestant.
now. Grab this mic right now.
Who wants to take on? Oh, I saw this hand go up here. I saw this hand go up here.
Miss?
the guy with the Cousins jersey stepped right up and did
You
it.
want to take him on? Why don't you? You guys could tag team if you want to.
Oh, wait, hold on a second here.
All right, Adam. Let's give a hand to
Okay,
Adam.
I got to
and
stand
Pat
over here
by
so
the
I
way.
can't see anything, too.
Oh, you won't be. Yeah.
Okay,
I'm not
I
gonna
just
let
want to
you
be
do
fair.
it.
I just want to be absolutely fair.
All right, no Googling.
I don't want this to look rigged.
Okay.
And I think we're going to have a Patriots pick here pretty soon as well.
Yeah, Dex will hit the
Yeah,
chime.
I'll
and we'll
let
get
you know.
to the,
You don't worry about that. You worry about random Vikings
the
picks
Patriots
right
pick.
I got to tackle a lot of things here, okay? I'm navigating a lot of things.
Oh no, take.
now. Thank you, Adam.
Yeah,
Adam's helping us out here.
we have a wonderful production
Adam
team
and
here.
Pat doing a great job.
Hey Pat, how many times has someone come up to you thinking you're Declan tonight?
A couple
A
times.
few times.
And nothing is blown down.
Uh-oh.
Here we go.
What do we got?
The Steelers are on the clock. They have traded with the New England Patriots. The Steelers are on the clock.
Wow.
Pretty good draft. This
Wait,
is
how
fun.
far up did they just trade?
17.
17 to 14.
Yeah, just
okay.
It's not for Will Levis.
All right, so yeah, it's not for Will Levis, so the Patriots are going to move back
Wide
there.
receiver.
Possibly.
Could be a wide receiver.
So somebody behind them had gone to the
Maybe.
Patriots,
Yep.
and they were afraid of that.
All right, random Viking of the week here.
Oh. All right, where's our Cunningham? Where's our Cunningham tag team?
This is totally my fault. I could have given you guys a heads up here that this was happening.
That's
Live
okay.
production here.
All right. Are we going to take him on? Is she going? Who's our
It's up to
contestant
you.
here?
There is.
Hold on, Adam's helping us out here. Thank you for everyone hanging out with us on YouTube. There's like almost 6,000 of you.
We're almost
guys
to
are-
6,000
you guys are
people
great.
hanging out with us here on Purple Daily. All right, Randall Cunningham jersey. What is your name? Where are you from?
Uh-oh.
We'll pod you up here.
We're
So
gonna
there we go.
pod
Sorry.
you up.
All right. What's your name?
Okay, my name's Scott DeWitt. Flew in from Colorado to visit my brother who lives here.
Wow.
Skull Vikings.
Flew in from Colorado.
Yes, sir.
We're in
Amazing.
Colorado.
Denver.
Screw the Avalanche,
Yeah,
just FYI.
Yeah, I
by
agree.
the way.
I agree.
Okay,
Absolutely.
I just want to get that done with, okay?
Get it out of the way.
When
All
is the
right.
first time the Vikings made you mad?
Well, I was telling Judd earlier, I watched in '96. We got crushed by the Cowboys in the wild card round. We had amply
Amply.
Wow,
Wow, there's a random Viking.
And then we're talking about Roger Craig.
devastated. And obviously, fourth grade, '98. I cried for 2 days.
Yeah, it was bad. By the way, if we're doing this and some breaking news hits, Dex, just hit the sounders
Yeah,
and
I'll
we'll
duck
pause it.
down.
You got it.
All right, so it's time now for the random Viking of the week. It's a battle of wits between Judd, who usually dominates, the sports dad, and the Vikings historian here. And sorry,
children.
remind me of your name again, sir.
Scott.
Scott here from Colorado, who
You
goes
forgot
back
a
to at
name.
least the 90s.
That's very
That
Judd-like.
was very Judd-like of me. Yeah. Scott versus Judd here. So I'm going to read a series of clues. You guys can get up to 3 incorrect guesses before you're eliminated. No Googling. If people want to shout out answers like Price is Right without cheating, they could do that.
Can I help or no?
You can help, yeah.
Okay.
Yep. You can
Got it.
ask me questions.
That's the
I
whole
can
room
refuse to
against
answer.
me. This seems very unfair.
All right. This random Viking of the week originally hails from Chesapeake, Virginia.
That nails it down.
All right.
Judd clutching his "Before I Die"
I'm
case
taking,
right here.
Yeah, because I'm taking it home.
It's like the what's the guy's name?
It's like the genie.
No, I was gonna say that it's like Paul Bear's urn or something.
It's a genie. All right, go ahead.
All right, this random Viking of the week. As a junior in high school, in the championship game against James Robinson High School, he accounted for 476 all-purpose yards, rushing, receiving, kick returns, and interception returns.
What?
And scored 5 touchdowns in the championship
It's a
game.
high school game, future professional player. So far, I have no idea.
As a child, this random Viking of the week was a gifted athlete whose prowess was first noted as a 6-year-old flag football participant. He was in like competitive flag football as a 6-year-old.
Okay.
The Steelers are drafting Georgia offensive tackle Broderick Jones.
Wow.
So there's a nice run of offensive linemen going. This is very
this is good
nice.
for the Vikings, yes.
Number 14 for 17 and 120 to move up, by the way.
Okay.
That was the
All right, so now the
Great.
Jets are on the clock. Okay.
All right, at the age of 13, this random Viking of the week actually played for Bruce Pearl, the basketball coach, for the Virginia Beach Mustangs Pop Warner football team.
Where's Manny Hill?
It's a weird cross-examination.
I have a guess.
Evan knows it.
I think he's got a guess.
I have 3 guesses, right?
yes.
Chris Cook.
Chris Cook is incorrect.
Okay,
That's a good-
I thought Virginia. You said there's been a lot of Virginia. I try to get a jump on Judd.
I like that, though. I respect that.
That's a good guess.
I respect the
I have
hell
2
out
more.
of that.
That's
All right.
a good guess.
This random Viking
He
of the
knows,
week.
by the way, I think.
Evan knows? Evan knows? All right. Hold on.
He knows.
Don't tell me, Evan.
Look at me so he doesn't.
Yeah.
Can you mouth it to me? I want to see. All right.
Anthony Herrera. That's not a guess, by the way.
Evan knows it, by the way. Evan knows it. All right.
Evan.
This random Viking of the week ran a 4.32 40-yard dash as a freshman in high school. A freshman in high school.
high school.
Ran a 4.32 40. And it was a 4.36 40 at the combine, by the way.
And he's a Virginia kid.
But he played college football in the SEC.
That doesn't help me. I know nothing about college football.
Yeah, and you pride yourself on that, which is sort of an odd thing. But
Yeah.
anyway,
Yeah. I got nothing here, Scotty.
Yeah.
What do
All
you
right,
got?
Scotty.
I'm going to take a guess.
That's
Scotty.
my one.
I'm gonna use a guess.
Instinctual guess so far.
I'm
got
going
two
to use a
more.
guess just because we haven't done this guy yet, and I want to say he was. I forget if he played in the SEC though, but what the hell? Darius Renaud,
Ooh. He did play in the SEC for LSU.
and he's from the East Coast,
But
right?
that is not
And
the
he's
correct
kick
answer.
returner.
Okay.
Darius Renaud, yep.
Okay. Excuse me
it
while I
up.
get a sip of my beer.
All right. All right, come on, Scott. We can do this. Judd, all time, by the way, has a 51
Yeah. Come on,
to
Scott,
30
beat
lead.
Judd. Beat my
Scotty.
partner, who I have to work with every day of the week.
Some recent random Vikings include Javon Walker, Roman Reigns, Anthony Carter, Dwayne Rudd, and Chad Beebe.
Okay.
All right, this random Viking was a first-round draft pick. Yeah, he runs a 4.32.
Percy Harvin.
We have a guess.
Percy
Harvin
Harvin.
is correct.
I got beat. There you go. You wave the flag. I'm not going to wave the flag for my own defeat. I'm not waving the flag for my own defeat.
Next tweet's got one.
I'm playing the rest of this under protest. This entire show, all of you 6,000 people out there, you saw how I got screwed by the system.
Oh, so screwed. By the way,
my God.
Evan had it in 2 clues over here.
Yeah.
Evan from
Good for you,
Atlanta.
Evan.
Let's go. First
stuff,
clue,
buddy.
Chesapeake,
I feel like
Virginia.
we should have allowed him to just guess it because the guy flew in from Atlanta. I mean,
I
my
know.
God.
By the way, make some noise if you're coming in from outside of Minnesota for this event tonight.
That's
All
pretty
right.
good.
man.
That's solid. I like that.
That's really cool.
We appreciate you.
Very much. We are 2 hours into. Oh, we got some hands on the patio cam as
Yeah.
well.
Hey, Patio Cam. Oh, some guy got right in front of Patio Cam. Daniil Hunter
Patio
jersey
Cam.
out there.
Yeah, well, get him while he's still a Viking, I guess.
Jets are on the clock here. Did they get a wide receiver? Is this the first wideout that goes to Rodgers? Rodgers?
Yeah, let's reset here. So we're almost 2 hours into the Surly Park Tavern Draft Party. Purple Daily live on the Purple Daily YouTube channel, and by God, we're almost to 6,000 live viewers right now here on the YouTube channel. That's pretty awesome. That's definitely approaching an all-time high for us on the Purple Daily YouTube channel in terms of concurrent viewers. And the last handful of picks, the Tennessee Titans took Peter Skoronski, the offensive tackle from Northwestern. Running back from Alabama, Jahmyr Gibbs to the Lions. It's a second running back.
That's
2023, 2 running
That's-
backs in the first 12 picks.
And didn't Tyler tell us that the Vikings like Gibbs a lot, but more as like
Doogie.
or Doogie? That's what it was. I'm sorry. Yeah, Darren. Sorry. He came up with that one starting on the bonus scoop on Tuesday, which of course you can hear on Score North.
You can, yeah.
On Tuesday.
But I don't know. I mean, like I'm fine with Madison and Ty Chandler, and then like someone like a Tajay Spears or somebody. So
What do you got, Dudley?
Thor is here somewhere. He said, "Gesture me up."
is that? I'm trying to see him. There he is. Yeah,
There-
come on up.
come
We got
on,
a
Thor.
story.
Come on, you don't have to wait.
Let's give
There's Thor Nystrom.
Nystrom, everybody.
Thor. Let's wave the flag for Thor. Come on, Thor. You can see through the masses.
He's here just in time for the Vikings to draft Hendon Hooker.
He just starts crowd surfing. That's what you should have
Hold
done.
on a
Thor.
second here. I'll get the. I'll put the Surly back here. Look at you.
So Thor, this will be your headset, and then Judd, you'll flip his mic on right
We'll
there.
switch.
Yep.
there, Joe.
Yep. And I'll also get rid of that. I'll also hold
Yeah,
the
please
beer.
don't spill.
Just to
no, I'm
continue
not
here
gonna-
real quick, Lucas Van Ness went to the Packers at 13. Offensive tackle from Georgia, Broderick Jones to the Steelers. And the New York Jets are still on the clock, right, Dex?
That is
They
correct,
haven't made
sir.
a pick yet.
Yep, nothing.
So we are what, 6 picks away, or no, 8 picks away from the Minnesota Vikings being on the clock, and not one wide receiver has come off the board. Only one cornerback has come off the board so far. Will Levis is still sitting there, although he could go to the Commanders at 16, and obviously Hendon Hooker, who Thor would love to see the Vikings draft. So, Thor, what's going on, man? Thor Nystrom from Fantasy Pros, Betting Pros, and also the all-new Purple Daily on Draft podcast. Dude, this is bonkers.
Yeah.
It's
This is.
like kind of
I had to
chalk, but
fight
kind of
through people.
chaos.
Yeah. Well, first of all, the party is crazy. I had to fight to get up here. And yeah, the draft itself is wild too. Like, we were expecting chaos and we're getting it.
So but like the quarterbacks have been kind of chalky, right? 3 quarterbacks early. But now Will Levis passed the Titans. Let's start there. Will Levis is still on the board, and there's been some quarterback desperate teams, namely the Titans, who have passed up on him.
Yeah.
What's your evaluation right now? If you're the Vikings at 23, what are you talking about? Should they be interested in Will Levis right now?
If he drops you at 23, but I'm not gutting future drafts to move up and get him. And with the lack of draft equity the Vikings have, not having the second round pick, it was always going to be complicated to get up. Richardson was the guy they were interested in. I'm not sure about Levis. I guess we're going to find out, but I'd rather have Levis than Hooker, that's for sure.
So what do you think has caused him to drop like this? Because this is, like, once he got past it, as I said to Tyler Forness, once he got past Tennessee,
Yeah.
like, that's a Rodgers, like, starting to drop Do you think it's personality combined with skills? Do you think it's mechanics? This is a pretty damn steep drop for a guy who a lot of people had projected as a top 5 pick.
Yeah, for sure it is. It's the mechanics, but in conjunction with the bigger problem, which is a lack of pocket presence. He panics under pressure and he doesn't sense the pressure. He gets sacked a whole bunch and then he makes mistakes when he finally does denote that pressure.
So that makes him a bad pick here, though, right? Like if O'Connell, because I don't think you can teach that or coach that out.
Yeah,
Like if you're O'Connell, you can't watch that film and go through what you just said and be like, oh, it's fine. It's the 23rd pick.
Yeah.
Like you want to be sure.
It requires a leap of faith, and that was my issue with Levis this entire draft process. I had the other 3 guys, top 3 on my board, and Levis at 15 for that exact reason.
All right, so what is, and we're waiting, the next pick's going to be in here momentarily. I think the pick is in, and the Jets' war room was just hugging each other. So wouldn't it be funny if they drafted their quarterback of the future to sit behind Rodgers?
Oh, God, it'd be great.
Oh, man.
Poor Zach Wilson's
And check that into
already
my
going to be
veins.
doing that, right?
So what would be at this point, in your mind, Thor, what would be the best case scenario? Would it be Jackson Smith and Jigba falling to 23? Is there anyone you would look to trade up for at this point? Wide receiver, a Joey Porter Jr.?
I'm sitting around. I'm waiting right now. I want to see what happens these next couple picks before I move up.
Will McDonald to the Jets.
Ooh!
Defensive end,
Will
Iowa State.
McDonald
So
from
the
Iowa
Got another
State.
surprise.
The cornerbacks and receivers are free falling.
Dude, why are the cornerbacks falling?
The cornerbacks are more surprising, but I had Devin Witherspoon 14th on my board or 15th, something like that. The NFL obviously saw what I saw with or Christian Gonzalez in terms of not having any ball skills. Like, that kid's athletic as heck. He's really well built, everything like that. He's very sticky in coverage, but he doesn't snap his head around when the ball's coming. That's why all these completions are made on him, even though he's really up close. He just doesn't make plays on the ball. So that was my concern about him. The NFL obviously had a very similar concern.
Yeah. So, yeah, I mean, it's amazing. You're scared. If you're the Vikings right now and you had a bin of, and I'm kind of, I don't know what their war room rankings look like, but if you like any combination of Jackson Smith and Jigba, Joey Porter Jr., maybe even Gonzalez, but toward the 23rd pick, right?
Yeah.
Jordan Addison.
No, this is falling well for the Vikings. Outside of the possibility that we had tossed out with the Richardson falling down, that obviously didn't happen. But outside of that, this is falling really well for the Vikings.
So does this tempt them, in your mind, to stand pat and draft at 23? Or because of how it's falling, does it actually become more palatable to go back, get another pick for tomorrow, and still get a guy at a position that you like, late 20s or as deep as the last pick with Kansas City at 31?
Yeah, I'm sure that Kwesi is hoping that teams that are picking at the top of the second round who didn't expect some of these guys to be available in the mid-20s is going to buck up to pay to move up. We've seen that last year in the draft, obviously, when they traded down. I think if he had his druthers, that's what it would be. But, Joey Porter's still out there, Banks still out there, Gonzalez still out there, all the receivers, whatnot. Positions in need. So, this might incentivize you to stay in that slot. But I think that's going to be a game-time decision depending on who ends up being on the clock there at 23.
All right. It's people are yelling Thor's name here. We're 2 hours into the Surly Park Tavern Draft Party, Purple Daily, live on the Purple Daily YouTube channel. We appreciate everyone who's hanging out with us from your homes, wherever you are, all 6,000 of you that are hanging out with us on the YouTube channel, and the hundreds of people that are here at Park Tavern.
Hey!
Thank you so much. By the way, everyone who test drives the EV out front will get a free overnight experience with one. That's one night with your own EV. So it's parked outside for those of you in attendance here. You can go check it out just outside the 11th frame doors over here. And you know what? Ross has been giving me a pile of raffle things to give away. I've got Twins tickets to give away.
Hey, Twins
here.
fans.
Hey, Twins fans. Hey, Twins fans. All right, if you want to see the Minnesota Twins on May 23rd, we're looking for 126, 363. 126, 363. We also have Minnesota United ticks for July 1st. The winner there is 126, 251. 126, 251. If you win, come on up to the Purple Daily signage over here, and we'll hook you up. One more time? All right.
All right, yeah, one more time.
All right.
Encore.
All right. 126-363. 126-251.
Got the ticket?
All right, over here. There we go. We got a winner. We got a winner.
Some Twins tickets right there?
All right. Thor, what's been the most sort of shocking or head-scratching thing that made you go WTF so far tonight?
Jimmy
Two running
Gibbs
backs?
by far.
Okay.
Jimmy Gibbs by far. He's a second-round player. Like, when's the last time we've seen a sub-200-pound back taken that high and a guy that's not going to be able to get 20 touches in an NFL game? Like, that was a legitimately stunning pick.
So what's that based on, though? Like, I mean, it's the Lions, so it's based on the Lions, but, you know, I think they are, I would hope that they are more adroitly run than they were previously. How do you, in 2023, make that pick?
Well, I think they have the infrastructure in place to limit his touches as a rookie, you know, like we sort of been talking about with David Montgomery and DeAndre Swift. But I don't get why you're giving that amount of draft equity to that kid, especially with all the holes that they have on defense.
Right.
Their cornerback room is a black hole. They need defensive line help, you know, all sorts of stuff. They need linebackers, too. So I'm just really stunned.
And would you just have traded back again?
Wow.
Yeah, for sure.
Wow.
I don't know who else is going to take him there.
What do we got? What do we got?
Wow. Okay. You got this?
With the
16th
next
pick.
16th pick, the Commanders are taking Mississippi State cornerback Emmanuel Forbes. Going to the Commanders.
One of the fastest players in the draft, I believe, right, Thor?
Yeah, one of the skinniest, too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's like 170 pounds or
Yeah,
something?
mid 160 pounds. He was less than 170.
Is Levis going to get past Tampa
So he
Bay?
weighs as much as me.
That's the question.
Because if he gets past Tampa Bay,
He might just fall right to the Vikings.
yeah, and that's
Is that good or bad?
I mean, you have to develop those couple things and fix those couple things that we've been talking about. The juice is worth the squeeze on the gamble at 23.
Damn right.
But again, I wouldn't be trading up.
I think there's a half a chance that Tampa Bay takes Hendon Hooker over Will Levis, actually.
Oh, I'd love it.
You can
Yeah,
actually see him. By the way, the
yeah.
Seahawks, with their second first-round pick, because they drafted Devin Witherspoon with the 5th pick,
Great pick.
they could afford to maybe take a flyer on a quarterback to sit for a year behind Geno Smith, right?
Yeah, and we knew that they were interested in Anthony Richardson, much like the Vikings were. Are they interested in Will Levis? I don't know if he's as much their cup of tea, Pete Carroll's cup of tea, but
Yeah.
we'll find out.
We are getting close,
I got to
man.
think the answer to your question is no, and here's why. You know, Pete Carroll's a good coach, but he's not a young man. I got to think that he wants to target and is telling John Schneider, let's target guys. I mean, we just signed Geno to an extension. Let's target guys who can help us now.
Yeah.
You know, do you really, I mean, Pete's what, 60-something, 65?
He's getting up there.
So,
Yeah.
like, do you really want to develop a
I
guy?
think Pete's 70.
Yeah.
Let's
And
look
by the
Pete's
way,
age. Let's look up Pete's age.
Dawn has a massive crush on Pete.
Oh,
Every time a
the
Seahawks
current
game
version
comes
or
on.
like the 20 years ago
No,
version?
now the
No.
gum chewing guy.
I've
who's-
heard that from even like younger
71.
people.
Yeah. My
People love
my wife
Pete
is
Carroll.
my
It's
wife
his
is a
energy,
crush
man.
on Pete Carroll.
He's got BDE.
He's not Kevin O'Connell. Like my fiance would leave me tomorrow for Kevin O'Connell.
Well, and she should
tomorrow. Well, yeah,
with his
okay.
payday too. I mean,
Yeah, that's
I wouldn't
fine.
blame Dawn one bit
Yeah.
if she splits Phil. But I mean, the guy is 71.
My wife has handed me
Alive.
a list of a small handful of men that, like, if she ever runs into The Rock, Dwayne Johnson, I'm like, well,
Yeah.
he's on my list actually
Yeah.
too.
Well, I mean, it's
crazy.
like George Clooney's on Dawn's list. Like, whose list is George Clooney not on?
Guy, ridiculous.
Anyway, back
so
to the
Pete
show.
Carroll is 71 years old. In case anyone
And now
was
back
wondering.
to the show.
But yeah, no, I agree with you. I haven't heard anything with the Seahawks and Levis. That was all the smoke with Richardson. So
Yep.
we'll see. But, obviously they have Geno, and they have a couple holes that they have to fill. So I would be surprised with them. I think the Buccaneers are the team to watch, and if Levis gets by the Buccaneers, the Vikings are on Will Levis watch.
Should Vikings fans be rooting for him to get past Tampa Bay? Should this room be rooting for him? I mean, you're the expert,
well,
dude.
let's ask the room real quick.
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay,
let's
all
ask
right.
these guys. You want Will
Hell-
Levis? You want Will Levis?
So cheer if you want him to fall past
Make
Tampa
some
Bay.
noise if you want Will Levis.
Okay.
All right.
All right.
Okay. Make some noise if you want one of these awesome wide receivers that's still on the board.
Patio too. Patio. Let's get Patio Cam. Let's hear from
All right,
them.
let's look. Patio Cam. Make some noise for Will Levis.
All right.
Okay.
That's a decent
Patio
amount.
Cam.
That's a decent amount from Patio Cam.
Patio Cam is a new revelation here on Purple Daily. I think we should just always have a patio cam.
Just wherever it is.
Yeah, Pat, you're just going to be patio cam producer.
Patio
now.
cam.
Okay. All right.
Vinny and Maya are just ready. Let's take a look.
Let's go
take a look.
outside
Let's go
Macadac's
outside.
apartment complex and see what's happening. Hey, patio cam.
Patio
let's go,
cam. All right.
You guys are awesome.
Just empty with a couple pigeons tomorrow. Just
Who knows?
So, all right, this is shaping up so interesting, and Judd brought this up. I almost feel like with all the guys out there, like it's like all of the offensive linemen and defensive linemen that you have no interest in if you're the Vikings. Not no interest, but like you're not drafting offensive tackle.
Correct.
This is stacking up for a trade back, I think. Can you move back like 4 spots? Okay, here's my question to you, draft value guy Thor.
Yeah.
You're at 23. What can you get if you move back but stay in the first round? Like, what's the most you could get? Could you get an extra 3rd round pick?
Oh, for sure.
Okay.
Yeah, they would recoup that for sure. It'd be interesting to see if any of them teams behind them like Levis, right? Like we had heard some of those teams at the top of the board might be interested in Levis. Obviously, a couple of them have already taken quarterbacks, but it was in play for one of these quarterbacks to drop. We just thought it was maybe more plausible with Richardson because we thought the Colts liked Will Levis. Obviously, they were keeping their interest in Richardson.
Okay, we got another one here. We got another one here. Albert Greer is going crazy here.
The Patriots, with the 17th overall pick, are taking cornerback Christian Gonzalez.
Okay.
Christian Gonzalez to the
So that's a
Patriots.
fairly
He's back.
big fall for what we expected, right?
It is, yeah. I had Christian Gonzalez lower than just about anyone in the media on my board, and I had him 14. It looks like the NFL agreed with all that, and he ends up going lower on the board. I think, just going back to the Vikings and Will Levis, the couple guys that I would for sure take above him is Joey Porter Jr. and Brian Branch.
Yeah, give us your they're 5 picks away.
Yeah.
What does your Vikings-centric big board look like right now?
So Joey Porter would be one with a bullet. Brian Branch after that. That's a scenario where you have to move Byron Murphy outside, right? So if they're comfortable doing that, because obviously they've delineated him for the nickel defender role right now, Brian Branch going to play your nickel defender role if you take him. But if they're comfortable with that, he would be number 2 on my board. And at this point, Will Levis would be number 3. The wide receivers, I was lower on them, of course. Like, my first one I had at 21, next one at 23, on down the line. The next one, 27. So.
And in order, what's the order of those guys for you? Is Njigba?
So I had Quentin Johnson, 21.
Okay.
I had Jackson Smith and Jigba, 23. Zay Flowers, 27, and Addison, 30.
So who don't you, if what's your list of players there at 23 who you don't trade off of? So like who would make you say, you know what, we're not going to move back. I don't even care as much about a second day pick.
Yeah.
What's that list?
Joey Porter.
Okay.
Joey Porter.
And that's it, not Branch?
I'm turning that card in immediately. Branch is close to that, but that comes down to your comfort threshold with moving Murphy outside after you've already talked to him about being the nickel in your.
Well, and I think Murphy's been told he might play both. So like I don't think that's a big problem.
Yeah.
I think I could see him actually being inside and when they're not in nickel, outside as well. Like he's going to play a ton.
For sure.
But I don't think that's a big problem. But yeah, I'm just curious what the threshold is where you say, hey, we're 23 and we can't go back.
Yeah,
like this guy's too good.
For me, that's Joey Porter, and I think he would be a perfect fit in Flores' system. He's the best press man corner in this class. He's better than Christian Gonzalez at that, the guy that just went off the board. And he's historically long, in terms of the wingspan, whatever, number 4.
And he's like his dad, you said?
Yeah.
I mean, his dad.
He is a tough kid.
Okay.
Yeah, Joey Porter will come up and stick you, and he has that enormous tackling radius because his wingspan's over 80 inches, almost 81 inches.
Yeah, I think it's hard. I brought this up to Judd earlier. Everything you're saying about Joey Porter Jr. sounds amazing. Perfect fit for Flores' scheme, everything. It's hard for me to wrap my head around the history of how many cornerbacks they've taken swings at.
Yeah, that's true.
And the
too.
fact that they took 2 pretty early swings last year at cornerback with this same regime.
Yeah.
And they signed Byron Murphy Jr. And now you're telling me they also need to use a first-round resource on another cornerback. I'm like, okay. I mean, is there not enough? Do you not have enough in-house right now? And plus, you grab that former second-rounder from the Patriots. It's not going to be like a rotation.
Yeah,
he's not going to be like
the kid from Kentucky.
Yeah. So I guess maybe I'm just being like, unreasonable here, but
Well, and you also have to get past, to a certain degree, the PTSD from the Spielman years.
Yeah.
Like, I don't disagree with what you said about last year.
Yeah.
But, I mean, I just don't think it's fair to pass judgment on that draft class yet And if like what Thor is saying is this is clearly just a true first round corners, and there are ones taken in the first round that aren't true first round corners.
And Byron Murphy is not that. He's not like a shutdown outside corner.
Right.
He's more of a versatile, right?
For sure. Yeah.
Swiss Army knife.
Sure.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. So
Yeah, and I'm looking at the trade chart right now. Like, if you were to go down to, let's say 31, the last pick of the first round, I'm not sure if the Chiefs would be interested in moving up, but there's a discrepancy that's essentially worth mid-third round pick on that, as far as that trade down would go. If you trade down into the second round, it's going to go a little bit higher, obviously. So you could do that and get 2 day 2 picks where you only got one right now.
Hey, how important is it? I think if you're drafting a quarterback, like I know you're anti-Hendon Hooker, but my take is, if you're going to draft Hendon Hooker, you might as well get the 5th-year option on him, especially because he's going to be out. And you can fight me on this if you want, and I won't fight back. But how, if you're the Vikings, where do you draw the line in terms of what you would need to trade out of the first round entirely? How valuable is that 5th-year option on some of these players, do you think?
Well, for me, I would think about it more with Levis, because he definitely needs that developmental year, and he's at least a guy that I would take the shot on doing that with. It does have a value for sure. But yeah, it's just going to depend, I guess, where they are on Levis, and then if they're getting any trade offers, teams that might want to move up for him.
Yeah.
So I don't think I've asked you this previously, but why, like Tyler is in lockstep with you as well. What are you guys seeing in Hooker that some people in the league, it sounds like, and like he hasn't been drafted yet, so who knows? Mm-hmm. They might agree with you. But what's the discrepancy that they're seeing that they think that like your opinion or Tyler Fornes' opinion are so wrong?
Well, they like him as a kid. Like when he gets into the room, he impresses everybody. Jim Nagy's talked about that. Chris Collinsworth was recently talking about that, and all the NFL guys that meet him really like him. He's a smart kid.
Here's a guy.
Here's a guy. Ow, if you
slides in.
And all that stuff is great. It's just he never had to go from one side of the field to the other in Tennessee's system. Literally never.
He did before that, right?
Before he was at Virginia
but
Tech,
he lost the job.
He couldn't win in the pocket, and they didn't care that he was leaving. Obviously, Josh Heupel was able to fix some of that stuff by, just having him do the one side of the field, whatnot, cutting down his options. But what you're wondering is, in the NFL, he's obviously going to have to go across the field. Can he handle that? That I don't know. We've never seen it before. It's literally a leap of faith.
So I will go back to the Ponder PTSD, though, because Christian Ponder was a very smart kid.
Yeah.
Now, clearly not a brilliant quarterback, but he's a very smart kid.
He's a business owner now.
And I think the Vikings really liked him as a person.
Bag business, but he's a business.
Right. But I mean, what you're saying, like nice kid, well liked, applied to Ponder as well.
Oh, it did for sure. Yeah, and he wins people over, and some of those people make the decision and get them picked.
I love it. Our guy Chris Ron here, literally holding a pitcher and 6 different cups of
Am I doing a show, or am I like at a Friday night party where I'm going to have to get an Uber home?
It's a Thursday night party. All right, we have another pick.
The Lions.
Do something weird again,
Dan
Lions.
Campbell.
The man Campbell's taking a linebacker, Jack Campbell.
Okay.
Jack
No!
Campbell.
So to summarize, the Detroit Lions have 2 top 18 picks.
They're Sonny Weaver.
And
There's
just
Sonny
like
Weaver.
just
This is
like
the movie draft.
just
This
like
is
Kevin
Brad
Conner
Holmes
taking a
and
running
Sonny
back and a
Weaver.
linebacker.
Everyone's fired. Oh my God.
Unbelievable.
I mean, I don't care what the names are, dude. If you come and tell me top 20 picks, running back and linebacker, I'm like, no, you're fired.
Yeah, well, for sure. I love Jack Campbell. It's another one. I was higher on Jack Campbell than almost anybody. I actually had him in my first round of my mock later on.
Oh, my God.
To Buffalo. This is a reach even for someone like me that loves him. I had Jack Campbell, 36.
By the way, we have for the luchador mask over here.
Luchador, yeah. Even I knew that.
Mask. Can we get crowd cam over here, Dex?
Booyaka.
For a luchador mask.
That's
it's turned this way. My bad. It's
That's a great mask.
Oh, you can see it over there. That's amazing. So, all right, the Vikings. There are 4 teams ahead of the Vikings right now. The Tampa Bay Bucks are on the clock. Will Levis is still on the board. Hendon Hooker is still on the board. You also have all of the receivers, Quentin Johnston, Jackson Smith, and Jigba. In fact, I don't know. We have not had a receiver be drafted at all yet.
Not at all,
Is
dude.
this kind of shocking? No receivers? We're at the 18th pick, Thor.
Shocking-ish in that we had heard teams were interested in Jackson Smith and Jigba that were picking in the early teens. But, again, the NFL sees the receiver class like I did. I didn't have one ranked until the 21st.
You kind of nailed this. You basically said Yeah, like there's a couple. There's like a T.Y. Hilton in there somewhere, and Jordan Addison, and there might be like one true number one guy, and that's kind of how this is probably playing out.
Yeah,
right?
and Quentin Johnston could be, but there's more development that's needed with his game. I see him as a taller Brandon Ayuk, but he's not going to be one of the 5 best receivers in the NFL.
Right.
But is Will Levis Bo Callahan right here? Like, honestly, though, is Will Levis the Bo Callahan?
You know
of the
what?
draft party?
Bo Callahan doubled down and lied about the $100 bill.
Did anyone come to Will Levis's birthday party?
Oh,
Like,
look
what
at him.
happened?
He's flustered
here?
right now.
Yeah.
Oh, this is going to be good for him.
Oh, is he in the green?
Chip on the shoulder.
Is he in the green room?
They've moved him to the green room
Oh,
here.
he's gone Aaron Rodgers on it.
His future ex-girlfriend is not happy.
No.
Yeah, you're not wrong.
I saw the recycled picture of Russell Wilson getting drafted, and his girlfriend with that like screaming face.
Yeah.
And then Sierra replaced her about 2
That's
years
tough.
later.
That's tough. Although that's a nice couch. I like to have that couch.
He is not happy right now.
No, very uncomfortable.
Yep.
Yeah.
This is why you don't go to the draft.
This is good for him, man. This is good for him. But Thor, we were talking about this earlier. Whether it's Will Levis or I think there's a line here sort of between if you draft Will Levis in the first round versus take a flyer in the third round on like a Tanner McKee. Are you actually serious about a replacement for Kirk, or are you taking a flyer on a backup that might eventually start? Will Levis is kind of that line, maybe Hendon Hooker for some people. This is a great team to develop a quarterback in. You've got Kevin O'Connell. Think about how many, this might be great for Will Levis. Instead of getting drafted by some dumpster fire like the Texans or something, if the Vikings come and swoop in, no pressure to start right away, or maybe it triggers a Cousins trade tomorrow. No pressure to start right away, but when you do, you have franchise left tackle, franchise right tackle, Justin Jefferson, TJ Hawkinson, Kevin O'Connell.
Yeah, you can't ask for much of a better supporting cast, and that's certainly better than you would have expected, coming into today.
Yeah.
For sure.
So, take us through this. If he falls to the Vikings and they take him, on a scale of QBs who have fallen, Aaron Rodgers being the 10, the 1 being name a quarterback who fell, and Johnny Manziel-ish, right? Where does this kid rank? As far as a year in the system, let's assume he never plays a game in 23. Where does that rank?
Well, it's just a leap of faith with Levis, right?
But I'm asking you to take that leap of faith and tell me how it's going to end up.
Oh gosh. Well,
It's a trust fall here, Thor.
I can't tell
do it.
you with Levis. It's a total leap into the unknown. The reason he was really good in 2021 was because he was playing behind 3 or 4 good NFL offensive linemen. He lost that last year. He's under duress all season, and that's where you've seen these problems manifest.
Yeah.
Closer to Manziel or Rodgers, though?
Definitely closer to Rodgers. There is a path.
Oh, we got it out of him.
Wait, Thor just said he's Rodgers.
He said he's closer to Rodgers. Yeah. That's really interesting.
All right,
I just said, let's quote it. Put it on social.
That's right. But back on the big board here, so if it's not Tampa and it's not Seattle,
It's the Vikings.
because the Chargers aren't taking a quarterback.
The Chargers.
The next pick, the Ravens, who just inked up Lamar to a humongous payday before the Vikings, they're not taking a quarterback.
I don't think it happens, Declan, but if the rumors are true, what if
Bo Callahan's
what
coming
if
to the
it's
Vikings.
Hooker at 23?
Oh, please be Hooker.
Oh, my God.
Please be Hooker. I want that possibility off the board.
No, but I'm saying, what if they both get 23? And what if it's Hooker?
Well, they better take Levis over Hooker if that's the direction they're going.
Oh, my God.
You have to move.
Oh, my God.
Buccaneers are taking defensive tackle Kalijah Kancey.
He's going to be there.
From Pitt?
He's going to be there at 23, dude.
The Will Levis watch has begun.
He's going to be there, dude.
All right.
Okay, hold on. Again, let's address Christian Ponder post-traumatic stress syndrome, okay?
Oh, my God.
I want to brace people for this. If they draft Will Levis and he is a bust, it's okay.
Yeah.
The Vikings made the playoffs carrying Christian Ponder. They made the playoffs carrying Tavares Jackson. Here's what I said. What if you had hit on these guys?
Well,
what if Will Levis is a hit?
You remember the greatest debate nearly coming to fisticuffs in the Mackey and Judd era.
Yeah, what was that one again?
Was the Aaron Rodgers free fall.
Yeah.
And the Vikings had 2 picks in that draft.
But the debate wasn't on draft night, which is where the debate should have happened.
No, I'm saying that's what I'm saying.
The debate happened 10 years after the draft.
But I'm stopping
and
you.
You were like, I would have drafted Aaron Rodgers. And
they had 2 picks. They took Erasmus James and Troy Williamson. What I'm saying is the debate. We could have that debate right now.
Well, right now, though, they don't have Dante Culpepper coming off an MVP season. Sorry, Cousins Crusaders.
Well, the Crusaders
He
are
did
going to
it-
say they got Kirk Cousins and they should re-sign him.
But Culpepper was in his
What
prime.
I'm doing is I am bringing that debate to this forum right now in real time.
Okay. We're on Will Levis watch here.
Yeah.
Just to pull the people up here. And I know Declan's doing 18 things on social media. Okay.
Surly
Declan,
Dave wants to do
would
it.
you draft Will Levis at 23?
Yes.
Judd, would you draft Will Levis at 23?
Yep.
Oh my God, yes, I think I would now.
Thor.
If Joey Porter's not on the board, yes.
Okay.
Okay.
So it's a no.
Well, but no.
I like
No, he
Thor's
very well
answer.
might be gone. Porter might be gone, right?
Yeah. He could, although
It's a
the
yes for
Seahawks
me.
took
It's a
Witherspoon
yes for
and
me.
You know what he
Boston,
seems
so-
like? A great Raven.
Yeah.
Joey Porter Jr. Does he not seem like a
he does,
great
he does.
Baltimore
They
Raven?
need a cornerback.
Well,
Yes, he does.
they love to kick people's butts.
Yeah, for
Yeah.
sure.
Okay, let me reset this real quick here. We have almost 7,000 people watching live on the Purple Daily YouTube channel. This is the most people we've ever had watching.
And this crowd, give yourselves
Yeah,
a round
thank
of
you.
applause.
This crowd
Patio
is white
cam
hot.
too. Patio cam, give
Patio
yourselves a round of
cam.
applause.
Let's
you guys
go,
are you
Patio
are all
cam.
awesome. This is such a great community.
This is amazing.
This makes up for last year,
Well, last year
Last year
was,
was
which was
great.
fun, but they
amazing.
traded back.
Last year was amazing, but they were like, they traded back so early. I also want to shout out here real quick here.
Yeah.
Our friends at Park Tavern have been so wonderful tonight. If you could tip your servers and bartenders more than you think you should, we would really appreciate it. Be drinking Surly and be spreading the word, the gospel of Surly. And also, the entire Score North merchandise shop is 15% off through Sunday. I want to throw that plug out. Get your Before I Die shirts. Get your Wave the Flag hooded sweatshirt.
Yeah, the new Judd sweatshirt. That's a kick.
Reckless speculation. Promo code DRAFT.
Yep.
ScoreNorth.com/shop. ScoreNorth.com/shop. Promo code DRAFT at checkout. All right, boys. We're within 4 picks right now. The
getting
Minnesota
there.
Vikings being on the clock.
And just to circle back for a second, shout out to our friends at Surly,
Yeah.
who are behind this entire thing. A bunch of them are there. There's
Surly Dave!
Surly
Surly
Dave's the greatest.
Dave!
But they coordinated this and and have done a great job. And they have reintroduced Before I Die, which now going to be available in 12-pack, 6-packs, and 4-packs. And just a great partner for us. We appreciate them very, very much. Thanks for coordinating this.
So,
Stu,
and we
Dave,
should mention,
everybody.
people ask, and we thank you for this. How can we help support the show? What can we do? The best thing you can do is support our sponsors and our advertisers, and Surly has been a huge, huge part of that for us as we've grown this with your help for the past 3 years. So drink your Surly, lose weight with Livia.
Yep, exactly
Partner
right.
with Federated.
Livia.com.
All of our partners.
Well, and don't forget, if you've got a puppy at home, ladies and gentlemen, there's only one solution.
Nutrisource.
NutrisourcePetFoods.com. Because I'm going to tell you right now, Stella and Maya and Vinny absolutely subscribe to the Nutrisource plan, while we're more on the Surly plan.
And one more plug, I promise, and then we'll get into the main stretch here before the Vikings. If you could click the subscribe button and the like button on the Purple Daily YouTube channel, you can help spread the word about this particular live stream and also just Purple Daily in general. Daily Vikings entertainment. We just want the Vikings to win a Super Bowl before we die. Phil Mackey, Judd Zolgad, Declan Goff, our executive producer, and Thor Nystrom from Fantasy Pros and Betting Pros.
Does a hell of a
and
job.
The Purple Daily on Draft podcast. So, ESPN's in commercial break here, so no one's booing Roger Goodell right now. When they come back, the Seattle Seahawks will make their pick. The last few picks, Emmanuel Forbes, cornerback to the Commanders. Cornerback Christian Gonzalez to the Patriots. Linebacker Jack Campbell to the Lions. Got to get Dan Campbell needs running backs
Campbell.
and linebackers.
This is seriously, this is one of the most astounding drafts.
That's wild.
Kalijah Cansey taking that temptation of a non-fit interior defensive lineman that you said to the Vikings.
Yep.
He'll be
And
good
so,
there, though.
Seahawks, Chargers, Ravens are the only 3 teams ahead of the Vikings.
Yep.
In terms of guys the Vikings could be interested in, Will Levis is on the board.
Yep.
Hendon Hooker's on the board. Joey Porter Jr.,
Yep.
Branch, Quentin Johnston, Njigba, Zay Flowers, Jordan Addison. It's shaping up. If you want to take your guy, you can take him. If you want to trade back, You can do that. This is actually shaping up really well for the Vikings.
It actually is, yeah. I mean, it's chaos theory the other way around, right? Like, again, teams at the top of the second round that didn't expect some of these people to be here, they're going to be incentivized potentially to start making offers.
Yeah.
Vikings could be sitting in the catbird seat if they want to trade out tonight.
So you're going to be upset if they trade back and out of Porter Jr. or take Levis instead.
More about the Porter Jr.
Okay.
If Porter Jr. gets down there, I want Porter Jr.
I feel like the table.
If they just take Porter Jr., it's probably like eating your broccoli. It's probably the thing you should do.
Hell of a player.
But people are going to be pissed in this room, I think, if they just stand pat and take a cornerback. But we'll see.
I feel
You'll be good.
Maybe
You'll be good. Okay.
He's good.
I mean, this is
He's
an
good.
embarrassment
And
of
a really
riches,
good-
though.
Really good fit.
At 23.
It is. Yeah, I mean, for what the Vikings could have expected coming in, this board has fallen just so well for the Vikings.
But folks, I believe that this table needs to be prepared for that pick. If they take Porter, Thor take it, be excited. But we do need to be prepared for the potential, at least
Hendon
prepared
Hooker.
for Hendon Hooker, okay?
Absolutely.
In which case, I'm not really excited to be by Thor right now.
At least I got beer up here to drink.
Listen, here's your
You're
platform.
going to move.
I'm putting my house on the market.
The man's going to move tonight.
And moving into
He's
the
going to be
woods.
like the Colts when they
He
left
did
Baltimore
say
in the
that. He
Mayflower
is on the
moving
record
trucks.
saying,
They better not do that.
Okay, so here's your platform before it happens.
Yeah.
For those who are watching, maybe haven't heard your take on this. Why not Hendon Hooker?
Well, first of all, he never went to the other side of the field in college. He wasn't good at his previous stop.
He's
before.
he's so good he only needs one side.
So
of the field,
Levis
Thor.
Hooker,
He
like
didn't
how
even win
big's the
starting
gap
job
here?
right away when he got to Tennessee. He lost it to Joe Milton, who hasn't been seen from since. And I mean, Josh Heupel's a really good play caller who was able to facilitate things for Hendon Hooker.
Look at Will Levis.
What-
Is
what was
he
that?
getting a call from Seattle?
No.
Was that-
Okay.
He's got a
mad.
1.1% chance of being drafted at pick 20,
He's-
so I don't think he's getting called.
that he would be available.
He's
oh my God.
he's scrolling through something.
Oh, I'd be available.
Hendon Hooker's a guy who has a bunch of disparate skills that just haven't played together yet. And again, it's a leap of faith to assume that it's going to happen in the NFL. You move him off his spot, and he rarely has to come off his spot. But if you do, and he's running, he's not throwing the ball. It was 7 completions over 155 times the last 2 years.
Yeah.
He was moved off his spot that he completed a pass.
Yeah. I think you're just a hater, quite frankly, Phil.
And
I think you're just being a hater.
I'm just saying I want to be
Yeah.
prepared.
I haven't even mentioned that he's going to be 26 as a rookie and not even going to be able to play that year.
Well, how old are you?
I'm older than 26. for
Okay,
sure.
well, you're in your prime.
Well,
Yeah,
a guy that
yeah,
won't
I'm
give
not
up
gonna
his
be taken
age.
in the first
A guy
round,
that
though.
won't give up his age. I just think it's an interesting possibility that, like, I always find it to be so intriguing when a quarterback like this just starts to fall. And there's clearly something. In Rodgers' case, it was mechanics.
Lamar Jackson, totally different than Will.
Yeah.
I
Levis,
mean,
but like,
Levis is juice worth the squeeze, right? Just on the upside.
Right.
And nobody knows if it's going to work out on the other side. But at least because of the upside, that's worth it, the 23rd pick. If it doesn't work out, whatever. You have to take that shot there.
okay, here we go. Dex right here.
The Seahawks taking outside linebacker Nolan Smith.
Well-
Nolan Smith.
What is
Nolan
going
Smith.
on?
Physical freak.
Wait.
This is insane.
Wait.
Physical freak.
Wait.
What?
I think you got conflicting reports there.
Oh, we do have conflicting reports.
Oh.
Oh.
Albert Breer saying the Seahawks are taking Jackson Smith-Njigba instead.
That would be a good fit.
That's
really
That would have been a
I'm
great
buy-
Vikings pick right there.
I'm buying that one.
That would be a really good fit. They needed a slot receiver real bad between
Yep.
DK and Lockett. Jackson Smith and Jigba makes that receiving core really dangerous.
Okay,
If
I'm
that's,
buying.
if that's who it is.
I'm buying that one way more.
Yeah, me too.
Okay. So the Chargers are on the clock.
The Chargers.
Who?
The Ravens are on the Chargers.
Touches.
The Chargers.
Get to the chopper.
The Ravens are on deck, and the Vikings are in the hole.
We're getting
We
there.
are two more picks, and then the Vikings.
Yeah,
All right.
we're getting there.
Hey, let's give it up for our boss, Dan, right here.
Yeah, Dan. Wait,
Dan. Let's go, Dan.
You know what we haven't had so far? We've waved the flag.
Yeah.
We've shouted out our sponsors. We have not had one Skol chant tonight.
Uh-oh.
Ladies and gentlemen, may I suggest that we start a Skol chant?
All right, who's going to do the drum beat? I'll do the drum beat.
All right.
All right.
I don't have it.
All right, here we go. Ready?
All right, go.
Boom, boom.
Skol! Skol! Boom, boom, Skol!
Boom, boom.
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 Skol!
amazing. Let's
Fine work.
go. Wow. We're sitting at 7,500 people watching on the YouTube channel right now.
Well,
They know, they can
7,500
feel
people.
it out there.
And this place
We're
is
getting
packed.
close.
The outdoors are packed. This is so much fun.
Yeah, this is a vibe here. This is a vibe tonight. 2 picks away until the Vikings are on the clock. Some names of interest per our guy Thor Nystrom.
Yep.
Joey Porter Jr. still available.
Yep.
Will Levis still
Yep.
available. Hendon Hooker, Quentin Johnston, Brian Branch, Zay Flowers, Jordan Addison. All right, give us a re-ranking here. So Porter's number 1.
Porter's number 1.
Branch is number 2.
Provisionally, Branch is number 2. Levis is 3 for me on my board. And Levis is worth the slot here. Like, again, I wasn't the biggest Levis fan, but if he falls to 23, you roll the dice. Assuming Joey Porter's not on the board. I want Joey Porter.
So back to the leap of faith. How much, if you're going to take the Levis leap of faith, how much do you think Kevin O'Connell can have a positive effect in 1 year?
With Will Levis?
Yeah, because I mean, if he had gone to Tampa Bay, I think he might have been screwed.
Yeah.
Like the infrastructure's not good.
That's correct.
If he had come here with Zimmer, I think he might have been screwed.
Yeah, definitely.
What does the infrastructure mean?
It's going to help a lot, right? Like, I mean, O'Connell his system is really good. He's going to play to Levis's strengths and against his weaknesses, not put him into bad situations, including, I would assume, starting in year 1. Because this is the one scenario where you have to keep Kirk around for another year. If you take Will Levis, you just do. Like, Levis is not prepared to start right away in the NFL, but you get that 1 year and you see what happens.
Yeah. Hey, what do you make of so Albert Breer reported a couple days ago, or maybe it was yesterday, that there's a lot of teams concerned about Will Levis's personality. And we've made some jokes. Like, it's kind of funny, like, oh, he eats banana peels.
Yeah.
He's just kind of a quirky guy. But now that, so I read that report and I was like, oh, whatever. Like, things come out before the draft. Well, now he's falling.
Yeah.
Do you think he's falling more because of physical attributes, or do you buy into the teams think he's kind of a weirdo personality-wise?
I actually don't think it's either of those two things. I think it's those two bugaboos of his evaluation that we talked about in terms of you have to fix the mechanics, and with him you can do that. It's more that he's nonchalant with it. The bigger one is that lack of pocket presence, not sensing the pressure when it comes into his face. And that is the leap of faith with him. But he's got a golden right arm, like objectively. Yeah. And that's what gives him that ceiling potentially of a top 12 quarterback if he hits. And I do agree the Vikings have that infrastructure in place for him.
Yeah.
All right, before we get closer to the Vikings pick, I want to back up for 1 second, Thor, and just ask you, what are the Lions doing?
I have no idea.
Like this is one of the most interesting drafts I've ever looked at.
It's like 1997?
It's one of the dumbest drafts I've ever seen.
No, I know, but I mean, what are they like? Okay, I get you like Goff, okay?
And
that's
I love
awesome.
Jack Campbell.
But
Who
I
wouldn't? He's a good
very
man.
well might have taken a quarterback. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't understand it. And they haven't touched a lot of their roster needs in deference for taking guys at positions that are devalued in the NFL.
Their defense
I don't
is a
understand
train
it.
wreck.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess running back and linebacker in 2023, I could listen on okay,
Bijan.
you grab one, and even like the Alabama kid, I'll listen on one of them. You have 2 first-round picks, and you're going to go 2 of the 3, I don't want to say least important, but like least influential positions on the field. It just screams of old-school Dan Campbell. And it should also make you happy as a Vikings fan that the Lions, even though the Lions are like Vegas
Definitely
favorites
should.
to win the division,
That's what I was
that
gonna
they're
say.
still bungling their decision-making like this,
1,000%. And Jahmyr Gibbs would have been a great pick as the 12th pick of the second round.
Right.
You just can't take that kid at 12th overall. Like, it just doesn't make any sense.
And there was no team that was going to take him in the first round.
No, there
Correct?
wasn't a team that was going to take him between where Detroit was picking there and then when they pick later in the first round.
Okay.
Like, I just don't understand reaching up for him. They might have panicked a little bit when Bijan went off the board. That they were sitting dead right on, we're going to take a running back with one of these first-round picks. I had heard they like Bijan. Seems like they panicked a little bit with the Jahmyr Gibbs pick.
Does it seem like, too, with Chargers, Ravens on the board, that receiver run's about to happen here?
Yeah, this is where
Right?
it happens.
So we could
This
see a
alley.
Quentin Johnston. Okay,
Yeah.
let's say the next 2 picks are wide receivers.
I think if the Chargers picked, I think if the Chargers take one, it's going to be Jordan Addison because they have one of his former position coaches in college on the Chargers, and the Chargers, the only one of the top 4 receivers they brought in for one of their top 30 visits was Addison.
So which of those 2 teams, Chargers, Ravens, before we get to the Vikings at 23, would take a cornerback? Because, I mean, that
It would
list
be
is.
the Ravens, I
So,
think.
so Porter's going to be there potentially. You're going to have to decide. Here's what's going to happen.
Yeah.
Because I think you're going to get 1 or 2 receivers off the board here next 2 picks.
Yeah.
The Vikings are going to have to decide between Will Levis,
Yeah.
Joey Porter Jr., Jordan Addison, or Zay Flowers, or trade back.
There are worse fates. You know, when we were doing all the mock drafts, we didn't think all those guys would be available. Like,
Yeah.
this is the opposite from a worst case scenario for the Vikings.
All right.
Oh, here we go. Here we go.
Chargers taking Quentin Johnston.
Oh,
Okay.
wow, that's a shock. I love
Okay.
Quentin Johnson. He was my wide receiver.
Yeah, I know
one,
he
but
was your guy.
I'm still really surprised. In part because Quentin Johnson had talked about how it was his dream to go to the NFL draft. He had the suit picked out, he had the cologne picked out, and they didn't invite him.
Wait.
So
He wears cologne?
that's what he said.
It's a red flag for me, man.
It-
2023.
I just had a whole
No need for
conversation
cologne.
Well, you
on,
gotta-
on Bernard's
it
show
has
2
to be
days ago
not embrace
about
it.
that.
No. Cologne's
wear
No,
cologne?
don't wear it. No,
Yeah,
no,
I
no.
wear
It's
cologne.
2023.
Do you
Yes.
spray it directly
Do it where-
on you, or do you spray it and walk through?
Nope, you do one spray. Here's what you do, folks. You do one spray,
No.
and then a second spray, and you back into it.
Wait, you put cologne on your back?
You're damn right I put it on
No,
my
you know
back.
what, dude?
Yes.
Just take a shower and be done with
And
this.
guess
2020.
what?
My
You-
old
have-
man
Have I ever
wore
smelled?
cologne and drank bad wine.
Have I ever smelled overpowering to either of you?
No, I don't need
No,
you to
it's a
wear
good
cologne,
point. It's a
though.
fair point. No, it's
I don't need you to wear cologne. It's 2023.
I'm just
Just
saying.
use good soap.
have I
saying.
ever smelled overpowering
Overpowering
to
to
you?
you?
No, but you sit in a different studio or I don't come into work.
You know?
Oh, my God.
So I think the Ravens here, I think Joey Porter Jr. might be really tempting,
Yeah.
Thor.
He for sure is, yeah.
I mean,
If I was the Ravens, he would certainly be the top guy on my board, and he fills their biggest need. So, yeah, I mean, Deonte Banks is still out there. They might think about him, but the way they play football, I would assume it would have to be Joey Porter.
Okay.
Miles Murphy, I will say, is going to be in play as well because they need edge help as well.
This is so fascinating.
Those would be the couple guys I'd toss out.
So to set this up here, and by the way,
8,000.
do we hit 8?
We're about to hit 8,000.
Okay, this is insane.
it's like Dick Clark rocking New Year's Eve.
Hey, everybody.
Yeah, let's go.
The Chargers just made their pick, which we Quentin Johnston. The Ravens are on the clock, and the Vikings are in the on-deck circle right now. I think there's a pretty decent chance, not to buzzkill the room, that they do trade back. If they like Will Levis,
Yeah,
they're taking Will Levis.
Yes.
Yeah, for sure.
But could you make a case? Could you get tricky? If you like Will Levis,
And trade
the
back.
Ravens are taking him. Let's look at the teams after the Vikings. The Jaguars
Aren't taking
Trevor
him.
Lawrence. The Giants. Sounds weird, but
They're not
Daniel
gonna
Jones. They just
Dallas,
signed him, right?
no. Buffalo,
Cowboys, no.
yeah,
Buffalo,
yeah.
Bengals, no.
I like where you're
Saints.
going, Mackie.
You could trade back to the Bills or the Bengals, get an extra third-round pick, and still take Will Levis.
Correct. Yeah, the only team you'd have to get, it's the Saints maybe if he falls down there, but yeah, it's hard to find another team in the first round. Then you're just talking about teams that could potentially trade up, but yeah.
Well, you know what you got to do?
Trade back and get Will Levis.
Yeah, you know what you do, I think? I think you try to get back to 30 Philadelphia, 31 KC.
By the
Yeah.
way, hold on. We just hit 8,000 concurrent viewers on the Purple Daily YouTube channel.
Let's give them a shout out.
Thank you guys.
Guys are
Thank you guys.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you. You guys
Incredible.
are awesome.
Incredible. Will Levis is okay.
Yeah, but Phil's right.
Who make some noise? Do you want Will Levis?
Oh, we got some Levis fans.
Okay.
But I think you can trade back. Yeah, I think you're right, dude.
Make some noise. Or would you rather have Jordan Addison?
Okay.
Or do you align with Thor? Do you want to eat your asparagus and your broccoli and take Joey Porter Jr.?
Yeah.
That's interesting.
Great
That's very
fit.
interesting.
You know what,
He's
though?
the best immediate help guy that's out there still.
I got to tell you, this reminds me of 2005 again now, with a quarterback just free falling. Here's the thing. If Will Levis, if you take him here,
Yeah.
or heck, if you trade back to 31 and take him, it's not like he busts a 10. Like, we're looking at a situation where, one, you want the fifth-year option.
Yeah.
And two, I think there's a big difference between missing on a quarterback at like 9, 10, what Ponder was 12, and missing on a quarterback now.
1,000%.
Especially when you think you can develop him.
1,000%.
Like you said, worth the squeeze.
And they wouldn't have to trade up anything to go and get him, right? He falls into your lap. You're going to have to pay him less with the slot that you're taking him
I
in.
feel like I would be hypocritical for all of these years that I've said the Vikings should have taken Rodgers like 19, and then to be like, no, you can't take Will Levis.
Don't you almost let me forget about like the breakdown of his weaknesses and the things that need to be fixed, right? Because like Rodgers his mechanics had to be rebuilt in 3 years, right?
100%.
If I just said to you, hey, there's a guy that was rumored and even reported to go number 2 overall.
Yeah.
A quarterback to replace Kirk Cousins, be a franchise quarterback. And he is sitting in your lap at 23. Can you say no to that? It's the most important position in sports.
And you got a year
Can you
to
say no to that?
And you got a year to play with.
As long as Joey Porter is not on the board.
I don't know, man.
I'm like Thor.
Yeah.
It could be a filet mignon. He's
Yeah.
like,
Yeah.
I got some cauliflower I need to finish here.
yeah,
actually.
but it's
I think
really
you're being a
good
little bit
cauliflower.
unfair. The cornerback, though, is not like cauliflower. I feel like that's
Yeah.
more like a defensive
You're
lineman.
going to start right away. Like the
a
Vikings
quarterback's pretty
quarterback
sexy.
room is horrible. Like the Vikings cornerback room is like the Texans' wide receiver.
It shouldn't necessarily be, though. I mean, Booth or Evans hopefully can play, and they're not. But
Yeah, but that's a leap of faith in and of itself, right? Like,
you know what?
they got to feel like the only way you can feel good going into training camp is if you get at least one more for sure start.
But what if you feel good going in training camp for the next 12 years?
What with Levis?
I'm just saying, yeah. Like we're talking about, you're talking about training camp 2023.
The other thing
Well,
that's
Joey
gonna-
Porter's going to be good. He is
No,
going
I
to be
agree.
good, and specifically in Florida's system.
I'm not debating that.
Yeah. Obviously,
I
the
trust you.
position's not as valuable.
Right.
I mean, that's the thing. And again, like, I'm cool taking Levis. You know, even if they take him over Porter, I'm not going to walk off.
Fran
the set or
Tarkington
anything,
last. I'm not. Well, it's not really a set. I don't know what this is. It's not really. I mean,
I wouldn't even be able to get back to my car at this point. Like,
yeah, it's hopeless. I'm just gonna sleep below the table.
That's why I had to tell you guys to like.
Declan's
play
gonna
me
call
down.
me in the morning and
Judd.
tell me to go home.
Morning, Judd from Park Tavern.
Yep. I'm underneath the table for many reasons.
Oh, my gosh. All right, so we're waiting on the Baltimore Ravens. They are on the clock. The Vikings are in the on-deck circle right now, and there's just a ton of options here.
Yeah.
We're going to find out, by the way. The Vikings made Will Levis hold a football for 15 minutes in their combine
Right?
interview.
I was just
We're
thinking
gonna
about
find
that.
out in about 5 minutes, did he hold the football the right way
That's
or
right.
not in that meeting, right?
When Will Levis was doing his podium session at the NFL Combine, and they asked him about the, what was the most interesting interview, the team he immediately brought up was the Vikings.
Yeah. Oh,
Is there a connection there?
yeah.
Yeah.
I love connection.
You know, one thing I say too is, like all the knocks on Will Levis and they're valid. I wonder what would the storyline and narrative be about him? Dude, the car he was driving in college was the Kentucky car, okay? It's like 5 laps down in a NASCAR race.
Yeah.
At the top 2 quarterbacks off the board were driving the Alabama car and the Ohio State car, okay?
Yeah.
You've got Paris Johnson protecting your backside. You've got, dude, C.J. Stroud threw to 5 or 6 first-round wide receivers in his
Jameson
career.
Williams had to leave Columbus so he could get on the field by playing at Alabama. That's how
Right.
stacked they were at receiver, for sure. Point well taken.
So, and I'm not all in on Will Levis. I'm just, there's some things that you can. All right, listen. What if he played for Alabama? Like, would he put up 40 touchdowns and 6 picks despite the issues, and he'd be the 6th overall pick?
Would have
right?
been better, but this goes back to one of the things you're concerned about is Kentucky's supporting cast was actually really good in 2021.
2
He had
years ago.
Wan'Dale Robinson.
Right,
He had that offensive line. Last year, not as much. His play fell down. But, in his defense, he was banged up for a lot of that season, and Chris Rodriguez, their stud running back, who's going to get taken in day 3. He was suspended the first month of the season. Here we go.
All right, we're getting
here we
closer.
go.
We're getting
Here we go.
closer.
Here we go.
The Ravens are taking wide receiver Zay Flowers. at
Okay,
pick
so the
3.
run started.
We got our
Oh
run.
my God.
Will Levis
Will Levis on the
is
board. Joey Porter on the
available
board.
right now.
Wow.
Wow.
Okay.
Wow.
Well-
Okay, here we go.
Okay.
And
Will,
hold on.
Will,
hold on.
Will.
Hey,
Look at her going crazy.
Hey, hold on. Hey,
Just
hey.
let him go.
Hold on. I have an announcement. The Minnesota Vikings are on the clock.
Oh!
Get the flag.
There's the flag. There's the flag outdoors.
Let's go. All right. Okay, let me do it one more time. We're going to poll the room. Who in here would like the Minnesota Vikings make some noise to draft Will Levis? Okay. Okay, who in here would like the Minnesota Vikings to draft Jordan Addison? All right. Okay. Who in here would like the Vikings to draft Joey Porter Jr.?
Yeah. Wow, the crowd's going crazy.
I got one more. I got one more. Who in here would like the Vikings to trade back?
Well, you still might get your quarterback, though.
There we go.
That's
That
the
was
thing
a
is,
stronger reception for trade down
Dude,
than I thought.
you might
I'm
get your
telling
quarterback if you
let
trade
me paint
back.
this picture, okay?
Yeah.
So Will Levis is available. But here are the teams drafting behind the Vikings. The Jaguars, franchise quarterback.
Yep.
The Giants, crappy quarterback, but they just signed him for like $40 million a year.
They fixed him.
Okay,
He's
right?
fine now.
Yeah. Dallas Cowboys, franchise quarterback. Buffalo Bills, franchise quarterback. Cincinnati Bengals, franchise quarterback.
It's only the Saints.
Well,
You could trade back unless a team jumps you.
that's what I was going to say.
If the
Somebody's going to
Rams-
somebody's going to come up and jump you. Yes. Well, here's the.
But you could get
Okay.
frisky and trade back and
So I'm going to give the Vikings the benefit of the doubt here, though, and say
What?
this: if they draft him, they've seen something that the rest of the league hasn't seen, and you got to trust these guys.
yeah.
Like, that's the thing is, if this was Rick, I wouldn't trust him one bit. But this is crazy, and more importantly, Kevin O'Connell. So if they draft him, you got to trust it. But this is fun.
This is amazing. I mean,
This is what-
there's been a lot of like the chaos has come, Thor, in
Yeah.
different ways, right?
Yeah.
The Lions being 1996 drafter team.
Yeah.
And you know
Brad
teams
Humphrey is
teams
so fired.
trading up 3 times in the top 10.
Yeah, the Texans having 2 top 3 picks. The Cardinals trading down, trading back up. We've had all kinds of
Well,
wonkiness.
and I will say, with this kid, if you're going to draft him, get him now in the first round, because with quarterbacks, the 5th-year option, to me, imperative.
Yeah, I agree.
Like if we're talking Joey Porter Jr., okay, nice to have the 5th-year option. I don't know that's imperative, but this is the one place where the 5th-year option is so important.
Thor, do you think Will Levis could fall out of the first round? Or if he got to 31,
No.
would a team just jump in and grab him at 31?
Oh, man.
Like,
He'll
like
be
Teddy
Teddy.
Bridgewater, yeah.
He'll be Bridgewater. He ain't falling.
I do think either the Saints would take him or there'd be a trade up at the very end. But, I mean, it's in play if the Vikings pass here.
Yeah, he's not falling out of the first round. That would make no sense.
No, I think, but there's also the possibility, we're going to find out how much, because all the steam was the Vikings love Hendon Hooker. But was that because they thought Hooker was going to be more available at
Right.
23?
Yes.
Because we're going to find out if they take a quarterback, they could also take Hendon Hooker.
Well, and
here
if they
instead of-
do, I'm going to get below the table because
Thor might actually punch everyone with an arm's
because my
I'm
colleague
walking
to the
off the set.
will throw his computer down and it'll just be ugly, and I can't watch that.
Yeah.
Okay, here's what I think. I'm just going to go on the record. If the Vikings really like Will Levis, they should draft him right now. Don't get tricky.
Walk away.
Draft your franchise quarterback.
Walk-
If you want him to
If
sit
you've got
for
a
a year,
conviction,
sit for
you
a
have
year.
to.
And by the way, unlike moving up to the 3rd pick or the 10th pick or whatever. Oh, yeah, okay, Packer fan guy. Okay, guy. No, they will not be drafting a
It's
punter.
over for the
Yeah, yeah.
Packers. It's over. Mediocrity has hit your team. You got Lynn Dickey, baby. It's the 70s all over again.
So they could have given up multiple first-round picks to get a guy like Richardson, right? They could have just mortgaged their entire future of first-round picks.
Turns out it would have required that, yeah.
Yeah. But now, like, they could draft Will Levis, keep their 87th, keep next year's first-round pick, keep the year after. If he's a whiff, all right, you got a first-rounder in 2025. You can draft another quarterback. I don't fear drafting Will Levis. That's where I'm at right now.
Yeah.
Bring it on.
Yeah, and again, in the slot that you're taking him, it's juice worth the squeeze. Even for
Right.
someone that wasn't the biggest believer, there is that path to him becoming a top 12, top 10 quarterback in the NFL.
Skull, 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 skull. Come on, Packer guy. Come on, Packer guy. Do it. Hey, Packer guy. Packer fans. Packer fans unite with a skull chant if you're here.
Also, wow, we just hit 9,000 people
right.
watching on the YouTube channel.
What's
Let's
the
go.
actual time left on
4
the
minutes.
Vikings
4
pick?
minutes.
4 minutes.
4 minutes.
So that's correct
man.
still? I thought that was way behind us now.
It's like a minute.
Well,
It's like
Okay,
a,
I'm
we're
just
waiting
saying.
for Albert
I'm just saying. The
Breer to
more
take
that
a pick
clock
here.
goes down, they're on the phone.
Yeah.
This is nerve-wracking.
Okay, prediction. What happens? Who do they draft right now? Thor.
I'm going to say Levis.
Hold on, Levis.
I'm gonna say trade back. Trade back.
I
Trade
think
back.
it's. I think it's Levis. I think it's Levis.
I think
too.
they're going to take Levis.
I think it's going to
I think the initial steam is usually more correct than post-initial steam.
Yeah.
I'm going with they're going to take him.
It's possible this is a dream scenario for them then, huh?
What if this solves issues? An issue that's existed since 1978, when Fran Tarkenton retired as the lone franchise quarterback in the history of the Minnesota Vikings.
Well, also, they've only taken how many?
This room wasn't alive for the most part in 1978.
Were you alive in 1978? Make noise.
A couple of guys,
Judd.
old guys like me, are like, we were there.
Sorry, Judd. You know what's funny? I think they've only drafted 4 first-round quarterbacks since like the 70s, right?
Look, Kramer, right?
Kramer in 78,
Dante,
Ponder, Teddy.
Yep.
T-Jack was a second-round pick.
Yep. End of the second round. He was Pittsburgh's last pick. They traded.
John David Booty was a 5th-round pick.
JDB.
Legend.
John David Booty.
That's right. So we're just sitting here waiting for the Vikings to make their pick. There's 2 minutes left on the clock. 2.5 minutes left. Will Levis is available. Jordan Addison is available. Jordan Addison, by the way, let's say they don't love Will Levis and they feel like, hey, this is our shot at a number 2 wide receiver. What if they drafted Jordan Addison right now? Didn't trade back. They just drafted Jordan Addison. What would you think, Thor?
Could happen. I mean, we were talking the whole process about taking that wide receiver too. He's the
I
first
like
one
the
that's
idea.
there. He's the one that's still there.
I just don't know that 23 is not a perfect place to take that chance if you like the quarterback.
Yeah, and I have Levis
just-
higher on my board. I have Porter higher on my board as well. So
Again, Phil,
it wouldn't be stunning, but it wouldn't be my choice. I wouldn't take Addison here.
our entire debate on Rodgers is born out of situations like
Ziggy
this.
Wilf is full on pacing in the war room right now.
Oh, my God.
Crazy just
my
traded
God.
every pick. I got to trade all the picks.
By the
Who
way,
knows?
again, thank you guys. Over 9,000 people watching on YouTube right now. If you're new to the show, we just want the Vikings to win a Super Bowl before we die. This is Purple Daily. Phil Mackey, Judd Zolgad, Declan Goff.
Time's running
our
out on
guy
me.
Thor Nystrom here. Please click the subscribe button and the like button to help spread the word about this awesome Vikings fan community. Thank you for hanging out with us on night
All right, so
one
we gotta
of
be-
the NFL Draft.
we are getting down to it.
Oh,
It's
we're getting
1:30
down
on that, and we're down to 30 seconds or so.
And this is such an important pick for this administration. This
Yep.
one's enormous. This is such a big decision.
I mean, this really is. This is like
Yeah.
a Kwesi KOC career-defining pick right
Yes,
now.
it is.
It could be, right?
You can't miss
You know
on
what?
this pick.
I got one thing left. Turn in the card. Turn in the card. You got to get that card up here. Let's see. This is so interesting.
It is, yeah. There's 2 totally different roads that you could go. Actually,
3,
there's more than that,
4.
really. Yeah, when you consider the trade down, but
I mean, this is an ideal scenario, thanks in part to Detroit.
it sure is. Yeah. Detroit was very helpful today.
I want to say this too. I want the Vikings front office.
Are they talking
CC
trades?
Kwesi.
They're
They
Yeah,
have
no,
to
I
be.
told you. Yeah, they're talking trades. They're getting
We're on the
calls.
clock.
The landline. Brzezinski's on the landline right now.
Give Kwesi permission to whiff on a quarterback here too.
I think I got it.
Just it's
Yeah.
okay. It's
Yeah.
okay. You can whiff on a quarterback. The Niners with the Lance.
Pick is in. They didn't trade it.
The Minnesota
They're gonna do
Vikings
it.
select wide receiver Jordan Addison!
One more time, wide receiver Jordan Addison.
I would have been so happy about that about a week and a half ago.
Yeah, for sure.
Wow.
Yeah, for sure.
All right. Okay, so Jordan Addison is the pick to essentially replace Adam Thielen
Yep.
as the
Correct.
number 2 guy.
Correct.
Absolutely lit it up at Pitt and again at USC.
Yeah, he's proved the concept both inside and outside. He won the Bolitnikoff as a slot for Kenny Pickett at Pitt. Then he goes across the country. They switch him to a boundary receiver for USC last year, playing with Caleb Williams. He wasn't quite as good, but he was still pretty good on the outside. So he could do either or. Obviously, with the Vikings, with them playing more 12 personnel, signing Josh Oliver to play with Hawkinson, Addison going to be playing on the outside, but we at least have a proof of concept that he can do that.
And credit to Scoop Master Doogie, who talked about the fact that supposedly the Jordan Addison camp said, we love it there. The kid thought it was great. All right, give me the downsides.
The downsides of him is he lacks measurables. I mean, that's the thing there. He's a smaller receiver, skinnier receiver, and not super duper athletic, but he consistently gets the separation because he might be the best route runner in this class. He probably is. He's super clever with that.
Okay.
So he's able to get separation sort of through cunning more than straight athleticism, for instance, like Quentin Johnson.
Okay, give us so Thor actually ranks not just 500. You publish 500 player rankings.
Yeah.
You probably rank a lot more than that.
Yeah.
Who,
Over
who
800.
is his, if Jordan Addison pans out, who is his NFL comp?
Tyler Lockett?
Okay.
I think he's Tyler
So,
Lockett.
you know what I mean? So I get Justin Jefferson, and I get a new version of Tyler Lockett.
That's not bad, yeah.
And T.J. Hawkinson.
Yeah.
So he's a high floor, you would say, for Jordan
I think
Addison.
so. Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, again, the concept's been proven.
Nice shades, Phil.
There he
Over
is.
the last couple years, he was one of the best receivers in college football. Did it both inside, did it outside. What you're lacking there, it's the ability to become a superstar wide receiver, but he's going to be a good one.
Get the flag!
There it is.
All right, I sense a little disappointment. Okay, hold on, okay. Jordan Addison, make noise if you're happy. Okay, boo if you're mad. It's a very 50-50.
Yeah, it's not
It's very
bad.
split.
It's not bad. It's an interesting.
Listen, here's the thing, okay?
Here's the thing: is they didn't take Hendon Hooker, so that's all
Yeah,
right.
exactly. So you're just fine with it.
I'm fine with that.
Dude, this
yeah,
is very
as long
telling. I mean, the fact that,
Yeah.
this is social proof, right?
Yeah.
The Titans did not draft Will Levis. The Seahawks did not draft Will Levis.
Yeah, there's a
The
league-wide
Vikings,
problem.
There's a league-wide
Yeah.
vibe with Will Levis here.
Yeah.
The fact that the guy eats banana peels straight up, he's a sociopath. I'm
Yeah.
sorry. You can't get behind him.
Yeah, he's got palate presence issues as well as the pocket presence issues. But yeah, where does the Will Levis train stop?
Well-
I'm not sure. We'll see.
And here's the thing, and it's why we have to stick around here through pick 31.
We do, yes.
There's no guarantee. I mean, this team has gotten back in the past.
They have.
And Will Levis is going to, at this point in time, somebody's going to get back in here
Yeah.
and take him. So
And
I'm
so-
not dismissing the Vikings completely yet.
Here's what's funny, and this is why we should all be on alert for the next 7 or 8 picks. Peter Schrager, one of the most plugged-in mock drafters.
Giants are on the clock, by the way.
They trade.
Giants are on the clock.
Okay, the Giants have traded up. They're on the clock. They're going to take a
They moved up a spot.
replacement for Daniel Jones here and Will Levis.
Interesting.
Bad times for the Giants, a team that badly needed a receiver, and receiver alley
And they just
happened
went.
to them. They're all out
Yep.
there. I hope the Giants reach for Jalen Hyatt, which would be a terrible pick, but
Trade up and
they
reach,
might.
yeah.
Is this John Michael Schmitz, a guy who's
I
been
hope
drafted
so,
by
man.
them?
I hope
They
so.
should
That's been-
cheer up
yeah.
at the lineman. Yeah.
So real
And they need a
quick,
center.
so on this note, Peter Schrager had the Vikings drafting actually Bijan Robinson at 23, and then trading back into the first round to draft Hendon Hooker at 28. Now,
Oh man.
I'm
Why
not-
are you trying to gaslight me after we got
all,
past
no,
it? one
all I'm
time?
saying, I'm not. But let's replace
It's Schrags, baby.
replace Hooker with Levis.
Okay, I'd be okay with
And
that.
they gave up like the 87, the 119, and then next year's second and third to go from 87 to 28.
I'm guessing to get back into the first, you're going to have to give up your first round pick next year. I'd love to be proven wrong on that, but I don't know if a team trades out there for the future equity without getting that first.
Okay.
Yeah, is what I would think.
So you think they're done? You think they're probably done here in the first round?
I think they're probably done. Yeah. And they clearly really like Jordan Addison, right? Like, I mean, they bled that clock down. They were clearly listening to some teams
Yeah.
calling up.
Yes.
They wanted to stay put and take.
Well, you know who
Jordan
called
Addison.
them?
Yeah.
The Giants.
Yeah.
I'm sure the
Absolutely.
Giants called them. The Giants
Yeah.
didn't just all of a sudden.
Well, yeah, the Giants were like, we don't
Call
want to get stuck out in
Jacksonville.
the cold here with the receivers, and that's what's happened.
So are they? Well, hey,
You know what? Just in case,
Yeah.
we should open up the.
give me
vent
your
lines
beer
here, so-
glass because
please.
I want you to be hydrated and happy in case Hendon Hooker goes too
Okay.
soon.
Okay.
Okay. Are they going to?
I'm not going to rest until Hendon's on
Guy-
the board to somebody else.
Guys named Thor scare me.
I'm going to keep peppering Thor with questions here.
Yeah.
Are the Vikings going to regret not drafting Will Levis with the 23rd pick?
There's like a 24% chance that they'll regret it.
Really?
Right?
I'll take that.
Yeah, or 22. It's like somewhere in there.
No, but they're, dude.
yeah.
It's funny. Old Macadac loves to do some statistical research.
Yeah.
So
Oh, you're producing. I can't give you numbers.
Yeah,
there.
thank you.
I'm gonna present this to Thor here because I don't think we've done this with him on the Tuesday appearances. But
Declan.
here
Thank you, sir.
is
Thank you, sir.
Thor. Here is based on my own crack research.
Yeah.
In the last 22 years, so going back to the year 2000,
Okay.
quarterbacks taken by slot. So first quarterback taken,
Yep.
second quarterback taken, third, fourth, fifth, regardless of round.
Okay.
Usually there's like 3 quarterbacks taken in the first round, right? Percent chance that they pan out as a multi-year above average starter, which admittedly is a subjective exercise by me.
Yeah.
So I'm saying like Carson Wentz qualifies
By the way, the guy that I comped Will Levis to.
Carson Wentz?
Carson Wentz.
Dude, before the injury, Carson Wentz
He
was
was
up for
solid.
an MVP.
Yeah, he was solid.
So, all right. So, first quarterback taken off the board, 70% success rate since 2000.
Okay.
So, like Bryce Young, there's like a 7 in 10 chance he's going to be historically an above average multi-year starter.
Yeah.
Second quarterback off the board, 36% success rate. Third quarterback off the board, 27% success rate. The fourth quarterback off the board, 5% success rate. It actually jumps back up to like 30% for the fifth guy. But basically, if you're not drafting Bryce Young, you have like a 1 in 3 shot that your guy is going to be a multi-year above average starter based on my own crack research.
Yeah.
But you have to roll that dice. I mean, like, you have to take that chance if you're certain teams, right?
Yeah.
So,
For sure. Yeah, and it's telling that the NFL is looking the other way from Will Levis right now. It's telling.
but again, they look the other way from Aaron Rodgers. They look the other way for Lamar Jackson. But Lamar Jackson was more like, I'm Bill Polian, and I think he's a wide receiver.
Yeah. Oh,
Yeah.
yeah.
And the
yeah,
Ravens
Bill
said,
But
no,
I mean,
actually,
that
he's
was
not.
a hell of a miss.
Yeah.
Yeah. But as far as, sorry, go ahead.
How much is Hooker going to, in your mind, be comparable to the kid that the Titans took last year? Because it felt like we went through
Not
this
at all.
entire thing.
Malik Willis is a way better prospect than Henry
Okay.
Hooker is.
Really?
Yeah.
So,
'Cause, I mean, he was still the same
everyone's
thing.
out on Malik Willis, even
I'm
the
not out
Titans
on
might.
him. If I was the Vikings, I'd start lowball offering.
Oh, boy.
Yeah, I
Reckless
would lowball
speculation.
offer for
I love it.
sure. Try to get
So
Malik.
you're saying he was a much better prospect?
Well, I think to me, Hendon Hooker, it's more like like 90% of Jordan Love or Desmond Ridder,
Okay.
right? It's guys like that. But just like I want to go back to the Jordan Addison pick. You go to 2021 when he was the slot receiver for Kenny Pickett, 1,593 yards and 17 touchdowns. He just dominated college football. And last year he was banged up a little bit. He had to play through that. I do have some concerns with him on the boundary just in terms of that's where he's going to get pressed and stuff like that.
Yep.
But to have a guy that can consistently, we talked about this all process, a guy that can consistently beat single coverage, and Jordan Addison will beat you running his routes. That's going to disincentivize defenses from bracketing Justin Jefferson
Right.
and just wanton double teaming him. And you had to get that guy that would do that.
And that's the intriguing thing about that pick is it doesn't have to be a number one receiver. What do we got?
Two things.
Oh, I'm scared now.
Deontay Banks to the Giants, and the
Okay.
Bills have traded up to 25 with Jacksonville.
Okay. Okay.
Oh,
Couple
interesting.
things there.
I thought the
couple
Vikings
things
traded
there.
up in there.
Is that Joey
you
Porter
scared
Jr.?
me there for
Should,
a second.
should I
me
not
too.
be hitting the music unless the Vikings
Is that
are
your-
yeah.
Joey
Very,
Porter?
very well could be.
You're good. Hey, can I read you? So I've got the 633-page Pro Football Focus manifesto of draft prospects.
Oh, yeah.
I want to read you Jordan Addison's pros and cons.
Yeah.
And get your thoughts on this.
Okay.
Okay. So his pros. All right. 3-level route runner.
Agreed.
Who has plus flexibility and footwork on his route breaks.
Totally.
Hold on.
They got to fire the Sounders.
Right.
Yeah, totally.
Uses route stems as a weapon. Knows how to manipulate defensive backs.
For sure does. For sure
You got to
does.
do that like this, Phil. Double moves.
Sorry.
For sure.
You got to use them against themselves.
Yeah. Okay. All right.
Press coverage.
Has the extra gear to get away and stay away from corners downfield.
Yeah, I mean he's got some burst for sure. He doesn't have the high octane speed, but yeah, he has some burst for sure.
Okay, here's the cons, okay? No physicality to his game, pressed to the sideline too easily on vertical routes.
The number one thing you're concerned about with him on the boundary, potentially.
Just getting jammed out of bounds.
That's pretty
in the
much
So
Yeah.
hold on a second though.
He lacks play strength.
If he faces press coverage, we're talking about a problem. Because I mean, the National Football League, last I checked, the corners are really good at press
I'm
coverage.
not going to say that it's a problem. I'm just saying it's the one thing that you're wondering
Fair.
about with him playing on the boundary. He did play well on the boundary last year with USC, but he was not as dominant as he was in the slot when he was getting those free releases at Pitt.
Okay.
Deserves to be said.
Another negative, according to PFF, fast, let's see here. Past drop issues. 21 drops in his first 2 seasons at Pitt, but only 2 drops at USC last season. So
Yeah.
you might have cleaned that up a little bit.
Yeah, and in 2021, he was getting pounded with targets every level of the field. So I'm going to forgive him a little bit for that. I think he had he was targeted 144 times in 2021. So he had the 100 catches, but yeah, little bit of dropsies. But yeah, he corrected that last year, and that's what you like to see.
Yeah.
One of the things he struggled with though last year, even though he was correcting that, it was in contested situations.
Yeah.
I'm doing this from memory, but he was either 2 for 8 or 2 for 9 in contested situations. That's one other thing, but he does create that separation enough that he very rarely is contested at the catch point.
And keep in mind, too, again, what he has to do is complement Jefferson.
Exactly.
So you're not drafting a guy who you're like, oh, my God, if this guy's not good. Like, he needs to have a specific skill set.
And it's also an important point that Jordan Adison is never going to draw the best corner from the other team. Categorically, he will be getting the number
Correct.
2 corner on the other team.
Yeah.
Your best press man guy you're going to have as the corner 1. He should be able to beat NFL cornerback 2s consistently.
So real quick here, before I give you the last negative, this is from PFF too. The last 2 seasons, they've targeted him, is this right? 57 times on deep balls, so 20 yards or more in the air at Pitt and then at USC. He's 31 for 57, which is actually like pretty good on deep balls.
Yeah.
12 touchdowns and nearly 40 yards per catch on deep throws. And again, that's, some of that is just like maybe competition you're facing or whatnot. So that's really interesting. And then I'll give you the one more con here from PFF. A lot of schemed production at USC. 23 of his 59 catches came on screens.
Oh, yeah, I mean, but he's good at that stuff, right? And we know that he's an awesome receiver. So that one, I love Mike Renner. He my buddy. But that one, little nitpicky, Mike, little nitpicky.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, all right, let's do this. So, for anyone that wants to step up to the microphone here, we are now officially transitioning to Vikings Vent Line live at Park Tavern.
Oh, yeah. Let's do
Don't
this.
be shy. We have a microphone here. There's a couple rules. Don't swear. Don't get us fired, okay?
But you can praise us, Surly or Park Tavern, and we're cool with that.
Yes, if you want to say great things about, and then we can also, for the YouTube audience too, you want to put the email address out, Old Dex
Yeah,
Streets? All
let's.
right. VikingsVentline@gmail.com.
We will gladly welcome as many fans as possible here at Park Tavern. And if Vikings fans want to join us, it's VikingsVentline@gmail.com, like we've typically done in the past for Vikings Ventline. So let's form a line, a nice single file, as nice as we can, Minnesota nice line. If David wants to start us off here in his Vikings gear, I think we can make that happen.
Thank you for repping the, by the way, if you want the Just One Before I Die shirt, shameless plug, scorenorth.com/shop. Promo code DRAFT for 15% off your merchandise, yes.
And,
All right.
and by the way, where was the last time I wore this shirt? That was
The pyramids.
the Giza Plateau. Yes.
Oh,
Yeah,
that's
awesome.
right. Yes, dude, a world traveler, yes. So step on up here and tell us your name and when you first became a Vikings fan, and then let loose on your takes.
Yeah, my name's Dave. I'm from Duluth. I was kind of born into Vikings misery. My grandfather was an original season ticket holder. They were my dad's, and they're mine now. So since 1961, we've been around. OG.
Awesome.
I just have to say, when I was musing about this year's draft, if I was thinking about just position in an abstract form, like what position makes the Vikings better week 1? And I think it's wide receiver. And as much as I think a new franchise quarterback would be exciting and great, media fodder and all that stuff, I think they got their guy and they're a better team week 1. So I'm happy
I agree with that.
That's the reasonable, level-headed take. Thank you.
Yeah.
I turned 40 last year, so
now you're
reasonable,
an adult.
level-headed. Yeah.
It's potential opportunity lost. That's
Amazing.
what we're looking at, but hopefully it's not.
Yeah, Jason, come on up here. Our
Chief Meme Officer.
Our chief meme officer of the Purple Daily Leadership Cabinet.
Hey,
here.
guys.
With a fellow flag, too. You want to
wait, hold
Long-time
on.
listener, first-time caller.
We have dueling
dueling
flags.
flags?
Dueling.
Let's do it.
Dueling flags.
Let's do it. Dueling car flags. There you go.
Yeah, that was me on the outside camera, way in the back. So.
Oh, I saw it. It was awesome. Thank you.
All right. So what do you? So Jason, the chief meme officer of Purple Daily, what did you think of the draft pick?
I don't hate it. Jordan Adison and Jefferson sounds like a pretty good combo to me. So
Okay.
yeah. But my question for you guys is, do you think
because we didn't take Will Levis, do you think this increases the chances that they might go after Trey Lance on day 2 or 3?
Oh, God, I love how you think.
Let's poll the audience.
Reckless speculation.
Make noise if you want the Vikings to trade for Trey Lance.
Which would mean trading Kirk Cousins to San Francisco in the deal.
Yeah. That is fascinating.
Yes.
What do you got? Wait, let me ask you this, Thor. Yeah. So, where were you at on Trey Lance draft night 2 or 3 years ago? And where are you at right now?
Well, I was down to roll the dice, but he was a big roll of the dice, right? Like, you put him in the same phylum as Richardson and some of those guys. Richardson probably the only guy up there with him in terms of the lack of experience at the college level. Richardson at 13 starts less than 400 passes. Obviously, Lance had just about that same amount of playing time. It was just at the FCS level, but I would have rolled the dice. I'm not sure if I would have given up exactly what San Francisco gave to do that, but on draft day, I would have taken him in the
But would
top
you do it
5.
now? If you're the Vikings.
Okay,
Not at that price point.
It's Kirk for
Yeah,
Lance.
no, now.
It depends on the price point, yeah, but
Oh,
yeah.
Okay,
yeah.
it's Kirk.
Kirk for Lance and like a third next year.
Yeah, I do that. Yeah, I do that.
Yes.
Yeah.
I'm not so sure you wouldn't get something back, too, besides that.
Like more than a third?
I'm saying, like, if it's Kirk, I think you'd exchange some draft picks there.
Yeah.
I
You
mean,
would.
Trey Lance is way big unknown still.
And Kirk is more important to them than
Yes,
Trey Lance
exactly.
this year in
Yeah,
a Super Bowl
for sure.
year.
You've
for
got
sure.
something of value.
Yeah, for sure.
Yes.
Definitely.
Okay.
Is it all right if
Awesome.
I shake Thor's hands real quick? I was the guy online who was pushing for the Taco Bell to bring back that burrito. You and me,
my
buddy.
man.
Oh,
So-
So-
Thor might hug you actually.
Yeah.
after
Yeah.
that.
Another
All right,
another
thanks,
Taco
Jason.
Bell
I don't
comment.
want to
Yeah.
know what else you
Love
could
it.
do. Yeah.
Appreciate it.
All right, come on up. What's your name? Thank you for repping the gear here, by the way. What's your name, and when did you first become a Vikings fan?
I'm sorry. Thor just made money. Dalton kicked
68,
it.
my friend.
Wait,
my name,
Thor just made money.
Yeah, first touchdown off the board.
my name is Lee.
Bingo.
And, been a fan since 68.
68. Oh, man.
Little Joe Cat.
Oh, I'm an old man.
What'd you think of the draft pick here tonight?
I loved it because if they were going to stay at 23, I love the wide receiver. We need it.
Yeah.
Let's get settled for our new quarterback. But my question to you, being how all the hype and all the crap, we did not take a first-round quarterback.
Yeah,
Okay?
I know.
Now, we might still do third round or whatever. Yeah, my voice is a little hoarse.
No, it's okay.
I was
No, mine is
screaming
too.
A little bit.
Yeah.
Mine is
You
too.
guys
No worries.
rock, and you bring the best out of
Thank
me.
you.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Hold on, real quick. Sorry. Announcement.
Announcement.
Go ahead, Dex.
Announcement. There's actually not a pick in. I just want to make sure everyone has my attention. It is first come, first served at these Purple Daily glasses right here.
Here we
Again,
go. Don't rush the
please-
stage. Everyone be orderly.
Please
we don't
don't-
want anyone to get hurt.
I need Ross and Artis in one
Here,
piece.
here.
Ross,
Please
this is
don't-
on you.
Please
This
do
is
not
everyone's for you.
destroy
It's
those
on
guys.
you.
I need
Yep.
them.
I blame.
Wait, what are we doing?
There's
okay,
glasses
so you-
available. Turn around and you can get one.
Okay, so your point, they didn't draft a first-round quarterback.
Oh, hey, how you doing?
They didn't draft a first round quarterback.
So they didn't draft a first-round quarterback.
Okay. My question is, being how you guys are connected,
Thank you.
next year,
Thank you.
if the Vikings go ahead, you know, we're going through this season. Kirk, we got Mullins, whatever. Now, who are the guys next year that we can watch on college football? or
That's a question
who
for the man to my
Thank you for
left.
that
who are the guys
The quarterbacks?
next year that
Okay.
they're going
Thor?
to take?
Yes.
Because I'm sure we're not going to.
Yes.
Yep.
Okay, Thor.
Thor,
So
who-
outside of
we're going to,
Caleb Williams and Drake
We're
May,
not going to win 13 games.
Oh, well,
We might win 10
Who should we be
or
watching at
something.
quarterback next
outside
year?
of Caleb Williams,
15
Drake May,
or
who else?
14.
well, after that, it would be a big drop at this point. Obviously, we have a year of data left, but a lot of the NFL has Michael Pratt as the third one right now, a lower ceiling guy. Some of the ceiling guys, we got to see them for a year. A guy that I'm higher on than most, as far as an NFL projection, it's Deion Sanders, his kid,
Oh,
that's
look
about
at-
to play at Colorado.
amazing.
a kid that was, like a four-star recruit by ESPN, and he just absolutely shredded the FCS. He got a solid arm, and he's a great athlete. It'd be interesting to see how he does in Boulder, but he's a kid I could see jumping up real quick.
Do you think this means, so they did not draft Will Levis, they did not draft Hendon Hooker. No, maybe Hooker comes around at 87. There's a chance, I guess. But if they don't, do you still think they take a shot at like a Tanner McKee or a DTR from USC or from UCLA?
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Or Stetson Bennett?
Definitely in play. We know that they did more work on the quarterbacks than they had done in how many years? When was the last time the Vikings did this much work on the quarterback class?
Yeah.
They obviously did not care for Will Levis. They were not the only NFL franchise that liked Anthony Richardson, did not like Will Levis, obviously. But, yeah, I mean, I think that's in play for the third round. The only thing you're fighting right now is the Vikings have that lack of draft equity.
That's interesting.
Okay, no, go ahead.
So
this is from the draft party. We're
yeah,
good.
yes. According to Vikings Vox, Paul Allen, it sounds like Kwesi Adofo-Mensah and Kevin O'Connell are not going to do a media call because they ordinarily do one right after the pick or very close.
Because they
for an hour
might get frisky.
They're talking about getting back in the first round.
They might get
I'm telling you right now, stay here, stay alert. If I was a weatherman, I would say watch the sky.
Hey, Twins fans.
In this case, watch what the Vikings are doing. I think there's a real chance that they get back in the first round. And if the guy to my left would cover his ears for a second, I'm not going to be surprised if it's for Hendon Hooker.
But by
stop
the way,
it. You guys are gaslighting me.
By the
we
way,
already got through that gauntlet.
I don't know that he hasn't fallen behind.
Will Levis is still out there. So
I know.
Deontay Banks.
Levis, for sure. Do it.
Deontay Banks, the quarterback. Dalton Kincaid, the tight end from Utah.
Finally gone.
The next two picks on the board. The Cowboys are on the board at 26 right now. And so, all right. What's your name? When did you become a Vikings fan, and what's your take tonight?
My name is Will Cooper. I've been a Vikings fan since 2004.
Okay.
Cool.
I think tonight's draft is the perfect example and representation of what the Vikings offense can be. As bad as it hurt me to see Thielen go, it was good to see that the Vikings are willing to take a risk at getting someone who can get our offense to go in the way which it should.
Yeah.
Now, honestly, do I think Kirk is the guy at quarterback to do that? No. But
You hater. You Kirk hater.
But they're putting the pieces in place.
So the way I would do it is I would have gotten Cam Newton as a backup to be behind Kirk, because honestly, Kirk doesn't have anyone to put him in a hot seat to challenge him for his position.
Yeah, well.
So right now he's just chilling, being Mr. Cool. And of course, as we saw with the playoffs, he was just Mr. Conservative when we should have been aggressive.
Yeah.
But that's the story of Kirk's career. Is here. I mean, he's never had a challenger, and in fact, Spielman made sure he didn't. They purposely did that. So I think the question now is to go back to: do they take a quarterback in the third, fourth, fifth round? But he's not going to challenge him.
Yeah.
I don't think unless the Vikings get back into the first round, I don't think we're talking about anyone ever challenging Kirk. And Phil, to your chagrin, I think eventually Kirk walks away, and he's never challenged here for starting job.
Cowboys take Michigan defensive tackle Mozzie Smith.
Oh, wow.
At 26.
That's
Mozzie
interesting. I know the Vikings were interested in Mozzie Smith in the scenario where they traded down into the second round, but obviously they liked the guy enough to stay in their spot.
Yeah. So there are 5 picks left. This is cruising, by the way. This draft's going to be done by like 10:40.
I told you, pace the draft.
That's insane. Yeah.
Pace the draft is
We're all
picked up
gonna
a lot.
get at a reasonable time, but so to Will's point, who just came up here about replacing Adam Thielen, the good news is the last time the Vikings set out to replace a Ring of Honor caliber wide receiver around the same slot in the draft, they nailed Justin Jefferson, and he was not the first receiver off the board. So different front office, obviously, with Rick Spielman.
And they got fortunate.
Yes, because the Eagles, the famous video of the Eagles drafting Jalen Reagor, the pandemic draft, and the Vikings laughing at the Eagles on the Zoom camera.
Well, and the Raiders, unfortunately, took a guy that killed a person, and you know there were a lot of unfortunate things.
Yeah, there's
that was also a thing.
Classic Raiders. But I mean, so they have a track record of. Now, if you want to go back to like replacing Randy Moss, that didn't go so well.
Right.
But
yeah, you could say that again.
But you don't have to be the first receiver off the board in today's day and age. like the training, high school players. I think it's more appealing to try and be a wide receiver when you're 16, 17 years old. There's so much talent at that position. It's a lighter year in the draft, but I think there's a good chance you can find a guy from day one here in Jordan Adison that's as good as Adam Thielen was last year. I'm not saying Adam Thielen at his peak.
No, he's going to be
Thielen
better
last
than
year.
Thielen
Last year. Yeah.
Definitely.
Can he be as good as like the 5 years ago version? Time will tell, right?
Time will tell, and they have a lot of the same skills, right? Like, I mean, Adam Thielen wasn't the most physically dominant guy. It was his route running skills, right? And it explains a lot with Jordan Addison as well.
It's a different demand, though, now, too, because I always felt there was this weird, Diggs and Thielen, and they're 1A and 1B. You're not looking for that now. So, and that's the nice thing is you didn't draft a guy who you're like, oh, my God, is our wide receiver. You drafted a guy who's a compliment to a guy that's a Pro Bowl player and is unbelievable. So I'm not complaining for one bit. I just, with the way this fell from a quarterback standpoint, it's intriguing. And to your point, too, and where you might even quibble with the statement I made is, Joey Porter Jr.
Yeah.
Like, he was mocked at, 12?
So, he's still sitting there, right?
Yeah, I know. That's the point.
Why is he
falling?
There?
Yeah, why is he
Teams
falling?
are concerned about his agility, I think. But if you look at the last 10 games he had in the Big Ten, he was as dominant as Devin Witherspoon. Teams stopped throwing at Joey Porter Jr.
And that hurts you, actually.
Yeah.
You're right.
Are you saying that he doesn't have oily hips?
Yeah, I wouldn't say he's got oily hips, yeah.
But when they throw away from you all the time, scouts start to get freaked out.
Yeah.
Which is sort of weird.
He did prove the concept of his athleticism with the rest of it. It's just, he doesn't change directions quite as fluidly as some of these other guys. Right. But he can direct people off the line better than any corner in this class. And to me, that's what mitigates that.
All right, let's keep Vikings vent line going on here. All right, what's your name? Where are you from? And what year did you become a Vikings fan for the first time?
My name's Keith. I'm from White Bear Lake.
Go Bears.
Vikings fan since 2000, let's say.
Okay.
Brian Bonner.
This is a non-draft question, but you guys have been phenomenal. Typed into you for the last few years.
Thank
wondering,
you.
I love
You're awesome.
you, but wondering from your own mouth, what do you think it is exactly that you're tapping into from a Vikings standpoint, fandom standpoint, that's resonating with Vikings fans?
Yeah.
That's maybe different from K-Fan, for example. That's making people excited to be here, excited to hear your voices.
Well, I think so. I don't want to speak for K-Fan because they are a powerhouse and they are also the voice of the fan, so to speak. I really think, we say it at the top of every show. We want the Vikings to win a Super Bowl. And I think we're willing to be probably more critical than other outlets. But I think everyone in this room has a shared vision. It's been 60 plus years. They are the greatest franchise in American team sports history to not win a Super Bowl. There's one more box left to check, and it's Super Bowl. And so we set expectations. We're just a bunch of yahoos on microphones. We're not in the front office. We don't have any influence. But everyone in this room knows that there's one box left to check, and we want that box to be checked.
Yeah.
And so we talk about it. It doesn't have to be an elephant in the room. Oh my God, they won 9 games. It's okay. No, let's talk about the elephant in the room. So I think willingness to just say we want a Super Bowl seems to have brought people together in a pretty big way. And
plus, fans of teams should not be made to feel guilty because they hold teams to a standard.
Yeah.
And it feels like in this state, there's this big, and it starts in our business. It's not just fans, but it feels like there's this protection of teams. It's not necessary. There's nothing wrong.
They're all making millions of dollars. They're all adults. Yeah.
And if you go to the East Coast, guess what? They put pressure on teams.
Yeah.
And pressure does help. That's the biggest thing that the naysayers will be like, well, what are you doing that helps by being critical? Actually, if you have enough people, as far as the fan base goes, and media, teams feel some pressure. There's nothing wrong with that. For instance, just quickly, my Wild right now. I don't know that they're actually coached by the right guy. But I haven't heard that brought up nearly enough.
Not today.
So,
Not today.
Yeah, yes, today.
I will say this. I actually think you're more equipped to answer that question than we are. So, why do you think there's thousands of people consuming this content tonight versus other platforms?
I'm big into what you said in terms of it's you play to win the championship, right?
Yep.
And anything less than that is if you don't have the right team or the right coach or the right front office, it's time to move on.
Yeah.
And for some reason, Minnesota sports across hockey, basketball, football, baseball. It's like, well, good enough is good enough.
Yeah.
Butts and seats is good enough. And local media, K-fan included, it's like, hey, you get to the playoffs, that gets people interested, and that gets butts and seats, it gets eyes on the TV, and that's good enough for us. I think that's a front office problem. And the thing I appreciate most about you guys is you're willing to call that out, and you're not funded by the people that are willing to or are making those decisions. And that's why I've come here and I listen to you guys all the time. It's like, oh my God, I agree with everything you say.
I think the moral is you can love and support your team and still be mad and critical, and it's okay. It doesn't make you a bad fan if you want more, or you're mad that Kirk Cousins checks down on 4th and 8. Like, he's a big boy. Like, Karl Anthony Towns is a big boy. So you can love your team and be critical all in one. I think.
100%. 100%.
Yeah.
Love that.
Thanks, man.
Appreciate
Great
it.
stuff.
Yeah. Thank you, dude. Appreciate it.
Appreciate you.
Yeah. All right, come on up here. What's your name? Where are you from? And when did you first become a Vikings fan?
My name is Jamie. I'm from Bloomington. I first became a Vikings fan probably early elementary school years. I was born in 97. So first, I want to say great pick by Jordan Adison. You're not picking him to be a wide receiver 1 on your team. You got Jefferson, who's due for an extension, Hawkinson, who's due for an extension. You got to get a rookie guy. I like it. And you guys have already touched on it. And I know Doogie said we were maybe going to trade back with the Chiefs at 31. So what are your thoughts on maybe trading maybe next year's first, this third, maybe next year's third, and getting back and getting Will Levis?
So getting back into the first round.
I don't think it would take next year's first
SOB.
right now.
Yeah, because
I think he'd be
they
fine.
want picks now, which I get.
Yeah.
And but like next year's first, like come this time next year, they're going to be like, oh, we got 2 first-round picks.
Yeah, Thor, what's your thought there? Because I think if you were to get back into the final, 5 picks, in order to draft a quarterback to get the 5th-year option, what's the price point? Because I don't think it's next year's first by any means.
Oh, I think it's going to require next year's first because you don't have your second, right? Like, so if you want a team to move from the first round all the way down to the third, they're going to be like, hey, come on, we need your first round pick.
I'm not giving up next year's first.
Oh, exactly. I'm not either. That's why I don't think it's in play. And I wouldn't do it either. Like, what if Cousins gets injured right away next year and they have a disaster of a season? Then they're in range to take either Caleb Williams or Drake May. Right?
Okay.
And then you solve the quarterback thing. You got to protect that first-round pick, and that's why I was okay with them not moving up. The only scenario, we talked about this before. If Anthony Richardson started to fall and you didn't have to gut the next 2 first rounds, then you consider it, but not in this scenario.
That's my point. You get to use the pick on Levis or Hooker, and he gets to sit for a year behind Kirk because you're not taking him back. And then you got Addison, Jefferson, Hawkins.
But are you giving up next year's first for that?
Richardson's here. You have Levis is here, and Hooker is.
It's just like you would expedite the quarterback process by you get to let him sit. Like preferably, you'd get to let him sit.
There are different levels of prospects.
I think there's a better.
It would be,
I get it.
Yeah.
I think there's actually a better chance that you would trade a guy like Danielle Hunter for a second with a conditional first attached,
and next year,
and go up next year.
Yeah. Could be. Yeah, could be.
Good luck, I guess.
Yeah.
But
That's why
I'm
I'd
just
save
saying
the
it would
first round
cost
pick.
1 first to get Levis, which if he would have fell to you and you would have taken him this
Yeah.
year, it's like you're already using the pick next year for him, and it's not as much capital as going up to get Richardson like this year.
I think to your point, if they were going to be willing to do that, they would have taken him at 23.
Yeah.
Like this is a weird
so
fall.
is it safe to say they don't like Will Levis?
I think maybe, yeah.
Clearly,
right?
yeah.
Right? Like
no,
they,
it's
they,
yeah.
they-
He didn't palm that football good enough at the meeting.
Because if they love Will Levis, they would have traded up ahead of Washington, the risky team to take him.
Yeah, ostensibly,
Or
yeah.
drafted him at
Tampa,
23,
Tampa,
right?
yeah.
Or Tampa, right?
Exactly. And
So
I think
they
the reason,
don't like Will Levis.
we had talked about how they could be in on the receiver, whatnot. They were so in on the receiver. I think that's why you didn't see the trade down because you had the 4 consensus top 4 receivers. Addison was the last stop on the train depot with that one.
Yeah.
They felt like they had to take him.
Let's do it. By the way, great questions.
Thank you.
man.
Great
Appreciate you coming out
jacket, too.
tonight.
Yeah.
That's a
I
great
love the
jacket.
I love that jacket.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Awesome, man. Real quick here, just an update on the latest picks. So there's 3 more
Miles
picks left
Murphy.
in the first round.
Yeah.
Anton Harrison, offensive tackle, Oklahoma, went to the Jaguars. Miles Murphy, edge rusher, Clemson, went to the Bengals. The Saints.
That's
are on
pretty
the clock.
fascinating because they need a tight end real bad. I'm sorry, go ahead.
Oh, I was going to say, and by the way, plenty of glasses left up here.
Oh, yeah, we have
for
Purple
anyone
Daily
that
Pint-
wants them.
Purple Daily
These are
Pint glasses,
free.
yeah.
These are free.
We have free pint glasses up here if you want a Purple Daily pint glass.
Sorry, Thor.
You can grab it on the way out, too. Grab it on the way out.
I was going to make a Bengals point, but their projected starting tight end right now is Irv Smith, and that ain't going to work out for him. And Michael Mayer had fallen all the way down to them. Michael Mayer grew up on the Kentucky side of the border, but just outside of Cincinnati as a Bengals fan, had talked about how he wanted to play for the Bengals. He falls all the way down to him. They take Miles Murphy instead. So Irv,
this is why I love you.
Dude,
it's like you grew up right by him.
Who are the so in terms of like best players on the board? Are you following enough to be able to say that? So,
I got my
Joey
live
Porter
updated
Jr.,
board.
Brian Branch. Who are the best players
Levis,
available?
Miles Murphy just went off. Nolan Smith got taken before, right? He got taken. Yeah.
No, dude.
Oh wait, Nolan
Smith is still out there.
Oh wow, I thought my dude had made a mistake.
So Nolan Smith, Joey Porter, Brian Branch, or Will Levis will be a second-round pick.
It's pretty shocking. Michael Mayer would have been next up on my board. And then Osiris Torrance, but I heard late in the process, Osiris Torrance, some teams had questions about his medicals. I actually had him in my last first-round mock that I was about to submit to the Huddle Report, where they judge it, whatever. And I heard this stuff about...
Did you submit again?
Did you submit one?
I submitted it again, and I swapped in Jack Campbell for the Bills pick, which where I had Torrance before. But, with the medical questions, he wasn't going to go in the first round. Then Keon White, Brian Brazee, and Cam Smith are my other guys that have first-round grades that are still on the board.
Okay. All right, let's go next here. Tell us your name, where you're from, and when you first became a Vikings fan.
Yeah, Chad. I live in Northeast Minneapolis, and my earliest Vikings memory is Darren Nelson dropping a pass at the goal line.
Oh, 87,
It's always a heartbreaking memory that brings us into Vikings football, right?
Not the best. No, so I'm curious. So next pick not till 87, not necessarily up into the first round, but who would we trade up for if we wanted to get into the second somewhere? Like, what are targets in the mid to late second if we tried to move up from 87?
Thor?
Yeah, I think you're looking at interior defensive line or a defensive back cornerback, right? One of the two. And the Vikings, I think, were more interested or thinking more about using that top pick or trading down in the scenario where they get the interior defensive lineman. There's some interesting names of that. Brian Brisset, like I said, is still out there. But is he a fit for what they actually need? I question that. There's a lot of questions with his evaluation, too. He's obviously a stud recruit. And when he's been healthy, he's been active, but he's a skinnier, longer, rangier type interior defensive lineman who does not have a long wingspan. It's funny, he reminded me a lot of Jerry Tillery. Do you guys know Jerry Tillery that came out of Notre Dame that busted it with the Chargers, whatever? Brian Brisset, his profile is very similar. I don't know, again, the Vikings are looking for a nose tackle guy. I think maybe that would be, but Mozzie Smith was the guy that they were very interested in. But I think the other one is cornerback. And luckily for the Vikings, this is one of the deepest cornerback classes, especially through day two, that we have seen in years. Yeah. So I think that's what it would be.
Should we go to some Vikings vent line guests?
Oh, wow. We have via the online green room here. Let's go to Alex first.
We'll go to Alex first
hear
here.
Alex on the YouTube channel. What's up, Alex?
Hey guys, how's it going?
Oh,
what's up,
dude? Thanks for joining us, man. What's your take on what's happening tonight?
So, not gonna lie, it's been a long night of watching to see what we're gonna do. Kind of crazy how nobody's taking Will out of it.
So, are you disappointed in what the Vikings did with Jordan Adison?
No, I love the pick. Okay. I honestly felt like we needed to get a number 2 to go with Justin Jefferson.
Yeah,
absolutely. So I became a fan pretty much since my birth, but I truly became a diehard Vikings fan was the last year that Favre played for the Packers. I was at the game against Vikings and Packers the last time Favre ever played for the Packers.
Was that the game where he broke the touchdown?
Yeah, it was
record
Greg Jennings pass for a touchdown, right?
Jennings.
Yep.
And he carried Greg Jennings off the field on his back.
Slapped his ass a couple times.
And then just said, bleep you to the Packers and went and played for the Vikings.
Yeah.
Yes, it did.
All right.
Yeah. Awesome, man. Alex, thanks
Good
for
stuff.
joining us
Thanks,
here on Purple Daily here live. Still, by the way, thank you guys. We still have over 6,000 people hanging out with us here on the Scorner at the YouTube channel.
You're all awesome.
As the first round is about to come to a close here, and all the people that gathered here at Park Tavern, man, what a fun atmosphere tonight. Who's next here? Let's keep going with the YouTube channel.
I'm wondering
here, guys.
if this is the stop for Will Levis, by the way, with the
Yeah.
Saints.
The Saints, yeah, that makes some sense.
Oh,
right?
it says pick is in. We'll see.
Yeah, they just got Carr though. I mean, do you take Levis? Then
Carr ain't the long term.
True. Hey, Steven, how are you? You're on Vikings
Brian
Vet Line, sir.
Brise, by the way.
Oh, is it? Oh, Brees. Okay. So, yeah, he's off the board. That's okay, though. I don't know that he was a great fit for the Vikings.
Steven, you're on Purple Daily here, Vikings Vent Line.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we got you, man.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Oh, perfect. What's up, guys? I saved an original can.
This guy.
Oh yeah, that's awesome.
Let's go.
Saved it for this. And I'm
Nice.
drinking out of this really fancy
Oh, you
glass.
got them. Yeah, that's a great glass.
Yep, there it is. There it is. And it's perfect for our draft. I love it. I think Jordan Adison is exactly what we need.
Yep.
I'm concerned because Kirk Cousins is on his final contract, and QB is the most important position. I'm not a huge Will Levis guy. Like, for me, I knew that KOC was kind of in on him. So, for me, I want KOC to get the guy that he wants. That's the most important thing. Is if KOC likes Will Levis, then get Will Levis. Like, if KOC likes Hendon Hooker, then get Hendon Hooker.
And he clearly, I mean, unless KOC put up a fight in the war room,
which I
I
doubt.
mean, they took it down to like 10 seconds.
I don't think he likes him.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He held that football wrong.
Yeah, he did. He sure did.
He held it like with the point in his palm.
Right.
Yeah, exactly.
For me, at this point, I think our best, if I was the GM, I would trade for Trey Lance tomorrow. Let Trey Lance play for a year. If he's our guy, great. If he's not, then who cares? Let's draft a quarterback next year.
Yeah.
Thanks, Steven.
Get something for Kirk.
Dude, Steven, thank you, man.
Yeah,
I
thanks.
love the reckless speculation. I mean, dude, I mean, here's the thing. Like, the fact that they didn't draft a quarterback sitting in their laps at 23 does lend credence to the Trey Lance idea.
It does, yeah. And I'm cool with it because if he falls on his face, that's great too because then you're in a position to take Caleb Williams or Drake May. But I'm okay falling on your face.
In fact, I will say I'm not reporting. I'm just speculating. I'm just recklessly speculating here. Okay.
Amongst friends.
Amongst friends.
They might have a verbal framework
Reckless speculation
in place with the 49ers
They were
right
sure
now.
flirting in Indianapolis.
The book's not written.
And I want to say, you know where they were flirting before was in Mobile at the Senior Bowl when Kwesi was talking to Flores. A lot of times those conversations lead to something.
Oh, by the way, Jordan Adison, I think in an interview with either ESPN or NFL Network, said, quote, "The Vikings told me if I fall to them, they're going to make sure they come and grab me."
Yeah.
So the Vikings loved Jordan Addison.
Yeah, that's the thing. I think they would have traded down if not for that. But the receiver class, which wasn't good to begin with, it fell off an enormous shelf after Addison.
And
Enormous
Doogie had
shelf.
said that Jordan loved his visit here, his camp loved it here. You know the interesting thing too is, and this draft has been so intriguing through the first round, but the interesting thing is, as far as the Vikings book, it feels like it's not even close to being written yet for 2023.
Yeah, agreed.
Like there's just a lot of things in the air. There's a lot of unknowns. There's a lot of things that have been quiet that are weird they've been quiet.
Yeah.
So I just feel like there's a lot of possibilities here. And, we will always be, until it's just flipped on its head, we will always be sort of stuck in our thinking of how the Vikings have done things. And these guys are not going to do things how the Vikings have done things.
Yeah. For
So,
sure.
we need to see the different directions and paths that these guys will take. It's just so intriguing.
All right. Name, where are you from, and when did you first become a Vikings fan?
I'm Chase from Prairie Island Red Wing area. I became a Vikings fan basically when I was born in 2000, but really got into it in 2012.
Nice.
Oh, the Peterson 2000 year.
Yeah.
All right, yeah. Let's go.
So I love the pick, first off. Jordan Addison was the one I was hoping for from the beginning.
Nice.
I hope they maybe traded back and got him, seeing how it played out near the end. But I can't be mad at the pick. And I'm also of the mind, we should probably trade up in the second if, let's say Joey Porter or Will Levis keep falling.
Yeah.
But the question I have is, if Will Levis does keep falling, is that then a deterrent? Are you worried about what everybody's seeing in him to trade up in the second?
It's such a good question, and thank you for coming up and for listening to the show. So Jalen Hurts had deterrence and fell to the second round.
Yeah.
Lamar Jackson had deterrence and fell to the 32nd pick.
Yeah.
There's been other guys. So I can make that argument.
Yeah.
I could also bring the data that I brought to you earlier and say, well, when you take the 4th or 5th quarterback off the board, there's like a 20% chance they pan out long term, right?
Well,
so
yeah,
what do
I
you
mean,
think?
it's the NFL's acknowledgement of those two big glaring red flags on Will Levis's on-field profile. I don't think this has anything to do with the fact the kid likes eating his bananas with the friggin' peels on.
He's a sociopath, dude. I mean, who eats the banana peel?
He's got very strange taste. I don't think it has nothing to do with it. I don't think it has anything to do with his personality or the selfies he likes to take in the mirror either. I think it has to do with those two things.
Well, who doesn't like to do that?
Judd does it on his
Talking to me?
TikTok and Instagram.
Yeah,
I've heard you do it all the time, Thor.
Have you seen
Everybody that
Evening
makes
Judds at ever?
It's not us that
Evening
has our
Judd.
jobs on the line depending on which, who we take, right? And the guys in that room that do that, their job is on the line if it doesn't work out. And again, with those two things, especially the one with the lack of pocket presence, it is an extreme leap of faith. You have no idea what's on the other side of that. If you correct that, yeah, he's going to be good.
Yeah.
But what are the odds of that?
Well, but
so
here's my thing, though.
and then you get fired is the problem.
Yeah, and he's fallen so far now that we've gone through some teams with really good quarterback judgment personnel coaching
Yeah.
that have decided he's not worth that risk.
Yes.
Like, that's a very
Dude.
and he might be good. I'm not saying he won't be, but that's a really interesting thing. Like, there's some teams he got past, and you're like, Tampa Bay, good for him for getting past that.
Yeah.
Lack of pocket presence and struggling under pressure is one of the main criterion I look for to identify bust quarterbacks. It's the reason I was lower on Zach Wilson than anyone else, and it's the reason that I hated Drew Lock. Drew Lock, people forget this. He was.
Hey.
Oh, no.
Declan,
We got a Drew Lock
stop.
stand
Come on.
right
He
here.
didn't work.
Gotta see
Come
how-
on.
He's dominated in the
He
the
didn't
XFL or the
Yeah.
USFL?
Okay,
And
come
Drew
on.
Lock was
UFL.
Teach me how to
He was
Dougie
the
Drew Lock.
He was
Come
the number
on,
one
man.
overall guy in the 2 early mock drafts after the draft that year. But it was the same thing with those two guys that it is with Levis.
By the way,
It doesn't get fixed. We don't know.
the Philadelphia Eagles, with the 30th overall pick, the second to last pick in the first round, are selecting Georgia edge rusher Nolan Smith.
Okay.
So there
Your
is.
guy.
Wait, the Eagles did?
Yes.
So the Eagles now have Jalen Carter,
Yeah, they're just beefed
Jordan
up.
Davis,
That
Meat-
line.
That's your meat and
and
potatoes.
Nolan Smith. They're just taking all the defenders
your
from the
meat-
sick Georgia defense. Is their entire defensive
They're gonna
front
eat you
now?
They're
up.
going to trade
baby.
for Scene.
It's the 2021 Georgia Bulldogs, which one of the nastiest defense I ever seen in college football.
So Kansas
Not
City
a bad
is
strategy.
Kansas City is on the clock with the last pick in the first round here. All right, Dex, let's go back to
Yeah.
the YouTube channel here.
Hey, we're going to go next to Jacob now on the YouTube channel. Jacob.
Jacob!
What's up,
going
dude?
on?
What's up, man?
Not much, guys. Love you guys. First and foremost, I just want to shout out my dad. I'm from Oregon City. He brought me into being a Viking out here on the West Coast. So
Nice.
just love the Vikings. Been a fan since the early 90s. 98 was the heartbreaker. Just honestly, love the pick. If you're going to stay put, get a weapon that's available. And I think Adison reminds me a lot of Diggs in his route running and maneuverability within the tree. I would have loved Porter Jr. as well, but unless they were going to make the move for Richardson, I think they made the best pick they can. Stand pat and let's leverage next year, get that quarterback where the class is, I think, a little more solid overall.
All right. I love it, man. Hey.
Yeah, and to his point, the cornerback class, it's very, very deep in this specific draft. But it's the deepest position group, in my opinion, of the draft. You put it up only with tight end, but the cornerback one is deeper. The receiver one, not deep at all.
Right.
After the fourth one, like I said, it's the Grand Canyon falling off the shelf. If you're going to wait on one of those two positions, that's, you wait on the cornerback, because in day 2 you can still get a starter there.
Yeah.
You're not getting a day 1 starter in day 3 with this receiver class.
Let's keep it moving here on the Purple Daily YouTube channel. We're going to go next to Spencer here. Hi, Spencer. What's up, pal?
What's up, dude?
How's it going, guys?
Awesome.
What's going on, man? What'd you think tonight?
I love the Addison pick. What I really want is for
Oh, we can't hear Spencer. Let's put him back in the green room for a second here. So connection's breaking up a little bit. We'll come back to you, Spencer. Who's next?
In the meantime, we'll go to DL
Urbas. What's up, DL? Frequent emailer of the show on Feedback Friday.
Thank you, Jim.
Oh,
that's
no,
worse.
more
That's
audio
worse.
issues.
I think we should go in-house.
All right, in-house. All right, go ahead. All right. What's your name? Thanks for repping the brand here. What's your name? Where are you from? And when did you first become a Vikings fan?
My name's Luke. I'm from Superior, Wisconsin, actually. I've been
Nice.
listening to you guys for about a year now.
Nice.
And I guess I'm super excited about the pick. I like it. We needed a guy besides Justin Jefferson. However, I'm wondering what you guys think. Would it have been better to draft either Will Levis or, to much of Thor's chagrin, Hendon Hooker to sit behind
Thor
Kirk Cousins?
just punches you
That's it.
Stop trying to gaslight me. Stop trying to gaslight me.
It would have been better to draft one of those guys to sit behind Kirk Cousins for a year, kind of learn from him. Obviously, he's going to learn more from Kevin O'Connell, but to sit behind him, or possibly, because we know with Kirk Cousins, they're going to be a decent team, to have to go all in next year to draft another quarterback.
That's a really intriguing point. And the one thing is, I think we are, including me, we're all thinking about how they're going to solve this, right? Because it appears that they certainly are going to let Kirk's contract expire, we think. And, the one thing is, we don't know. There's a lot we don't know here. But we also don't know what the plan is. So on its face, I would say yes to your question. I would like to get a quarterback who could have sat behind Kirk. It'd be nice to teach him, in Thor's case, if it's the right guy. But we don't know how they're going to approach this, and we don't know, do they have a set plan for they're going to go young and try and find that franchise guy? Are they going to try and trade Kirk to San Francisco? Because, I'm sorry, until that's not done, it makes some sense.
It does. It makes more sense now than it did an hour ago.
Are they going to try? Are they willing to accept a decent bridge quarterback for a few years if they don't get that guy?
Yeah.
That's the thing is, as followers of this team, it becomes difficult because, especially because Rick was here for so long, we're used to sort of a format for it. But these guys aren't going to do what Spielman did, and they're also very different in their thought processes and their ability to teach. So I think what we need to be prepared for is sort of an unknown as well.
Yeah.
Not just the straight, well, they're going to draft one next year for sure now. Yes, that makes sense. And they might take McKee in the 4th round. But keep in mind, too, like Phil went through that entire list.
That's a crapshoot.
That list doesn't necessarily work out. So I'm just so interested to see what direction this goes. And like I said before, too, I don't think the story of the Vikings 2023 offseason is written yet.
Can I say something? This is going to sound crazy coming from the #1 Kirk hater in the universe, right? Is it so bad that you draft a rock-solid #2 wide receiver, Brian Flores comes in and schemes up your defense in a better way, and you go and win 10 or 11 games, and Kirk plays well with good weapons, and then you go back to the quarterback next year?
Right.
They're going to be competitive.
No, it's not.
They're going to
at
win
all.
games.
Yeah, and again, we had talked about the importance of getting that wide receiver too. And after Adison, again, the receiving class is truly terrible, and already bad receiver class is really, really bad after that. So, not at all. Contextually, the pick makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, awesome, man. All right, name, where are you from, and how long you been a Vikings fan?
It's Joe Cap.
It's Dante Culver.
Oh.
Dan Stone. Grew up in Bloomington, about 4 blocks away from the old Metropolitan Stadium.
Yep.
So grew up watching them.
Right there, my man. The Met. Love ya.
First memory was when I was 6 years old in Albert Lee, Minnesota, watching the heavily favored Minnesota Vikings lose to the Kansas City Chiefs.
Oh. 2 touchdowns?
I was 6. We didn't really know what the game was, but we just were all kind of flexed out there. Our parents were all yelling and screaming and throwing things. We thought they were having a fight, so we're all traumatized.
Right, that's it.
That was the way I remember.
And then you're like, I love this team.
Yeah. So I've been through a lot of course. I don't think they'll move back up again for Levis or Hooker. I think they'll take a flyer. I think it's going to be DTR.
Okay.
I just feeling whatever, but
sure.
Yeah.
But I would like to see them take a flyer at least with somebody.
And they should, but percentage-wise, those guys after the 3rd, 4th round, we all have optimism, right? Kellen Mond or whoever it is, right? John David Booty. But they're all it's literally a razor-thin percentage chance. But they take a flyer and the environment's great. Kevin O'Connell, learn behind Kirk Cousins, Jefferson. So I would say higher percentage chance of that guy panning out with this environment
Sure.
than being a flyer for the Texans or some crappy franchise.
We don't have any idea what the timetable is for when their feeling is they have to find this person. Like, that's what's intriguing about this to me.
Yeah. Let's go back to the YouTube channel here real quick and see if we have Spencer's audio figured out. Spencer, can you hear us? Can we hear you?
Yes.
Uh-oh.
No, I think we got him. Hold on.
We got him?
You hear me?
Yep.
Yeah, we got you now. Yeah.
Way to go, Dex.
All right, Spencer, what are your thoughts?
Yeah, I love the Addison pick. Honestly, I was expecting Will Levis there. If it was my perfect draft, I would love for them to trade this KC pick, get Will Levis in the first round, get that fifth-year option, have a quarterback of the future, but we'll see what happens.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Spencer, thanks for coming on, man.
Feels like a real long shot now, though.
Wouldn't you love to be a fly on the wall? I'd love to know what they really think of Will Levis, right? Like, was it a debate?
Well,
holy crap, we love Jordan Addison,
So
but we didn't
apparently,
think Will Levis was going to be
Pro
here.
Football Talk, our guy Manny Hill was just telling me there's a toe injury that they might be worried about.
Oh.
With Levis?
There's a toe.
It's
He
clearly
was
a league.
badly banged up last year. And
Yeah.
tough
It's
kid
a
to play
league-wide
through it,
thing
but-
too, Thor.
Yeah. I heard apparently he has a toe issue
He had
that
turtle last year, missed a couple
that is lingering, and that's why maybe his stock fell on the first round of the draft.
Interesting.
That
okay,
seems
here
like
we go.
a precipitous fall for a
we have
toe
the
problem.
final pick in the first round here.
There it is.
The final pick in the first round. I'm going to say, Declan, good luck on this.
Oh, is it Adebaware?
Felix
Oh, no. They're taking the local
Felix
kid to Kansas State.
Anaduki Uzamoa.
Yeah, I'm gonna let you.
The Chiefs are just punting on draft
You
picks.
did that
That's
to
how-
set me up.
That's
God
how cocky
dang it.
they've gotten.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, I mean, Frank Clark left, so they
That
need
was
an
really
edge
awesome.
rusher.
Yeah.
And
Good luck on this.
They got a lot of exposure to this
Wow,
kid.
dude,
Al-Wafafa.
So wait, am I missing something? So Joey Porter Jr. is a second-round pick.
Yeah, surprising.
Will
Very
Levis,
surprising.
Hendon Hooker, second-round picks.
Hendon Hooker, that's justification, vindication.
Well, but Joey Porter Jr.'s got to be shocking.
Wait, Thor,
very
Thor,
shocking.
Thor, where's
Very
the flag? Give Thor the flag.
Yeah.
Because
Here goes Thor.
Hendon
We're on
Hooker
Hendon Hooker first
did
round
not
series.
go in the
Wave
first
it,
round.
Thor.
Wave the flag.
No, Hendon Hooker.
Look at him.
Man, Hendon Hooker's agent deserves
You can
all
stay
kinds of
here.
raises.
You don't have to move.
Yeah. I have my realtor all picked out. We're
Yep.
going to put the house
In fact,
on
your
that.
house just got sold. I got bad news for you.
Yeah.
Sorry.
I mean, it was a good job with the
Sorry,
smoke
man.
screen and everything like that. I'm not even sure Hendon Hooker goes to the top of the second, to be honest with you. Levis is the interesting one because he could go at any point.
So Chris Mortensen reporting
Unless
that.
that toe is real bad.
Yeah, so Chris Mortensen reporting that Levis himself believes his toe is fully healed.
How does he need
and that he's
surgery?
not need to have surgery.
Uh-oh.
But you know what? Okay, I'm sorry. If it's a toe and you're a really good
Judge
quarterback,
just threw his glasses.
no
at his
one's
laptop.
gonna. No, but I mean, this is you don't fall out of the first round because of the
No.
toe. You fall down in the first round.
I agree.
He got to walk on that
Yeah.
thing all the time. You know, if it was bad enough to get surgery, you'd think he would have gotten it. Now he
And the
missed a
poor-
couple games. He came back.
That's got to be an ultimate green room flop tonight, though. When that kid has to sit there.
Oh, for
I mean,
sure.
Rodgers got
Yeah.
taken.
It's tough to see.
Too bad. By the way, there's still over 5,000
All right,
people
I'll be
hanging
right
out
back.
with us.
Oh,
your
that's
first bathroom break.
First bathroom break for me.
I win!
I made two.
I win!
You made two.
That's
Write that
right.
down.
No,
we actually
down. Oh, that
did
should have
it.
been
We
write that
actually
down.
didn't. We actually did not.
We should have done that, though. That would have been a good one, right?
Yeah.
So over 5,000 people still hanging out with us on the Purple Daily YouTube channel.
Yeah.
Thank you guys so much. Again, if you're still here at Park Tavern, tip your servers and bartenders generously. Thanks to Surly for organizing the event and for being such a great partner of ours the last few years. And one more plug for the Score North merchandise shop, 15% off everything through Sunday. Promo code DRAFT at scorenorth.com/shop. Scorenorth.com/shop. Great save on the lighting over there.
That was actually really
I
good.
saw that.
Yeah.
That was amazing.
You might have the best hands in the draft.
All right, who's up next here? Tell us your name, where you're from, when you first became a Vikings fan.
All right, my name is Keaton Hooley. I'm from Montevideo, Minnesota, 45 minutes from Trey Lance, where he grew up.
Right on.
Marshall,
Marshall,
Minnesota.
baby. Yep.
Let's go.
First time becoming a Vikings fan. I grew up as a Vikings fan with my dad. Unfortunately, he died in 2021, but I wear him around my neck every day and
Welcome
carry
to
him with me.
I say this with all respect. Welcome to the Dead Parents Club
Yeah,
up
man.
here. Yeah.
Yep,
So
I feel you. I feel you.
man.
Yep. So my condolence for you for sure. But question for you. What do you think we're gonna do tomorrow in the second and third round? If we're gonna trade up into the second round, or what do you think we're gonna do?
So, all right, I'll give you my take first. I have a feeling they're gonna actually trade back. And Thor, you can tell me, Kwesi really values second, third, fourth round picks more than seventh and sixth round picks. Like that's like the meat of the draft where you find your starters, and they're really thin there.
Yeah.
They have no second round pick. They have 1/3, 1/4. So I could see them actually trading back from 87 and getting an extra third or fourth or fifth or something.
I could definitely see that, yeah. And again, like if the 4 receivers have been taken above 23, I think you would have seen a trade down, right? Like if that wasn't available to him. But I think I agree with you, Phil. In the third round, that's certainly
Trade
in play.
back.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
So we might not have a pick tomorrow night. We'll have to see. But yeah, I mean, if you can add picks to Saturday, that would be juice worth the squeeze, considering you only have 5 picks total.
Yeah. So thank you, man.
Thank you, brother.
Appreciate it.
Yeah, appreciate you.
Yep. All right, coming up, name where you from.
Well, we know this guy.
Hey guys. I'm Zach. I became a Vikings fan in '93. Actually, the vaunted Jim McMahon era of the Minnesota Vikings.
That's it. You're right around my wheelhouse.
Yeah,
right around my wheelhouse.
My
man.
first game was actually the Eric Gulliford game where he.
Oh.
Yeah, that was.
Dude,
fun.
audience. Okay, if you're a younger Vikings fan, just Google Eric Gulliford game on YouTube, and it's one of the best highlights. You'll see.
It was classic. No, my question is, and kind of more towards Thor than anybody else.
Yeah.
But kind of looking at if and maybe this has been asked already. I don't know. I've been out on the patio, so it's kind of hard to hear out there a little bit. But if the Vikings do, somewhere further down in the draft, 5th, 6th round, take a flyer on a quarterback. Who do you like? I mean, is Aiden Johnson, Jaron Hall? I mean, who are the guys that you like? Yeah, not Stetson.
Yeah,
not
don't
Stetson's older than us, dude.
I think a guy that would fit the Vikings really well that could be available is Jake Haener from Fresno State. A guy who has a lot of similarities with Brock Purdy, including the fact that there was so much talk about the S2 test with Stroud.
Right.
Haener dominated it. And by the way, he dominated at Fresno State too. Very smart kid. He's going to run your system. It's just he's on the small side, obviously. Has kind of a noodle arm. Although he pushed the ball a little bit better than I thought in Mobile, but it's certainly going to be, it's Brock Purdy, right? Yeah. But Brock Purdy, why did he succeed in San Francisco? It wasn't necessarily because the entire NFL was wrong categorically. Yeah. It was because he was in a really good situation with the play calling and the supporting cast with O'Connell, Shanahan, the Vikings offensive, the surrounding talent, very good as well. I think that one would be a fit.
I'm going to quiz you.
Yeah.
So I've got the Pro Football Focus again, the 633-page player scouting reports up.
Yeah.
In the pros section for Jake Haener.
Yep.
The first pro is one word. What do you think that word is?
Would it smarter processing or something like that?
No, I'll give you a guess at it. No, it's on the other end of that.
Wait, of Haener's?
Mm-hmm.
Of his strengths?
Mm-hmm.
Is it just a synonym for intelligent? Or
It's gamer.
Gamer, okay.
It says gamer, going to do what it takes to win. Yeah.
We love those gamers.
He runs the system really well.
It's like a Case Keenum gamer.
Yeah.
Let's go.
Well, yeah, Case Keenum's another guy.
So his PFF comp, can you guess it? Not Case Keenum, but close.
Wait, and not Purdy? It's not Purdy?
Not Purdy, but you're in the...
It should be Purdy. That's my comp. That's the correct comp.
You're right in there, dude. You're right in there, dude. Who said that? Dude, Evan, get up to the microphone, Evan. What are you doing? It's Taylor Heineke, yes.
Oh, okay,
This is the second time Evan's been right on something.
Yeah,
give us your take on what happened. Evan from Atlanta came in here just for this event tonight.
Oh, wow.
What's your thought on Jordan Adison?
I'm pretty stoked on the pick. To me, he was the second best receiver in the draft. There wasn't really anybody else at 23 besides Porter that I was really in love with. So I think picking Addison at 23 really frees up Jefferson, which seems to be the theme of what they're trying to do.
Yeah.
Getting Josh Oliver to get defenses out of nickel and put them back in base. Get Jordan Addison to get so you can't double team anybody. Trying to free up Justin Jefferson. So I like that a lot of their moves seem to be along the same theme. So
love it.
Yeah.
Evan Atlanta. 2 for 2 tonight on shutting out from the audience. Love it.
Quick question: do we have any thoughts, or do we have any evidence of what Kirk thinks about the Addison pick?
So he's been on Bleacher Report all night. He likes the Addison pick, is what
Okay.
I saw. It's just like a little clip coming.
He's got a love
So
it.
he likes the Addison pick. Well, it's not Will Levis, right?
That's the perfect pick.
He's
for
got to
him.
love this.
And it gives him a secondary target.
Wait, was RG3 on that show again?
Yes.
Was he? Was he
Yeah,
really?
I think he was. I think he was
RG3
part of the group.
He throws shade at Kirk Cousins on his.
I thought he was.
He's been praising him a lot more in
Hold
the
on.
last year.
Yeah, probably
I
because
thought
he was
I saw
going to
he
be on
was.
the show this
No,
year.
he was
What was
scheduled.
it?
It was scheduled.
It was the Kellen Mom pick where he threw hard shade at Cousins.
Oh
like,
no, it was
during
it was Micah Parsons, AJ Brown, Kirk Cousins, and Calais Campbell.
Okay.
So they
maybe-
just
maybe
brought
no.
him in on.
Yeah. Thanks, Evan. Appreciate it, bud. Yep. Anyone else on the YouTube? We can wrap it
Yeah.
up here too. If
Yeah.
let's keep going YouTube here, and then
We're gonna go to Bradley next year. Let's go to Bradley on the YouTube channel.
Bradley, what's up, dude?
Hey guys, what's up?
What's going on, man?
No, man, just hanging out watching the draft. So I've been a Vikings fan since the 1999 NFC Championship game. As you can see from my cool sign, I'm drinking until I forget the 1999 NFC
Oh, I
Championship
love
game.
that.
Yeah.
Good luck with that.
I cried.
Yeah, I
Keep
know,
going.
right? Still trying. I love the Addison pick, but my question for you guys is, with the Addison pick, do you think the new regime is basically saying, hey, Kirk Cousins is good enough, and we can build around him if we don't get one of the top 2 quarterbacks?
I think that's what they're saying for now. Again, I'm going to leave the door open for. I don't think we know where this is going.
Yeah.
Would I completely say that they're not going to ever sign Kirk to an extension? No, I don't know that. But I think what we have to understand here is there's more inherent confidence in quarterback development than we probably think.
Yeah. Yeah, I think so. I think it just says they really liked Anthony Richardson.
Yep.
And I think CJ Stroud, based on some of the information, I think they like Hendon Hooker. But not more
Stop
than.
it.
Why are you doing that? The man.
Stop gaslighting
Hold
me.
on.
But
The
not,
man's parked in
Hold on.
Egan.
Yeah.
but
Hold
not,
on.
but
We
not
got through
more
all
than
Thursday night. Come on.
Thor's parked in Apple Valley or something.
Yeah.
You're going to walk here.
Where did you
Also-
park, by the way?
My Uber.
Okay.
Uber, yeah.
Oh, good call, dude.
Well, I
How
thought
will-
maybe Hendon Hooker would get picked, and I knew I wouldn't be sober
I need
leaving.
to go to the bathroom the third time. How have you not been able to go to the bathroom yet? Like,
He's a
genuinely
professional.
asking.
Phil Mackey
Not even a
is.
professional.
Oh, he's dying. He's
I-
dying.
go.
He's
You wanna
dying
talk about
inside.
Have you
Presence?
gone?
Yeah.
Have you gone? Like, are you just, yeah.
He's
Is there a
dying
catheter?
inside.
I went when I got here at like 5:30.
Yeah.
So it's been 5.5 hours.
That's
full Mac
alarming,
right? Yeah.
dude. That's
I am a
alarming.
broadcast professional.
That's not a professional. I think
Yeah.
Or
there's
you're
a,
sick. Or you're sick.
Did you find a pen, by the way?
Yeah.
That's awesome.
Okay, when we're done here, I will. Yes, stick around.
Or you're ill.
All right, who's next on this corner on the Purple Day YouTube channel?
All right, we're going to go next to Jared here on the Purple Tail
Jared.
YouTube. Jared, what's up, pal? Oh, can we hear you, Jared?
Jared.
Is he muted? Jared. I can't hear
We're
Jared.
going to put Jared
yeah.
in timeout. How about DL Urbas
DL,
again?
let's try DL again.
DL,
Gentlemen, can you hear me?
Nice.
what's up, pal?
Yes, let's go.
Hey,
Beautiful.
Sorry, I was on Bluetooth last time. I
You're
got a
good
few
now.
things. 1998, I was a fan. 2009, crying. On my knees crying.
Yeah.
Just ordered my Before I Die sweatshirt.
Dude,
So
thank you.
Thank you, man.
15% off. I appreciate that.
That's right. Promo code DRAFT at scorenorth.com/shop.
Secondly, Lance tomorrow, 2/3 and a second next year. I said that a week ago, so write that down.
Yep.
And Dalvin's going to go for a second tomorrow.
Whoa.
Whoa, hold
A
on.
second?
Hold on.
I don't see that, man.
Oh!
Speculation.
Oh!
If Dalvin goes for a second, I'll wave the flag.
Yeah,
Wait,
wave it
what?
right now, John.
What?
Wave it. Also,
I got to undo it. Hold on.
Hypothetical.
There we go. All right. Waving the flag.
and
Oh,
lastly,
my gosh.
Wild related, Judd, you're
Oh,
spot
God.
on with Dean. He needs
I'm
some
done.
help. Sorry.
Just
Yeah, no, it's
jab.
okay.
Quick
I'm done.
jab.
I'm through.
Gentlemen,
Oh,
He was about to praise us.
I love when we went to like wild takes there. For,
Yeah.
You know what? I've been
That's
giving
okay.
him all night. Like, I've been just.
Let's go to Bill. Is it Bill?
Yep.
All right, Bill on the Purple Daily YouTube channel. Bill Brask.
How's it going, gentlemen?
What's up, Bill?
Give me like 2 seconds here.
He's driving.
Yeah.
Bill's like
Bill's
at a-
blinker.
Bill's
Bill's
like at a
blinker's on. I
stoplight
can.
right now.
Bill's blinker is on.
Highly
All right.
illegal right now, Bill.
No,
be
no,
safe,
I'm
man.
stopped. I stopped. We're good.
We hear the blinker, Bill.
Yeah, I can hear your blinker.
Oh, I stopped.
He's
See?
like, I'm stopped at a stoplight.
Yeah, I'm stopped now, but now I'm going again.
We are not liable. This is all on
No,
Bill
you're
right
good. I stopped. Let me put my flashers on. There we go. A couple quick things. First off, I know you all are feeling really good right now, but you're killing it. Like, great draft show. It was awesome.
Thank you,
Bill.
I've been on a few times. I love the show.
Thank you, Bill.
Yesterday, I had a feeling that they weren't going to draft a quarterback in the first round. And I'll kind of go to like poker tell. Phil, you know poker. There was kind of a tell, and my tell was, I think they told Kirk they weren't drafting in the first round a quarterback, and that's why he was able to do that show live. There's no way Kirk wanted to go do that show.
Bill, this is high level. Bill, this is high level. Bill,
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like,
No, Bill.
I really think that.
So
but-
Kirk, because Kirk's not a dumbass. Like Kirk probably went to the
No.
Vikings today. So Bleacher Report wants me to be on this live draft show. Am I gonna look like a moron?
And I want
when I'm on that
extension.
show
Right.
and you draft my replacement? And they probably
Right.
said it's like a 5% chance.
Here's
right?
10,000 more.
Yeah.
I love the
just
pick.
met, and I don't want to disagree with you, but if Anthony Richardson was the one that fell, they would have been trying their dangest to go and
I agree 100%, and that's the
Yeah.
5%. That's the 5%.
Yeah.
But it was
Going
good.
on to it.
I like the pick. I'm like so in the middle on Kirk. I feel like the Kirk lovers think he's way better than he really is, and I think the Kirk haters don't really understand how much better he's gotten because they're kind of blind to it. But
That's fair.
I don't care about getting anything back from him, but I would like just 1 year a quarterback to sit under because, especially somebody that has fundamental issues, is they're really a better quarterback when it comes to fundamentals than Kirk.
He's a pro.
And that's some,
Dude,
yeah, like
it's like Alex Smith, Patrick Mahomes, right?
Right.
Alex Smith and Kirk Cousins are just really good, solid NFL quarterbacks that have very little ego.
Yes.
But at this point, Patrick Mahomes was a guy that you go up and grab him at 10 or whatever
Yeah.
the pick was, right?
Yeah.
The Vikings are beyond that point. Like at this point, even if they go up and get Hendon Hooker in the
Thanks,
second
Bill.
round, they're kind of beyond that point,
Yeah.
in my opinion.
No,
Yeah.
for sure.
Yeah. So, Bill, awesome stuff. Thank you, man. All right. Well, let's put a bow on this thing. Let's
we got
go.
some more
Yeah,
questions
yeah.
here.
Yeah.
How you doing?
What's your name? Where are you from? When did you become a Vikings fan?
My name is Russell, and I'm from St. Paul. I've been a Viking fan since birth.
Go Minutemen.
Minutemen, yes.
That's right. Go Central.
Yep. So my question is, with this being Kurt's last year, is it possible that the Vikings can do a non-exclusive tag on him, where we could get something for him?
So, okay, so this is funny. Okay.
After the season?
So
We've
he's
talked
been,
about
he's
this,
been
right?
franchised
Yeah,
twice.
no.
He can be franchised a third time.
At the third.
But the price is
Yeah,
it's like
you
the
would do
third
that.
tier of franchise, which would be like $60 million. or
yeah,
something
you're not going to do that.
But with the non-exclusive, it will allow him to negotiate with other teams, and so then we don't really have to sign him.
Yeah,
And
I
so-
know what you're saying. I don't know. We don't know if you could put that on him after he got franchised twice, though. So, can you change the tag?
But you can franchise him a third time.
Sure. Yeah,
The
but you
exclu-
can
the
all,
exclusive,
but you can
right?
also drive the entire franchise off a cliff
Yeah.
if you want.
Yeah.
Okay. Because I'm thinking we could get
I get your
2
point.
first-round picks and stuff, kind of like what they did with Lamar Jackson.
Well, here's a question for you.
Yeah.
Let's say he plays lights out in year 2, and he's third in MVP voting. Which, by the way, he 8 fourth quarter comebacks.
Uh-huh.
Do you re-sign him for 3 years?
I would say, if we draft someone this year, then I would sign them for possibly 2 more years, 3.
Because whoever they draft now, in the third round, is not going to be starting in
Well-
2024, right?
Right,
It'd just
right.
be-
And the entire thing changes if they get to the playoffs and he wins games.
Mm-hmm.
Again, I'll go back to what I've been saying since the season came to an end.
Yeah.
There is no way that O'Connell wasn't influenced by the fact that the quarterback checked down on 4th and 8.
Yeah.
Right.
So,
right.
if they all of a sudden get in the playoffs and he takes them to let's just say the conference championship game,
Mm-hmm.
just as the bar, then yeah, I think he could come back. But I mean, I think O'Connell is very affected by the fact that he took this guy in the regular season and really, I mean, coached him up. They did great together.
Right.
And then that Giants game, at the moment of truth, you got that.
Yeah,
And he played a great game,
Yeah.
but that's not the point.
Right. My motto is 4th down and 8 has to go. So.
And you got 18.
Yeah.
I don't care if he's triple covered.
Yeah.
We saw it in
you
Buffalo.
saw it in the Buffalo game.
Yeah.
You throw the ball. Yeah. So.
Yeah.
Good stuff, man. Thank
All
you.
right, thank you.
Let's do one more here. Wrap us up. Name, where are you from? When did you become a Vikings fan?
Tom Kelly, not the former manager of the Twins.
No, you're too young.
Tom Kelly. Oh my God.
You're just a little too young.
TK, touch a ball.
I became a Vikings fan in 1977 when they went to their last Super Bowl. I was 5, and I ended up crying after they lost to Madden's Raiders. My question is, what do you guys think is more likely now in day 2 and 3 of the draft with Dalvin, Za'Darius, and Daniil? Who do you think may get traded this weekend, or what do you think they might get in return for any of those guys at this point?
Delvin getting traded after June 1st.
After June 1st,
something
right?
unless something crazy happens
Like
tonight.
for cap reasons after June 1st.
And not just the Vikings is cap reasons. The other team they might be trading with, they might have their own cap reasons to want to wait.
So
till
Vikings
after
would
June
eat
1st.
some of it this year and then some of it next year, and the team acquiring him would have less cap hit this year.
Yeah.
I don't think Za'Darius and Dalvin get traded until the timeline. Like I don't think that has a thing to do with this
Do
draft.
you think they might trade Dalvin just for a late round pick to get something for him at
perhaps
this point?
next year. I don't.
Not for this year,
Yeah.
but I do think that the wild card left here is the guy that we've been talking about a lot, Daniil Hunter.
Yeah.
So Daniil Hunter's the one that interests me. But again, now I'm more inclined to believe that he gets you a potential conditional 2024 first.
Yep.
Yeah.
Even if it's draft capital for next year.
Yeah, well, and draft capital for next year becomes extremely important because of the conversation about what they're going to do at quarterback.
If you can get, like at this point, they have passed on this year's quarterbacks.
Correct.
At least once over. Right?
Aside from projects.
So,
And Hendon Hooker.
So if you can get a conditional.
Hallelujah, baby. No,
Sorry, man, I love you.
I'm happy.
If you can get a conditional first, meaning like if Daniil gets 12 sacks or plays 15 games.
Yeah, first round pick.
It's a first round pick next year. Now you have 2 first round picks next
That's
year.
right, yeah.
And other capital you could trade up if you wanted to.
I'd do that.
So,
Yeah. For
Correct.
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a lot more plausible if you do that to get into the top 3 for next year.
Yeah. Makes sense.
All right.
Thanks,
Wow.
guys.
Thank
Great
you, man.
show.
Thank you. Fantastic stuff.
I think that's a wrap.
Wow.
On
We did it.
The 2023.
Yeah.
Give yourselves a round of applause. You guys are awesome.
Dude.
Appreciate every one of you.
This might have been, so Score North is 4 years old. Purple Daily also is 4 years old. This might have been the greatest night in the history of Score North tonight.
Wow.
Yeah.
I think it was.
Well, and don't forget, you guys make us what we are. You're awesome.
Thank you so much. We appreciate all the support. Again, if you're watching still on the YouTube channel, we got shameless plug, scorenorth.com/shop.
Male models.
Promo code DRAFT for 15% off. And click like and subscribe to help spread the word. But wow, what a fun night tonight. Thank you so much to everyone who showed up at Park Tavern, everyone who showed up on the YouTube channel. We'll be back tomorrow night, hanging out at our homes, I guess, for a live stream.
No,
Corey,
I'm,
you're welcome
I'm
to
going to
join
be at the
tomorrow
X.
night too.
I'll be there.
Oh, Judd at the X.
I'm going to the X so that I can shovel dirt on the Wild after we talk about the draft.
Oh, wow. No, Wild and 7.
No, they're going to win tomorrow night. I'm just joking.
Wild and 7.
The Wild's going to win tomorrow.
Let's get it.
Oh,
yeah.
wow.
Let's go.
What's up?
All right, we got one more.
Wait,
here.
What?
If the Wild lose tomorrow, is Dean going to get fired?
Personally, I'd fire him, yeah.
What?
I'll go downstairs and attempt the coup of firing Dean.
Do it.
He should be fired.
Old Macadac gets to write that down.
He should be fired. You know what? It's worth it. It's worth it. It's worth it. I don't care if I was set up. I'm firing him. I don't care.
I didn't realize that.
I'm more than willing to give up the point.
I got to use the bathroom so bad. Let's wrap up this channel.
Yeah, you know what? I don't care.
That's a wrap
Fire
on the
Dean.
2023 Surly Park Tavern Draft Party. Purple Daily signing off until